No party or union championed the power of the government committees or their transformation into Soviets. Santillon, referring to the Central Committee, wrote, "It had to be strengthened and supported so that it could complete its mission, because salvation lay in its strength, which was the strength of everyone." And he conceded its failure. In this interpretation, we have remained isolated from our own friends and comrades. Andrei Nin, familiar with the Russian Revolution, declared that the committees could never become Soviets, because Spain did not need them. Note, he stated, "In Russia, there was no democratic tradition among the proletariat, no tradition of organized struggle. We have unions, parties, publications, and a system of working-class democracy. The importance that the Soviets enjoyed is understandable. The proletariat did not have organs of its own. The Soviets were a spontaneous creation that in 1905 and 1917 acquired a wholly political character. Our proletariat already had its unions, its parties, and its own organizations. This is why Soviets did not spring up among us." Endnote. In this way, the committees gradually ceased to be genuine revolutionary bodies, because of their failure to change themselves into a direct expression of the insurgent masses. They became nominal committees, in which workers and peasants carried less and less weight as the revolutionary battles and the direct exercise of power in the streets by armed workers faded into the past, and in which, on the contrary, the influence of party and union apparatus came to play a dominant role. It was also ultimately left to the latter to solve the problem of power, such as it appeared in autumn 1936, in the course of the revolution and in order to counter the Civil War. Which authority was to supplant the other? Which was to have power? The Popular Front government, with its officials, its magistrates, its police, and its army, in short, a reconstituted state apparatus? Or a government of councils and committees, with its regional and local committees, its factory councils, its combat militias, its commissions of investigation, its control patrols, and its revolutionary tribunals? A government based on respect for private property, deriving from the assembly elected in February on the Popular Front's liberal program? Or a government deriving from the councils and committees and setting itself the revolutionary task of achieving socialism, with its authoritarian or libertarian undertones? The international context. It was the problem of the revolution itself that now arose. Should it be pursued, or should it be halted? What were minor differences on such questions at the outset swiftly became immutable antagonisms. The pursuit of the revolution at all costs included the risk of losing the war. The urge to halt the revolution meant combating it and thus completely altering the premises of the Civil War. It is clear that in 1936 the world balance of power was by no means as favorable to the Spanish Revolution as it had been in 1917 to 1919 to the Russian Revolution. The USSR had ceased to be the inspiration of the world revolutionary movement. This was the time when Stalin was setting about the liquidation of the Bolshevik Old Guard and decapitating the international communist movement by a series of trials and purges. Germany, where a workers' revolution had been threatening for more than a decade, was now seeing its labor movement, both parties and unions, crushed beneath the iron heel of Nazism. Mussolini's fascist regime in Italy had not been challenged. There were no immediate prospects of revolution in Eastern Europe. England was perfectly stable. France, where the great June 1936 wave of strikes had just come to an end, was the sole exception. However, it seemed that the socialist Léon Blum's Popular Front government had ruled it out once and for all. To the revolutionary socialist Marceau Pivert, who had stated in June 1936 that all was possible, and who regarded the activities of the Spanish working class. Note. See on this subject his articles, Revolution en Espagne, Etienne France, July 24th, and Fascism, Guerre, OU Revolution, August 14th, in Le Populaire. On the other hand, on August 13th the leadership of the SFIO had, through Séverac, denied the existence of class war in Spain. The many survivals of privilege from the old regime have not yet permitted the world of labor to take full cognizance of its interests and of its mission. Agreement with the French Communist Party on this point was complete. Endnote, as a revolutionary example to be followed in France, Maurice Thérèse, Secretary-General of the French Communist Party, answered by saying that not everything was possible and that a strike ought to be ended when its aims had been achieved. The threat of Hitler weighed heavily against the arguments of those who were preaching moderation. It was clear that neither the SFIO Socialist Party nor the Communist Party would agree to go beyond the limits of the radical socialist program of the Popular Front, of which they formed the left wing. Moreover, it was fairly unlikely that they would be outflanked by their troops in the near future. There were no political or union formations in France equivalent to the CNT-FAI or the POUM, which played an essential role in the Spanish movement. The French working class manifested its sympathy for the Spanish Revolution in 1,000 ways. But it knew it only through Le Populaire, Luminite, and Parasoir. Note: Jean-Richard Bloch was the only communist journalist who described the Central Committee such as it was and not as a vague liaison body. On August 6, Luminite highlighted Girol's statements: "Communists are men of law and order." On the 16th, Gabriel Perry, commenting on the entry of the PSUC into the government, an operation directed, as we saw, against the Central Committee, wrote, "The CNT leadership has taken offense without any valid reason." Readers of Luminite searched in vain for one of the reasons invoked. Endnote, which pictured it in the same way. The French friends of the CNT and the POUM could counter the influential organs of the Popular Front and the national press only with propaganda put out by occasional newspapers and private magazines, stemming from tiny organizations violently at odds with each other. The Spanish revolutionaries felt isolated. One could of course hold endless discussions about the opportunities that they had of compensating for this isolation with a bold revolutionary policy. Note: See, Trotsky revolutions have by no means been victorious up to this time because of great foreign patrons who supplied them with arms. Usually the counter-revolution enjoyed foreign patronage. Must we recall the experience of the intervention of French, English, American, Japanese, and other armies against the Soviets? Revolutions succeed in the first place with the help of a bold social program that gives the masses the possibility of seizing weapons that are on their own territory and disorganizing the army of the enemy. Endnote: It might be thought, as Trotsky did, that the Spanish Revolution offered the possibility of a reversal of the world balance of power, and that it was precisely its defeat that opened the way to the outbreak of the Second World War. Note: Franco's dictatorship would mean the unavoidable acceleration of European war. The victory of the Spanish workers and peasants would undoubtedly shake the regimes of Mussolini and Hitler. Trotsky, in the case of Leon Trotsky, certain statements by CNT leaders echoed this view. Durruti, in particular, said, "We are giving Hitler and Mussolini far more worry today than the whole Red Army of Russia. We are setting an example to the German and Italian working class of how to deal with fascism. I do not expect any help for a libertarian revolution from any government in the world. Maybe the conflicting interests of the various imperialisms might have some effect on our struggle, but we expect no help." Endnote: The fact is that their sense of isolation was one of the elements that determined the attitude of the Spanish revolutionaries, many of whom gave up the pursuit of the revolution. This was because one of the motives, decidedly not unimportant, for the policy of non-intervention lay in the fears of French and English capitalists for their immediate interests in Spain and, over the long term, in their own countries. Note: One of the most lucid and aware British politicians, Winston Churchill, expressed such misgivings clearly in his Step-by-Step. A revived fascist Spain in closest sympathy with Italy and Germany is one kind of disaster. A communist Spain spreading its snaky tentacles through Portugal and France is another, and many will think the worse. All that is happening now increases the power of those evil forces which from both extremes menace the existence of parliamentary democracy and individual liberty in Great Britain and France to August. Noting that Soviet Russia has moved decidedly away from communism, which opens up the prospect of seeing her establish more points of contact with the West, he saw the presence of the Trotskyists in Spain, their appearance as the POUM, as a sect achieving the quintessence of fetidity. Then in April 1937, he drew a grim picture of what the success of the anarchist and Trotskyist forces would be, pointing out on the other hand that Franco's victory could not interfere with French and British interests, and that it would ensure his independence of Berlin and Rome. Endnote: London and Paris could envisage supporting, albeit very warily, a democratic and republican Spain, but not a revolutionary one. Everyone in Spain, including the anarchists, was perfectly aware of this. Whether reason or excuse, the argument carried weight. Potential suppliers were not to be frightened off. Moreover, the USSR's policy was moving in the same direction. In Moscow's view, the Spanish affair must not, at any cost, provide an opportunity for isolating the USSR and cutting her off from the Western democracies. Add to this the fact that Stalin had not the slightest desire to support a revolutionary movement, some of whose moving spirits, dissident anarchists and communists from the POUM, he regarded as his worst enemies, because they were potential rivals of the Communist Party's monopoly over the working class, and it is clear why the USSR saw no bar to joining the non-intervention committee from the outset. Naturally, the international context does not explain everything. However, it alone accounts for the speed with which the weak Republican section of the Spanish petty bourgeoisie, caught between the insurgent generals and the armed workers in July 1936, managed to reconstruct its state. For it was the international context that supplied the real architects of this reconstruction of the Republican state, socialists, communists, and, to a large extent, anarchists, with their most effective arguments in favor of Spain's respectability, of respect for property and parliamentary forms as opposed to the revolution of the committees and the collectivizations. The supporters of the restoration of the Republican state. The Republican statesmen did not, in fact, seem capable of carrying on the fight that ought to have been theirs. It was the same men, former ministers under Casares Quiroga and Martinez Barrio, who made up the Giral government. We saw how they strove to endure, to ensure the survival of a semblance of legality. But they were incapable of imposing their authority, and the revolutionary troops completely eluded them. Note: see Manuel Azana. The revolutionary work began under a government that would not and could not answer for it, a government that loathes and condemns events but can neither prevent them nor repress them. Casares Quiroga, in mano and sandals, left for the front, where many journalists were to meet him. An ordinary militiaman, he tried to redeem his sins, according to Koltsov. Endnote. Only the workers' leaders, insofar as they tolerated the government at all, prevented its disappearance. Only they, through their prestige, could have restored some authority to a legal government. Prieto understood this perfectly. He remained firmly convinced, even more after the revolution than before, that Spain faced a long period of normal capitalist development. The revolutionary excesses were, in his view, compromising the country's future to an increasing extent. To him, the only realistic task consisted of building a sound republican regime, backed by a strong army. It alone could secure the aid of the London and Paris democracies against the generals and their allies. Thus he wrote in El Socialista, "We hope that certain democracies' estimate of the Spanish Revolution will change, because it would be a pity, a real tragedy, to compromise these chances of help by stepping up the pace of the revolution, which is not at present leading us to any positive solution." His anxiety to preserve the sympathy of the West led him to say, in an interview to Havas on September 2nd, that he was delighted that the French government had taken the initiative over proposals for non-intervention. Actually a minister without portfolio, Prieto was nevertheless the first to take in the gravity of the situation. In an interview with Koltsov on August 26th, he frankly recognized the government's impotence. As he had before the revolution, he felt that the socialists ought to take up governmental responsibilities. But the state of mind of the masses was such that he went so far as to advocate, without any hesitation, the formation of a ministry headed by his old enemy, Largo Caballero, the only person whose name and prestige could inspire the necessary popular confidence. My opinion of him is universally known. He is a fool who wants to be clever. He is a disruptor and a bungler who claims to be a methodical bureaucrat. He is a man capable of leading us all to ruin. And yet today he is the only man, or at least the only name, that it would be useful to put at the head of a new government. Indicating that he was ready to enter such a cabinet and work in it under Caballero's leadership, he stated, "There is no other way out for the country. There is none for me either if I wish to be of use to the country." Ever clear-sighted and pessimistic, he declared a few days later to Álvarez del Valle that a Largo Caballero government would be the regime's last card. Prieto and his friends were not the only ones in the workers' camp to emerge as the champions of moderatism and loyalty to the Republican regime. The Spanish Communist Party and its offshoot, the PSUC, freer in their movements because they did not have to contend, like the Socialist Party, with internal strife, had often adopted, even before the Socialists, positions that were clearer still. Note: for a whole year, Communist orators had shown such moderation that during the electoral campaign in February the Socialists, to ridicule them, had launched the ironic slogan, To save Spain from Marxism, vote communist. End note. After July 19th, the majority of their militants had followed the revolutionary current, taking part in and backing the actions of the government committees. On the other hand, their leadership had backed all the Republican attempts to preserve the state. In Valencia, the Communist Party had disapproved of the Popular Executive Committee's opposition to Martínez Barrios' provincial junta. In Barcelona, it was Comarera, leader of the PSUC, who had tried to incite companies to resist the CNT and had then entered the Casanovas government, formed in order to abolish the Central Committee in early August. Moreover, the Communist Party leadership made no secret of this policy. It had approved Girol's attempt to rebuild the army and published a memorandum on the subject. The international communist press did not always understand this policy at first glance. The London Daily Worker stated on August 22 that things are moving toward a Spanish Soviet Republic through the triumph of the Red Militia. However, their aim was very soon adjusted. On August 3, Luminite, at the request of the Spanish Communist Party, stated that the Spanish people are not fighting for the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat, and that it knows only one aim: the defense of republican law and order through respect for property. On August 8, Jesus Hernandez declared, "We cannot talk today of the proletarian revolution in Spain because the historical circumstances do not permit it. We want to defend our modest industry, which is in difficulties on the same grounds as, and perhaps more than, the worker himself." The aims of the Communist Party were clearly stated by its Secretary-General, José Díaz. "We wish to fight only for a democratic republic with a broad social content. There can be no question at present of a dictatorship of the proletariat or of socialism, but only of the struggle of democracy against fascism." Note: within the ranks of the working class, they were in any case clearly on the defensive where CNT and POUM militants were concerned. They left the Casanovas government because the CNT protested. To the parties that on every occasion made references in their propaganda to the USSR, Moscow's adherence to the Non-Intervention Pact presented a sizable obstacle. End note. However, this rigid attitude was still far from decisive. Neither the Communist Party nor the PSUC was capable of really influencing the course of events during the summer months. The left-wing socialists at the crossroads, Largo Caballero and his friends, had rather less clear ideas about the problems of power than Prieto and the Communist Party. The Madrid Socialist Group's program, adopted in April at Araquistan's instigation, in fact stated, as we saw, that the establishment of socialism in Spain could only come about through a dictatorship of the proletariat. But they were hostile to the formation of Soviets, in their view a specifically Russian form of organization, and they explained no better in July and August than in April and May how they hoped to achieve the dictatorship of the proletariat by means of a socialist party whose apparatus was still firmly in Prieto's hands. The formal split had been avoided, but it was none the less real. Through the UGT and Claridad, Largo Caballero carried out his own policy, different from that of the Socialist Party. Claridad vigorously criticized Girol's mobilization decrees, countered them with Lenin's theses about people in arms, denounced those who wished to separate the war from the revolution, berated El Mundo Obrero, and accused the Communist Party of sheltering reactionaries. However, this antagonism was short-lived. On July 23, Largo Caballero told Carlo Reichmann that the formation of a purely socialist government would be the order of the day only after a victory over the uprising. In his daily visits to the militiamen at the front and in his activities at the UGT, he emerged rather as a willingly critical ally of the government. At a time when his troops were taking part in government committees throughout the country, his only ambition seemed to be to remain the all-powerful Secretary-General of the UGT. But the August defeats altered this attitude profoundly. The problems of efficiency and power seemed to confront him too. On August 27, he explained his views to Kultsov. He could not speak harshly enough of the negligence of the Girol government, which he accused of not even having the will to defeat the rebels and of being made up of incompetent, stupid, and lazy men. He stated, "All the popular forces are united outside government cadres around the anarchist and socialist unions. The popular militia disobeys the government, and if things go on much longer, it will assume power itself." Henceforth, he criticized in the same light what had been his own deficiency. The workers' parties must sweep away the bureaucrats, the officials, and the ministerial system of work as quickly as possible and move on to new forms of revolutionary control. The masses are extending their hands to us. They are demanding governmental leadership from us. And in our passivity, we are shirking this responsibility and doing nothing. Thus, through Largo Caballero's words to the Russian journalist, another conception of power took shape, in opposition to Prieto's, one of a workers' government breaking with republican legality and the republican form of state. The anarchists faced with power. It was the first time in history that anarchists were in a position to play so important a role. In fact, everything depended on them, at least in Catalonia. But the confrontation between their ideas and the social reality was a brutal one. Resolute opponents of the state, which they regarded as the form of oppression par excellence, the anarchists had always refused to make a distinction between a bourgeois state and a worker state like the Russian state that emerged from the Soviets in 1917. The collapse of the Republican state in July had created a vacuum that spontaneous action by CNT militants helped to fill through the formation of a new embryo state, that of the government committees. However, the anarchist movement in Spain did not stop at a first revision of its principles. The massive participation by its militants in the February elections, a reaction against the vain and bloody attempts at an FAI uprising in the 30s, was contrary to its traditions and its doctrine, and was even an important concession to a new reformist current, close to the Trientistas, which was springing up within its ranks. From FAI groups to the CNT unions, from one region and locality to another, anarchist reactions varied during the decisive days. In Madrid, the CNT were in the vanguard of the struggle for the revolution in the weeks before the uprising, whereas the Catalan CNT joined the company's government against the threat of the pronunciamiento. After the revolutionary days, the libertarian leaders held lively discussions. Were they to seize power or not? This was the theory defended in the CNT Regional Committee by Garcia Oliver, who won the day and rejected for the time being libertarian communism, which means anarchist dictatorship, and rallied to democracy, which implies collaboration. The Catalan solution, the establishment of the Anti-Fascist Militias Committee alongside the Generalidad, was, owing to the force of circumstances, a compromise between their principles and the needs of the hour. Yet, as we saw, the Central Committee very quickly became a second power. It was the libertarians who ran it, instigated its major commissions, and took on the most important responsibilities. The same was true of the local government committees. This fact would seem to give the lie to the public statements of the CNT leaders. It was long believed in Barcelona that their hostility in principle to any form of state or power, revolutionary though they might be, would not stand up to the triumphal fervor that inspired them after the July days. It was believed that it was only caution that made them tolerate the survival of the Generalidad, that they were working toward its silent extinction. It was often said that they were only waiting for the fall of Saragossa before eliminating Republican power in Catalonia and Aragon. In Madrid, the CNT had allotted itself a large share in the division of power. It had its police, its Checa, its prisons, and above all its columns, a veritable independent army. Collaboration with the other parties and unions was reduced to a minimum. But this situation could not last either. The survival of the government and the danger that hung over the capital raised the question of power. The Madrid CNT proposed the establishment of a national defense junta, made up of CNT and UGT representatives, but excluding the Republican leaders. On the regional and local level, similar juntas, the embodiment of revolutionary fervor, were to provide the link, the organismo agglutinant that it seemed imperative to them to establish. In fact, the pyramid of government committees was to be crowned by a single power in their image. While keeping up their hostility to democratic and bourgeois forms of government, the anarchists seemed ready, under the pressure of the needs of the hour, to set up a body that would, even if it did not carry the name, be a true workers' government. At any rate, this was how the POUM saw the development of the CNT. According to this party, which lay claim to Lenin's ideas about the dictatorship of the proletariat, there was no place in Spain in 1936 for a democratic republic. The conflict was one between fascism and socialism. To the CNT, there was no longer any question of forming a Popular Front government, but a workers' government resolved to carry through the struggle against fascism and to give power to the working class with its different parties and unions and to it alone. At a meeting in Barcelona on September 6, Andrés Nin stated, "The dictatorship of the proletariat means the exercise of power by the working class. In Catalonia, we can claim that the dictatorship of the proletariat already exists. In his view, it was therefore a question of establishing, for the whole of Spain, a workers' government, along the lines of the Central Committee and the Popular Executive Committee. This government should above all declare its intention to transform the fervor of the masses into revolutionary legality and to steer it in the direction of socialist revolution. Moreover, the POUM was delighted that the CNT's revolutionary instinct had prevailed over its traditional apoliticality and its hostility in principle to all government. Note: in addition, the influence of the POUM was not to be discounted as a factor in the CNT's attitudes. In September, Enrique Rodriguez, one of the POUM representatives in Madrid, was required to defend his party's views on power in CNT. These views seemed to coincide with those of the Madrid CNT organization. Endnote: the slogan of the juntas seemed to the POUM to answer the needs of the hour, those of the war and the revolution. By launching it, the anarchists, according to the POUM, took a step toward the Marxist conception of power. In this way, an identical conception, from Largo Caballero to Andrés Nin by way of the CNT, seemed to be emerging, that of a revolutionary government of workers' parties and unions. The formation of the Largo Caballero government. On September 4th, a short communiqué announced Girol's resignation and the formation of a new Popular Front government under Largo Caballero. Girol himself had asked Azana to appoint the Secretary-General of the UGT as his successor. That was the official version. But another version was going around by word of mouth in the political and trade union circles of Madrid. Note: Rabasir repeated it. Clara Campoamor gave details of it in La Revolution Españole Vue par un Républicain. Kaltzoff gave an account squaring with the official theory but did not even try to match it with Caballero's and Prieto's previous statements. According to him, it was Caballero who offered himself as a candidate to Azana, while Prieto was hostile to his nomination. One likely claim in this account: it was Álvarez del Valle who impelled Largo Caballero toward concessions. Endnote: at its origin was the emotion provoked by the fall of Badajoz, a socialist bastion, lost early in the uprising and then recaptured by the militias. Caballero's views, as explained to Kaltzoff, matched those of the CNT. With the popular CNT-UGT National Junta, as a rallying cry, links were formed between militants from both unions in Madrid. Later on, Largo Caballero simply said, "There was talk in some circles of seizing ministries and arresting ministers." According to Rabasir and Clara Campoamor, a joint assembly of UGT and CNT leaders was moving toward the formation of a provisional committee with the task of bringing about the coup d'état and setting up a junta under Largo Caballero, with representatives from the Socialist and Communist parties, the FAI, and, of course, the CNT and the UGT. The Republicans were to be excluded from it. Azana, who according to Campoamor was warned by Álvarez del Valle, the committee spokesman, then refused to answer for what amounted to an end to legality and threatened to resign. It was the intervention of the Russian ambassador, Marcel Rosenberg, in Madrid since August 24th, that averted the crisis by restraining the committee, which was determined to ignore Azana's resignation. During the course of impassioned discussions with the members of the Provisional Committee, the Russian ambassador stressed the incalculable consequences, on the international level, of a move that, by bringing about the president's resignation, would disarm Spanish diplomats, deprive Republican Spain's friends of the argument of legality, and appear to justify rebel propaganda by presenting to the world's view a government of Reds that was not shielded by any parliamentary or Republican fiction. Instead of the workers' government planned by members of both unions, Rosenberg proposed to substitute a Popular Front government, also under Caballero, which would include some Republican ministers, and which Azana could not refuse to support because the forms would be respected. The arguments attributed to Rosenberg were strong ones. The conclusion of the non-intervention pact had put the old man's back to the wall. Until August 24th, it seems that he had calculated that Berlin's intransigence would frustrate Paris's plans and enable Spain to avoid a blockade. But after that date, he had a choice of only two solutions. Either he would have to push the revolution to its final consequences, establish the workers' government, denounce the betrayal of the Spanish Revolution by the non-intervention policy of the French Popular Front government and the Russian government, and stir up such unrest in their countries that it would overwhelm them, while continually running the risk of not receiving any outside help until it was too late, or else he would have to unite all the political forces on a joint war program, which implied the maintenance of republican forms and the halting of the revolution, but which would open up possibilities of material aid from Paris and Moscow, the latter relatively short-term. Largo Caballero made his choice. On September 1st, Claridad wrote that France, ably seconded by England, had been more effective than some people imagined. In fact, an international war could only benefit fascism, and this danger had, for the time being, diminished. Ready to assume power at the head of a workers' government, Caballero accepted the offer that came to him from all sides. He was to be leader of a strong government. This was the whole point, enjoying the confidence of the masses and likely to receive support from outside, because it was still within the framework of the Republican state. He halted, temporarily in his view, the immediate pursuance of the revolution in order first to win the war. He believed that his personality, his prestige, his influence, and the weight of his organization were guarantees that the halting of the revolutionary struggle could not at any rate mark the beginning of a move against it. However, the anarchists held aloof. The masses, wrote Solidaridad Obrera, would feel disappointed if we continued to have a share in institutions with a bourgeois-type structure. The CNT, according to Antana, could not forego its insurrectional attitude toward all government. It could not therefore take part, though it promised its support and appointed a commissar to represent it in each ministerial department. Largo Caballero formed, without it, the Popular Front government that Prieto had been advocating for months, which seemed to him an acceptable compromise with his original position. Moreover, all his demands were satisfied in this framework, although, according to Koltsov, it had been extremely painful for everyone to agree to entrust him with the leadership of the government. As he had demanded, Largo Caballero combined the functions of president with those of minister of war. Two of his UGT friends held key posts, Galarza as Minister of the Interior and Alvarez del Valle as Foreign Minister. Prieto was Navy and Air Minister, and his socialist friends Juan Negrin and Anastasio de la Gracia were Ministers of Finance and Industry and Commerce, respectively. The communists, after refusing to take part, gave in to Caballero, who insisted on it. Uribe became Minister of Agriculture and Hernandez Minister of Education. 5 Republicans completed the government. José Girol was minister without portfolio, proof, he stated, that the new government is an enlargement of the old one. The new premier stated, at any rate, that it was made up of men who have given up defending their principles and their personal views in order to unite around a single goal: the defense of Spain against fascism. The participation of the UGT and the support of the CNT would, in the normal way, have given him the authority that Girol had lacked. But his program was the same: the union of forces fighting for republican legality, and the preservation of the democratic republic. Intended to do away with the duality of power, it reflected it. Its socialist leadership was a concession to the workers and its program a guarantee of respectability for the major powers. Its refusal to collaborate did not at first seem to have weakened the CNT, because the representatives of the regional revolutionary powers yielded. In Valencia on September 8, at a meeting organized by the UGT, the Socialist Party, and the Communist Party, it was Juan López, the distinguished leader of the CNT, who brought the adherence and support of the Popular Executive Committee to the new government and its program. The dissolution of the Anti-Fascist Militias Committee. On September 26, it was the turn of the Catalan revolutionaries to yield. President Companys succeeded in the operation that he had attempted in vain with Casanovas in early August: the formation of a Generalidad government containing representatives of all the workers' parties and unions. The Republican Tarradellas was at its head. The Esquerra was given the Ministries of Finance, the Interior, and Culture, the Rabaceres the Ministry of Agriculture, and the PSUC the Ministries of Labor and Public Services. The revolutionary leaders had important posts too. The Ministries of Economy, Supply, and Health went to the anarchists' secondary posts, it is true, and the Ministry of Justice to Andrés Nin. Commenting on the event several years later, the moderate Angel Osorio y Gallardo wrote, "Companys, who had recognized the workers' right to govern and had even offered to relinquish his post, handled things so skillfully that he gradually managed to reconstitute the legitimate organs of power, transfer influence to councillors, and reduce the workers' organizations to the role of assistants, helpers, and errand boys. The normal situation was re-established." Meanwhile, about the same time, Santillán wrote, "After several months of struggle and unresolved difficulties with the central government, and of reflecting on the pros and cons of independence for Catalonia, we were more than ever concerned with victory in this war that we began with such faith and order, telling ourselves again and again that we should not be receiving so much help if the power of the Anti-Fascist Militias Committee, the arm of the People's Revolution, were so evident, and having no choice except to yield or to worsen the conditions of the struggle, we had to give in. We therefore decided to dissolve the Anti-Fascist Militias Committee, and he concluded, all to obtain arms and financial aid to carry on our war successfully. The formation of the new Generalidad Council in effect implied the abandonment of the organizations of revolutionary power. The Central Committee was merged with the Department of War under Colonel Diaz-Sandino. The Economic Council and the Commission of Investigation were linked up with and subordinated to corresponding ministries. The anarchists justified their participation in bourgeois-type institutions by means of various arguments. They laid stress on the term council, applied to the new government at their insistence. In their view, the presence of CNT representatives was a guarantee, a legalization of the revolutionary gains. On September 27, Solidaridad Obrera wrote, "It was no longer possible, with the good of the revolution and the future of the working class in mind, for duality of power to continue. It was necessary, in some simple way, for the organization controlling the vast majority of the working population to be promoted to the level of administrative and executive decisions. And La Revolution Proletarian, though seldom guilty of sympathy for the CNT's reformist line, concluded its analysis of the event by stating, through Antoine Richard, this penetration of old organizations by new ones born during the struggle and created for the revolution represents a major step toward the conquest of power. The POUM had insisted, as conditions for its participation, on a socialist-oriented ministerial statement and the active and direct intervention of the CNT. It therefore accepted the new government coalition, declaring, "We live in a transition stage in which force of circumstances has driven us into direct collaboration with the Generalidad Council and with other workers' groups. The inadequacy of the program submitted and the importance of the participation of the Republicans, which it stressed, did not prevent it from concluding that Catalonia indisputably possessed proletarian power. And, in contradiction to its policy of the day, it made a new appeal, from the formation of workers, peasants, and soldiers' committees, for which we shall not cease to struggle, will spring direct representation of the new proletarian power." This optimism was swiftly contradicted by events. The formation of the Generalidad Council, with the support of the CNT and the POUM, was in fact the death sentence for the power of the committees. On October 1, the Anti-Fascist Militias Committee dissolved itself and embraced, through a manifesto, the new government's policy. On October 9, a decree in council, with the approval of Nin and the CNT ministers, dissolved the local committees, whatever their name or title, and all the organizations that had been set up to destroy the subversive movement throughout Catalonia. President Tarradellas commented on the decree and announced the replacement of the committees in their government functions by municipal councils made up in the same proportions as the Generalidad Council. The workers' organizations as a whole approved of this dissolution. The POUM French-language newspaper even wrote, "These revolutionary committees, whether popular executive committees or committees of public safety, represented only part of the workers' organizations, or else represented them in an incorrect proportion. Obviously, the suppression of their revolutionary initiative is to be regretted, but one must recognize the need to codify the various municipal organizations, as much with the aim of replacing them uniformly as of setting them under the authority of the new Generalidad Council." Note: it is worth pointing out that Nin's efforts were not his personal responsibility but reflected the line of the POUM leadership. End note. On September 17, Andrés Nin accompanied President Companys on a tour of Lerida. He combined his efforts with the latter's to convince his friends on the Revolutionary Committee that it was necessary to bow to the new organization of power by joining a municipal council in which they would be in a minority, and which the Republicans, till then kept in the background, would enter in force. Aragon's entry into Republican order. In these circumstances, the position of the leading spirits in the Aragon Defense Council became difficult. Violently attacked by the communists and socialists, dubbed an illegal organization by the PSUC, and not recognized by the Republican authorities in Madrid and Barcelona, the council could not defend the position of independent revolutionary power by itself. Even within the CNT, its chairman, Joaquín Esqueso, was the victim of harsh attacks by certain leaders. Mariano Vasquez, secretary of the National Committee, accused him of revolutionary infantilism and of quixotry. He was forced to back down. In late October, the CNT suggested extending the council to the Popular Front parties. On October 31st, a delegation led by Esqueso went to see Caballero. It stressed, according to the account given by the CNT press, the exceptional circumstances of the council's birth, in a chaotic situation created by the absence of public authorities and the occupation of its territory by columns of Catalan militias. It confirmed that the Popular Front unions and parties had recently agreed to a reorganization of the council, from now on open to the representatives of all organizations, in proportion to their strength. Caballero meanwhile acknowledged the Aragon Council's right to appoint the civil governor and the provincial deputations and delegated to it, in view of the exceptional character of the situation, government powers in respect to the maintenance of law and order, economic reconstruction, and the organization of the military effort. It was agreed between the two parties that in the future a plebiscite would define the nature of the Aragon regime. On leaving the premier, Joaquín Esqueso stated, "The object of our visit was to present our respects to the head of the government and to assure him of our adherence to the people's government. We are ready to accept all the laws it passes, and in return we shall ask the minister for all the help we need." The Generalidad Council was then able to award the Aragon Council the stamp of respectability. The talks with President Azana, with President Companies, and with Largo Caballero, it stated, have destroyed all the suspicions that could have lent credence to the idea that the constituted government in Aragon has an extremist character. Thus, the last serious obstacle to the concentration of power was removed. All the other regional organizations gave in without difficulty. The Basques, at first determined to form their government without waiting for the Cortes to vote on autonomous status, agreed to take their place within the new legal framework. After the vote on the Basque status on October 1st, José Antonio de Aguirre was elected president of Euskadi on the 7th and took his oath under the Tree of Guernica. Manuel de Irujo joined the Largo Caballero government, whose program was identical with that of the government inspired by the Basque nationalists. Note, the first Republican government included, in addition to the Basque nationalists, some Republicans, socialists, and a communist, Juan Astigarrabia. At that juncture, there was no criticism of the latter within the ranks of the Communist Party, whereas José Díaz later accused him, November 16, 1937, of having been a prisoner of the government led by Basque nationalists and representatives of the big industrialists, the big capitalists, and the banks. The government program insisted on freedom of worship and respect for law and order and property. In the social field, it promised that workers will have access to capital through co-administration of business firms. And note, the anarchists joined the central government. Meanwhile, the problem of the central government remained unresolved. Was a national defense junta to be set up, as the CNT newspapers continued to demand? The Republicans and Socialists were resolutely opposed to it. Ought the CNT to join the Caballero government? The UGT, the Socialist Party, and the Communist Party were insisting on it. In fact, the CNT, like them, exercised a share of power without assuming its responsibilities. But fresh military reverses and the threat to Madrid accelerated events. During a meeting of the Popular Front in Valencia on October 20th, the leader of the CNT dock workers, Domingo Torres, came out in favor of anarchist participation in an organization to direct the struggle, even if it called itself the government, because it was essential to win the war first. On October 22nd, Solidaridad Obrera raised a corner of the veil over negotiations by stating that the government under Largo Caballero lacks the cooperation of the proletarian forces of the CNT, and by denouncing the groups that reject participation by union forces that are simply demanding their rights in the proportion due to them. According to Caballero, the anarchists were asking for 6 posts, whereas he was only offering them 4. It was not a question of the program. On October 30th, Caballero stated in an interview with the Daily Express, "First let us win the war, and then we can talk about revolution." On October 23rd, Juan Pero, in a talk on Radio CNT FAI, had indicated the new anarchist position, identical in every respect. From now on, those who talk of implanting a perfect economic and social system are friends who forget that the capitalist system has international ramifications and that our triumph in the war depends greatly on the warmth, sympathy, and support that reaches us from outside. The discussion as to the number of posts lost all meaning. On November 4th, Largo Caballero reshuffled his ministry and brought in 4 CNT representatives: Garcia Oliver as Minister of Justice, Federica Montseny as Minister of Health, Juan Lopez as Minister of Commerce, and Juan Pero as Minister of Industry. The task of justifying it from the theoretical point of view fell to Santillán, opponent of collaboration, on September 13. The entry of the CNT into the central government is one of the most important events in the history of our country. The CNT has always been, by principle and conviction, anti-state and the enemy of every form of government. But circumstances have changed the nature of the Spanish government and state. The government has ceased to be a force of oppression against the working class, just as the state is no longer the entity that divides society into classes. Both will stop oppressing the people all the more with the inclusion of the CNT among their organs. Thus, in the ordeal of the struggle for power, the anarchist leaders adopted the language of the most reformist social democrats. To justify himself later in the eyes of his friends, Garcia Oliver, one of the 3 musketeers, a former convict, now Minister of Justice, wrote, "International bourgeoisie refused to supply us the arms that we needed. We had to give the impression that it was not the revolutionary committees that were in control but the legal government, without which we would have nothing at all. We have had to bow to the inexorable circumstances of the moment, that is, to accept government collaboration." And Santillán, the first to justify this policy in 1936, was also, in 1940, the first to criticize it bitterly after defeat. "We knew that it was not possible for the revolution to triumph if we did not triumph in the war beforehand. We sacrificed the revolution itself without understanding that this sacrifice also implied sacrificing the aims of the war." Note the similar evaluation, based on 2 opposing points of view, of the Madrid revolutionary socialists and the Barcelona anarchists' refusal to assume power. In Trotsky's view, to renounce the conquest of power means voluntarily to leave the power with those who have it, that is, the exploiters. The essence of every revolution consisted and consists in the fact that it puts a new class in power and thus gives it the opportunity to realize its own program. The renunciation of the conquest of power throws every workers' organization into the mire of reformism and turns it into the plaything of the bourgeoisie. Whereas Azana wrote, "As a reaction to the military rebellion, a proletarian uprising occurred that was not aimed at the government. A revolution must seize command, establish itself in the government, and run the country according to its views. But they did not do this. The old order could have been replaced by another, a revolutionary one. It was not. All that remained was impotence and chaos." Endnote. A decisive political factor, Russian aid. Progress from the workers' government planned at the end of August to the Popular Front government established at the beginning of November with the participation of the anarchists was rapid. This was largely because the left-wing socialist leaders, like those in the CNT, had, when they referred to foreign aid, envisaged other aid than the problematical aid of the West. The great event of September, which coincided with the formation of the Caballero government and lent credence to the part played by Rosenberg in the crisis, was the USSR's decision to supply material aid to the Spanish Republic. It was in fact at the beginning of September that technical arrangements with a view to effecting this support were being made in Moscow. The first Russian officers were on the spot at the same time as Rosenberg. The first planes arrived in October. It was Russian aid that saved Madrid by allowing the militias and the young popular army, raised by the Largo Caballero government, to be equipped with modern arms and ammunition. Henceforth, it was also Russian aid that to a large extent conditioned the policy of the government and the parties of the Popular Front, on the basis of advice and demands dictated as much by the official representatives of the USSR, Rosenberg and Antonovsienko, the Consul General in Barcelona, as by its official spokesman, Comintern delegates who were either Communist Party or PSUC leaders and who derived their popularity and authority from it. A new period opened under the banner of anti-fascism. 9. The Caballero government and the restoration of the state. It was remarkable that Largo Caballero, so harshly criticized in his own party, was able in a few weeks to become the man of destiny, the last card, in the words of Prieto himself. The defection of the socialist youth had dealt a fairly severe blow to his personal position, and it was ultimately the impotence and disrepute of the Republicans and the refusal and inability of the anarchists to seize power that made him the supreme savior. He was disliked by most of the party leaders, But his popularity as an old warrior meant that he was the only leader capable of acting as a link between moderates and revolutionaries and of rallying the workers to a regular government, by imposing his authority on parties, unions, and committees. He actually achieved what Giral and Prieto had failed to do before him. By rejuvenating state institutions through the legalization of certain revolutionary gains and the incorporation of entities and individuals who held revolutionary power, he managed to save them and to bring off a gamble: the regaining of control by the Republican state over all armed groups and the formation of an army and a police force. In a word, the founding of a single, strong power under the aegis of the Republic. To the majority of the revolutionary workers, however, this power was their power, the people's power. His achievement was to have eliminated the second power by giving the impression that he was endorsing their victory. The presence alongside him of Garcia Oliver, he did not destroy the regional authorities but seemed to wish to unite them by federating them. The Basques and Asturians kept responsibility for their front, the CNT for the Teruel and Aragon front, and the Madrid junta soon became responsible for the center front. But responsibility for military organization passed to a junta of militias, in which all parties and unions were represented. The Supreme War Council, which linked every political and trade union viewpoint with the handling of operations, met twice a week under Largo Caballero. Note: besides Largo Caballero, the Supreme Council included Prieto, war production; Alvarez del Valle, political staffing of troops; Garcia Oliver, training of military cadres; and Uribe, food supplies and quartermaster staff. And note: it was in everyone's view the military reverses that had made the unification of power necessary, and he insisted from the start on unifying the military command. Our first task, Caballero told Kaltzoff, is to establish unity of power and command. The leadership of the fighting troops in the whole of Spain, including Catalonia, is now concentrated in the hands of the Minister of War. This accent on the military command was even then a political choice. In an interview with the Daily Express on October 30th, he explained it thus: civil war has, by definition, a social character, and naturally during the course of the war problems of a social and economic nature may arise. Solving them will be subordinated to a single objective: winning the war. Note: there was remarkable unanimity on this view within the anti-fascist organizations. Companies called for a strong government, a government with full powers, since it was nothing less than the delegated authority of all the anti-fascist forces, both political and trade union, that are represented in it. Azana, in favor of a war policy, demanded a single discipline, responsible government for the Republic. The communist Mige stated, "The watchword of the moment must be to gain everything through the government and for the government, to strengthen its authority and its power." The anarchist Pero, now a minister, asserted, "We say, first the war and then the revolution. It is the government that is in command." And note: the government versus the committees. To achieve this program, the government first had to attack the committees. Theoretically, its task might appear easy. The committees were made up of representatives of parties and unions that took part in the government, supporting its program and backing up its actions. In fact, however, the militants were far more attached to the organizations that they had built themselves and, to defend them, balked at their own leaders' instructions. Also, the dissolution of the committees never took a violent form. Parties and unions stepped up their arguments. It was a question of making the militants admit that the committees useful in the revolutionary period were now obsolete. Claridad, for instance, wrote, "We can claim that all these bodies have now accomplished the mission they were created for. Henceforth they can only be a hindrance to a task that devolves solely and exclusively on the Popular Front government, in which all the country's political and trade union organizations play a fully responsible part." In Catalonia, Comarera, the PSUC leader, made the dissolution of the committees the first task of the anti-fascist coalition. "It must be possible," he stated, "to impose legitimate authority in the face of irresponsible dictatorship by the committees." Their disappearance, as we saw, was made possible through the goodwill of the CNT and the POUM after the dissolution of the Anti-Fascist Militias Committee. In Valencia, the Popular Executive Committee held out much longer, backed by the POUM and a group from the CNT. Juan Pero was baracked at the Apollo Theater on November 27th when he stated, "In Valencia the government gives an order, and then instructions from the committees thwart it. Either the government governs or the committees govern. In spite of interruptions, he insisted, "It is not the committees. What we need is that they should be subordinated to the government." Caballero was skilled at avoiding clashes. He appointed the very leaders of government committees as governors and mayors and replaced revolutionary organizations with regular organizations, sometimes made up of the same men, barely differing in appearance but in fact less subject to influence from below and more easily controlled by him. He let certain organizations survive once he had duplicated them and stripped them of their powers. In Valencia, after the departure of Colonel and Juan López, the Popular Executive Committee was a mere facade once the Popular Socialist deputy and UGT leader Ricardo Zabalza had been appointed governor. Juan Ruiz in Santander, Bellarmino Tomás in Gijón, and Joaquín Esqueso in Aragon became government delegates. To restrict the Malaga Committee of Public Safety, it was enough to transfer its former president, Governor Rodríguez, and to replace him with a new one, less involved with the revolutionary organizations. On the local level, the government committees took a back seat in the face of the ayuntamientos, municipal councils also made up of representatives of different parties and unions and established as the result of a December 31st decree on municipal reform. The difference, although apparently very slight, was in fact substantial. For one thing, the paritary system of representation benefited the official communists represented through several organizations. The Spanish Communist Party and the PSUC, the UGT, especially in Catalonia, and the JSU everywhere. Note: the proportions were sometimes the other way around. Thus, in Castellón, the committee consisted of 35 members, 14 from the CNT, 7 from the POUM, 7 from the UGT, and 7 Republicans. With municipal reform, the CNT, the UGT, the POUM, the Communist Party, the JSU, the Socialists, and the Republican parties had equal representation. End note: more significant, the initiative no longer came from below. Even where they had a majority among the workers, the anarchists, without the armed mass that had permitted them to use every form of pressure during the time of the committees, found themselves in a minority in the municipal councils. Finally, the mayor, the alcalde, was chosen by the civil governor. In him, the government possessed a direct agent, which it did not have in the committees. Moreover, care in handling susceptibilities and a skillful admixture of appointments staved off many recriminations. Note: for many militants it was the beginning of an administrative career whose advantages perhaps explain why some were won over. David Entana, a building worker in 1936, was civil governor of Ciudad Libre, Ciudad Real, in 1939. Only a few, like Juan López, returned to factories after having been ministers or senior officials. End note: Valencia no longer had its Popular Executive Committee, but a left-wing socialist governor and a CNT mayor. Few militants, either in the CNT or in the UGT, seemed to be alert to what a weapon against them such a municipal organization, in the hands of a government not led by Largo Caballero, would eventually provide. Equally rare were those who could see the paradox in promulgating a municipal reform abolishing all elections, within the framework of a regime that claimed to be democratic. Note: the committee's capacity for resistance exceeded what might normally have been expected, given the unanimity of the organizations. On February 8, José Díaz devoted more than half of a major speech at Valencia to the necessity of doing away with miniature governments and of substituting municipal councils for committees. The decree was a month old. On April 27, ABC, seized by the Republicans in July 1936, reported that the Castellón government had been forced to intervene to replace a committee by a municipal council. End note: legal reform. The same principles animated the legal reform carried out in Valencia under the leadership of the anarchist García Oliver and in Barcelona under the POUM communist Andrés Nin. The revolutionary victory in July was ratified by law. But the new institutions took their place within the context of the old legality and the obsolete bourgeois law. A general amnesty annulled all sentences passed before July 19, some of which still hung over the heads of certain revolutionary leaders. Women received equal rights and, in particular, full legal competency, of which they had until then been deprived. Free unions of militiamen were legalized and marriage formalities simplified. The legal tax was abolished, justice became free, and all proceedings were speeded up. Every prisoner at any tribunal, including the Supreme Court, was free to conduct his own defense or to enjoy the services of a lawyer, whether professional or not. Garcia Oliver preserved the structure of the popular tribunals established on July 23 by the Gyro government. They were made up of 3 judges, a president, and a prosecuting attorney who were professional magistrates, and 14 jurymen appointed by the political and trade union organizations. The popular tribunals in Catalonia, class tribunals as they were called by their founder Andrés Nin, consisted of only 2 magistrates, the president and the prosecuting attorney. Their jurymen were 8 representatives appointed by the political and trade union organizations. In both cases, the body of magistrates, severely tested by popular terror during the revolutionary days, was thoroughly purged, then re-established. These judges from then on served the new legal system as technicians of justice, ensuring the continuity of forms and the law. A new legal apparatus was thus established, differing but little from the old one, merely rejuvenated, modernized, and open to all those whom the coalition parties and unions endorsed. The rebuilding of the police force. Dual power had in fact led to a proliferation of the organs of repression. Rear militias, control patrols, watch committees, and commissions of investigation rubbed shoulders with the security police, the carabineros, the asaltos, and the civil guards, rechristened National Republican Guards, whose scattered units the Gyro government had gradually reassembled at the front and in the rear. On September 20th, a decree united all these forces into a single body, the Rear Vigilance Militias. The revolutionary police force was officially sanctioned and simultaneously placed under the direct authority of the Minister of the Interior. On December 15th, the Superior Council for Security was organized. Note: it included Galarza, UGT, Minister of the Interior, Jesus Hernandez, Espla, and Garcia Oliver. Endnote: consisting of political leaders. On December 27th, the National Council was extended to a number of technicians. Besides 2 representatives from the CNT, 2 from the UGT, and 1 from each party, it included a leader, a superintendent, and an agent elected by their peers, and the Director General, a leading official appointed by the minister who acted as chairman. In each province, regional councils, with civil governors as chairmen, were established. These were transformed even more quickly than the municipal councils. Their federal structure was a hindrance to the efficiency of police activities. Leading officials very soon dominated the scene. Largo Caballero must have realized this when he made his old friend Wenceslao Carrillo Director General of the Security Police. Note: Carrillo replaced Manuel Muñoz, who had been Director General even before the revolution. Negrin replaced him with the communist Ortega. Endnote: simultaneously, what was to be a real new police force came discreetly into being. At the very time when frontier smuggling was non-existent, Juan Negrin, the Minister of Finance, considerably strengthened the carabineros, weak in numbers before the war. Note: the carabineros were the traditional customs officers. Their development at this stage earned them the nickname Hios de Negrin. Endnote: on April 28, 1937, the New York Herald Tribune correspondent cabled that a reliable police force is being formed. By that time, more than 40,000 had been recruited, of whom half were armed and equipped. In the early days, a guarantee from a party or a union was required from every new guard or policeman. This was a security measure to prevent the possible creation of cells by the Phalangists. Fairly quickly, however, parties and unions seemed to leading officials to form a screen between the government and its forces of repression. A decisive step was taken with the split between the police forces and the workers' organizations, with carabineros and guards being forbidden to belong to a party or union. Note: this measure does not seem to have been respected, at least where certain parties were concerned. See in Chapter 11, FN 15, the incidents provoked by Margarita Nelkin's communist proselytism among the asaltos. Endnote: thus the police once again became, in theory, the blind and willing instrument that every government needs. The militarization of the militias. The military defeats of August and September had come as a severe blow to those who supported the preservation of the militias. Certain anarchists, Durruti, Garcia Oliver, and Mera, demanded a unified organization, a single command. It was clear to everyone that to avoid a catastrophe it was necessary to establish iron discipline into the service and during combat, to coordinate supplies, equipment, and communications, and to work out and apply an overall strategy. But this was where differences of opinion began. The anarchists wanted to bring about these changes within the framework of the militias, by preserving the election of officers, a single pay scale, and the abolition of badges of rank. The POUM advocated the 1918 to 1920 Russian model, demanded control of officers by commissars and soldiers' councils, and published and distributed Trotsky's Red Army Handbook. No one dared advocate the reconstitution of an army of the old type, and the communist slogan "Popular Army" seemed to many capable of reconciling revolutionary aspirations with the requirements of discipline. The government went ahead step by step, avoiding a head-on clash with the unique spirit of the militias, which, however, it gradually transformed into an army. The September 29 decree, which mobilized two contingents, heralded the beginning of militarization. The junta and soon the commandantia of the militias controlled, paid, fed, and armed all the militias in the organization. The government's initial decree had established a general staff, which began the task of coordination and centralization. Recruits were flanked by officers and NCOs mobilized and recruited from the columns. The corps thus formed were organized along the lines of regular units, with battalions, regiments, brigades, and divisions. Certain militia units refused to accept militarization. Frente Libertario, organ of the CNT militias, published a violent article on October 27 entitled "Down with the Army." The Iron Column revolted against the government, which clamped down on its credit. But such resistance was hopeless. If Giral had been unable to rebuild an army, it was because no one had faith in him and because he did not have the modern arms necessary. The Caballero government enjoyed the confidence of the parties and unions that demanded unity of command, and it had arms thanks to support from the USSR. Even the distribution of the arms worked in favor of militarization. Only reorganized units received them. The successes achieved by the troops organized by the Communist Party and the government also helped to dispose other columns toward militarization. The CNT ministers backed it, and the CNT and FAI national committees sent delegations to the front to persuade the militiamen and their leaders. One by one, the most obdurate columns resigned themselves to being militarized, in the hope of receiving arms. The workers' and soldiers' councils were abolished, with the blessing of Solidaridad Obrera, which could no longer find any justification for them. In the first stage, the units lost their names. Centurias became companies or battalions, and columns became regiments or brigades, according to their strength. An early link with the workers' organizations disappeared when a number was substituted for the name of each column. On the Aragon front, the Durruti column became the 26th, the Carlos Marx the 27th, the Francisco Esqueso the 28th, the Lenin the 29th, and the Maisha companies the 30th Division. Then ranks were reintroduced. The hand delegates became corporals or sergeants, the centuria delegates captains, and the column leaders majors. Badges of rank reappeared discreetly on jackets and manos. With militarization, the militias had to accept the reintroduction of the old military code of justice, put forward at the time as a temporary measure in anticipation of a new draft. The problem of forming cadres remained difficult. There were, as we saw, very few regular officers in the militias, perhaps 200 in the whole of Spain and only 12 in the entire north, according to President Aguirre. Also, they were not reliable, a large number of them, as Rabasir said, being only geographically loyal. General Walsh, in Le Temps of July 12, 1938, referred to the token strike that some of them were staging. André Malraux mentioned the case of the gunner who fired on the militias, and Bourquenat exposed some cases of sabotage. All, in spite of assurances given, were suspected by their fighting companions, if only because of their origin. Hernandez Sarabia, Menendez, and Martín Blázquez only just escaped the Paseo. Riquelme and Miaja were threatened, and the government transferred them in order to protect them. Escobar and Martínez, Santillán's aides-de-camp, were murdered. Note: Escobar and Martínez were killed on November 21. The official inquiry was inconclusive. Santillán said that their liquidation was carried out at the instigation of another anti-fascist group, which wrongly accused its colleagues of playing a double game. Martín Blázquez accused some FAI militiamen of the attempted murder of himself and his friends. End note: one of the first tasks, therefore, was to train officers. Garcia Oliver had proved himself by organizing the Popular Officers Academy in Barcelona for the Central Committee. Largo Caballero put him in charge of the Popular War Academies. 2 months later, 5 academies had provided crash courses for 3,000 officers, accepted on the basis of an introduction from a party, a union, or a column. Note: Garcia Oliver modeled their organization on the one in Barcelona. But the progress achieved by modern war techniques explains the inadequacies of officers thus taught. No one could learn to lead a company in 2 months. Endnote: thus an officer corps was created that the preservation of a single pay scale prevented from becoming a privileged body, in spite of the reestablishment, along with the old code of discipline and external tokens of respect off-duty. Moreover, the egalitarian spirit of the militias survived the more easily because the temporary workers and militants leaders of the early weeks nearly always had their ranks confirmed when the unit was militarized. The leaders of the popular army themselves reflected the diverse origins of these cadres. Some of them had been junior or senior officers in the army before the revolution. Miaja and Pozas, who had been generals, Rojo, who had been a major and became a general, Asensio, a lieutenant colonel, then a general in September, Hernandez, Sarabia, and Menendez, who had been Azana's aides-de-camp, Majors Casado and Perea. Others rose swiftly in rank because they had held commands in the militias or had contributed to the organization of the general staff. Francisco Galan, Cordon, Barcelo, Sutat, Lieutenant Commander Prados, who became chief of the Navy General Staff, and Major Hidalgo de Cisneros, who became chief of the Air Force General Staff. But there were already leaders of working-class origin by their sides, who had emerged from the ranks in the early weeks of the fighting, mainly communists, such as the stonecutter Lister and the carpenter Modesto, 192, or the former Spanish Foreign Legion Sergeant Valentin Gonzalez, El Campesino, and the typesetter Duran, 193, but also anarchists such as Jover, Vivancos, and Cipriano Mera, and even PUM militants, such as the metalworker Baldras or the clerk Rovira. For the time being, none of them rose above the rank of major. But they held important commands. Lister was in charge of a brigade in 1936 and a division in January 1937, and Modesto, Duran, and Mera were soon in charge of divisions. These leaders were young men. Duran was 29, and Alberto Sanchez of the 5th Regiment was in command of a brigade at the age of 21. However, along with the adoption of the Red Star as emblem on the flags of the Popular Army, it was without doubt the introduction of political commissars that contributed most, outside Spain, to the creation of the legend of a communist revolution. The phrase was still linked in everyone's minds with memories of the Russian Revolution and the organization of the Red Army by Trotsky. Yet this institution did not date from 1917. The French Revolution, too, had found it necessary to create a regular army with politically unreliable cadres and had felt the need to control the regular officers and galvanize the men with political indoctrinators. The political delegate of the militias was even then the equivalent, not only of the 1918 to 1920 commissar, but also of the 1794 attached representative. It was therefore an institution dreamed up by Carnot and perfected by Trotsky, as Gorkin put it, which the Caballero government took up and developed in similar circumstances. The October 1936 decree that created the commissariat gave the commissar the task of representing the government's war policy in the army and fulfilling its mission without interfering with the military command. A vague and ill-defined mission, the commissar could, according to circumstances, be all or nothing. In fact, he was a good deal. The November 5th regulations stated that he was the first and foremost aide to the command, its right arm, the sentinel, the Ojo officer, as well as everyone's comrade and model. He was political instructor to the soldiers and officers, liaison agent with the civilian population, and the man who organized work, rest, and leisure. The political commissar's first concern is the men, stated the regulations issued by the Communist Party. Red chaplains, as their detractors termed them, the commissars were, according to the Communist Party, to be the heart and soul of the Popular Army. Beginning with the militias, it was they who, more than anyone else, helped to train the army, of which they were very often the moving spirits and sometimes the actual leaders. 194. The legalization of the revolutionary gains. In his account to the CNT militants of his conduct as minister, Garcia Oliver stated, "My administration has consisted of converting de facto gains into legal reality. However, this was only one facet of the Largo Caballero government's policy, which was to stabilize and legalize the revolutionary gains while checking their expansion. The outlawing of the church and of religious worship and practices had not been sanctioned by any legislative measures. It had remained a concrete fact. According to Gabriel Perry 195, in September Jesus Hernandez had asked the government to authorize the reopening of the churches and to proclaim freedom of worship, which was to be one of the important points in the Communist Party program. 196 At any rate, these were the proposals that were put forward to the cabinet by Manuel de Araujo on January 9, 1937. They ran into Garcia Oliver's intransigent opposition and Largo Caballero's veto. In the academic field, the task was enormous. The state tried to guarantee the continuance of denominational schools. Jesus Hernandez, through a decree on November 25, created a simplified baccalaureate open to candidates put up by the Popular Front unions and parties. He organized specialist teams of instructor militiamen who attacked the problem of illiteracy in the militias and the villages. Though the Generalidad recognized the new unified school, neither its academic principles nor its function under dual control by unions and instructors were extended to state teaching, whose structure was not altered. The presence of a CNT representative at the Ministry of Industry could have lent hope to the pursuance of the collectivization that had begun spontaneously after the revolution. A decree by the Gyral government on August 2 provided for the seizure, incautación, of firms whose employers had been implicated in the military uprising. However, there was no legal control over the fate of those abandoned for other reasons, such as lack of capital or ill will. Juan Pero stated that on his entry into the government he was met by a genuinely catastrophic situation. Part of the industries were controlled, the control actually being workers' management. Other firms were collectivized, while others, finally, were controlled but directed by an employer whose sole concern was to rescue his capital. All these firms were on the brink of disaster. More than 11,000 requests for credit were piling up in the minister's office, none of which were to be satisfied. Pero submitted to Caballero a decree for collectivization, which was not accepted because it would have meant a blow to industrial ownership and consequently the risk of Western reprisals and a tightening of the arms blockade. Pero's plans were eventually confined to a decree permitting government intervention in industries indispensable to the war effort. In Catalonia, the Generalidad cabinet went further, as a result of pressure from the CNT and the POUM, who made the legalization of collectivization the condition for the liquidation of revolutionary power. The October 24 decree provided for the collectivization of firms employing more than 200 staff and for control by workers' committees for the rest. Aware of the dictates of foreign policy, the CNT and POUM representatives agreed to compensation for foreign shareholders. But compensation for Spanish shareholders was also accepted, though the total sum was not fixed. Thus, with a restoration of republican legality, the prospect remained open that former shareholders could collect actual dividends from collectivized firms. The CNT and POUM had agitated loudly for the organization of a monopoly on foreign trade, in their view a corollary of collectivization and, above all, a condition for the planning without which collectivization could only lead to chaos. They were defeated on this point too, and foreign trade remained free. The question of credit, the real bottleneck of collectivization, was not settled in accordance with the views of the revolutionaries either. It was this crisis, we saw, that threatened the functioning even of the collectivized firms. The Generalidad cabinet in Catalonia rejected the creation of the Bank for Industry and Credit, demanded by the CNT and the POUM. The control of the banks by the UGT in Madrid prevented a flight of capital, but the banks were able to reserve their credits for private firms only and even to charge exorbitant commissions on transfers of funds ordered by the government. Juan Pero suggested the creation of an industrial bank to finance the activities of collectivized factories. But the Minister of Finance, Negrin, was against it, just as he was against, note. Solidaridad Obrera asked the French for their support against the Boches. Federica Montseny said that the war was being fought against foreign invaders. Endnote. The request for a credit of 30 million pesetas, which the Minister of Industry judged indispensable for handling the most pressing needs of collectivized industry. Thus, the collectivization movement was checked and then halted, the government remaining in control of the firms through the banks. It gradually asserted its authority, both in the incautadas and in the intervenidas firms, through its choice of controllers and directors. Its concern for efficiency and its political preoccupations often led it to restore former owners or administrators under different titles. A similar policy prevailed in the countryside. The government measures did not bridge the gulf that threatened to open between agrarian revolution and republican defense. Uribe's decree of October 7, 1936 was far behind the times where the actual situation in the countryside was concerned. Thus, it only legalized part of the expropriations. The names of the proprietors affected were to appear in the official. Serious problems were left in abeyance. Proprietors who had not been implicated in the rebellion had had their lands expropriated. So had others who had been regarded as factionists but who could have been cleared legally. Finally, certain heirs were enabled to enforce their rights. Henceforth, thousands of peasants wondered if they would not be compelled to hand back the lands that they had seized during the summer of 1936. Retreat by the anarchists. The restoration of the state achieved by the Largo Caballero government had been possible only with the participation of the most popular CNT-FAI leaders and with the support of their governing bodies. But to the militants the switch had been all the more abrupt because explanations had been summary. Though, as we saw, certain leaders, such as Santillán, had resigned themselves to the liquidation of revolutionary power with a heavy heart, others very soon went much further and cheerfully trampled on what had until then been the anarchist creed. Note: Solidaridad Obrera asked the French for their support against the Boches. Federica Montseny said that the war was being fought against foreign invaders. Endnote: The CNT leaders put it about that Durruti was ready to give up everything except victory, and to many people this everything meant the revolutionary gains. Note: After his death, Durruti was used by all factions. We quote, in contrast to this oft-repeated phrase, his statement to Pierre van Pazen. Here in Spain we want the revolution now and not perhaps after the next European war. Interview quoted by Felix Moro. Endnote: The anarchist ministers became true ministers. Note: Garcia Oliver told the officer cadets, "Your soldiers cease to be your comrades and must take their place as cogs in our army's military machine." Endnote: And the Minister for Propaganda referred to El Excelentísimo Señor Ministro de Justicia, Camarada Garcia Oliver. Anarchist officers and policemen now talked and acted more like officers and policemen than anarchists. Arrels, Commissioner of Internal Security, declared that his most fervent desire had been accomplished by the creation of a single police force, and Mera, ignoring the comrades, declared that from now on he only wished to know captains and sergeants. Many leaders felt profoundly uneasy. They remembered the time, not so long past, when judges, officers, and ministers had embodied the class enemy. They did not dispute the tactic of collaboration, but they freely criticized the zeal shown in its application. Thus Santillán, who found himself being divested of his responsibilities, finally stood aside, bitter and skeptical, powerless against his own organization's apparatus. In general, the militants had fewer qualms and scruples. More than ever, local and regional organizations and even individuals took the initiative without considering federal policy. Most of the opposition, the sectarians, did not waste time arguing and elaborating theories. They acted, and their disagreement took the most diverse forms, from desertion to armed demonstration by way of assault. On October 1st, the Iron Column, trained in Valencia and officered by anarchists, left the Teruel front to impose its conception of revolutionary order on Valencia. It attacked and disarmed the civil guards, invaded the tribunal and destroyed its records, and moved on to the nightclubs and cabarets, relieving customers of their jewelry and their wallets. It took virtually a pitched battle to settle matters. Among the dead was a socialist leader, José Pardo Ercil. On October 30th, again in Valencia, the funeral of one of the leaders of the Iron Column, Ariza González, possibly shot by way of reprisal, was transformed into an armed disturbance. Finally, surrounded in the Plaza de Tetuán by communist units armed with machine guns, the demonstrators suffered heavy losses, leaving about 50 dead. Day after day, there were incidents of this kind, here and there, following a scheme that was almost always identical. A blind explosion of violence by the anarchists, often unconvincing and certainly without any precise object, to which police forces and communist units responded brutally, pressing home their advantage and eventually dismantling the anarchist positions. This was what happened in Cuenca, where in August 1936 Borcano had reported a real anarchist fortress, but which he described in February as a bastion of the UGT. A characteristic example of anarchist disarray was demonstrated by the variety of reactions to the government's departure for Valencia in the early hours of the attack on Madrid. The anarchist ministers who had fought this decision finally accepted it and followed Caballero. Solidaridad Obrera was quick to state that the government's moral authority would be re-established and enhanced by the change of residents. At the same time, the Madrid CNT-FAI saluted the capital, now freed from ministers, and the Valencia CNT-FAI branded the members of the government as cowards and fugitives. In Tarancon, about 100 anarchist militiamen from the Sigüenza front halted the official train and molested and threatened the ministers and ambassadors, including Rosenberg, the Russian ambassador. It took all the powers of persuasion of Eduardo Val, the Madrid CNT leader, to obtain their release unscathed. Note: contrary to what the majority of writers claim, it seems that the Tarancon CNT militiamen did not belong to the Iron Column, and that it was elements from Madrid who were involved. See what Guzman said about their leader, Villanueva, in Madrid Rojo y Negro. Endnote. These incidents discredited the anarchist movement and gave ammunition to their enemies, who denounced the part played by unruly elements in their ranks. Above all, they added to their isolation and allowed the forces that were hostile to them to assert themselves and emerge into the open. The petty bourgeoisie in the towns had gone to ground during the early months. But while the anarchists had inspired fear, they had not triumphed, they had not seized power, and, most importantly, they had not destroyed the enemy. Having been unable to see the revolution through to the end, they now had to resign themselves to seeing it rear its head. The unfinished revolution was turning on its originators. Things developed similarly in the countryside. Even the peasants who had willingly accepted collectivization in the early weeks were anxious about their unstable position. Requisitions by the militias weighed heavily on them, and they did not regard collectivization as the paradise they had been promised. The enemies of collectivization had regained confidence, encouraged by official statements about order, legality, and property. They knew that they could rely on the new police force. In January 1937, in Fatarella, a village of 600 inhabitants in Tarragona province, the small proprietors took up arms against the anarchists who wanted to collectivize them, and the result was several dead and wounded. More or less everywhere, the countryside was reacting against the revolution. The fact was that the anarchists, who had been unable to break down the feeble Giral government at the peak of the revolutionary upsurge and with the cohesion of victory, were now, in broken ranks and without direction or policy, up against a strong government, recognized by all and supported by its own leaders. Above all, they were everywhere being challenged by the constantly increasing strength of the Communist Party and PSUC organizations, which possessed disciplined cadres, material means, and a policy. On every level, they were the beneficiaries as well as the principal agents of the anarchist decline. The communist upsurge. After September 1936, as we saw, the Communist Party and the PSUC became a dominant factor in the political life of Spain. From about 30,000 at the beginning of the Civil War, they increased in several months to some hundreds of thousands of militants, reaching 1 million in June 1937. But the Spanish leaders of the Communist Party and the PSUC were no longer the only ones playing this important role, now that the Moscow government had committed itself to the war. By the end of July, delegates from the Communist International had taken over the leadership and organization of the party. In Madrid, there was the Argentinian Codevilla, known under the pseudonym Medina, the Bulgarian Stepanov, and particularly the Italian Togliatti, known as Ercole and Alfredo. Note: Jesus Hernandez stated that Togliatti was in Spain in the early days of the uprising, therefore during the summer of 1936, and that he was in permanent session with the political bureau of the Spanish Communist Party. Togliatti's official biographers, the Ferraras, said that he had arrived in Spain in July 1937 and that he was to show himself as little as possible. And they confirmed that his work was entirely devoted to Spanish questions, to those of the Communist Party and the Spanish popular movement. Endnote: Moscow's eminence grise in Spain. In Barcelona, there was the Hungarian Gero known as Pedro. They were surrounded by technicians and advisors with valuable experience, who most of the time seemed to have been Russian secret agents. The Spanish Communist Party's entire military policy was in the hands of the Italian Vittorio Vidali, one of the NKVD's most important foreign agents, a small man with the look of a comedian, a pink face with a tuft of blonde hair, as Simone Terry put it. He was known in Spain as Carlos Contreras, and more often as Major Carlos. All of them had access to substantial funds which enabled them to establish a large apparatus for action and propaganda. While the reactionary press throughout the world did its best to describe the ravages of a Bolshevik revolution in Spain, instigated by the communists with their Moscow gold, the Communist Party had from very early on taken a clearly defined stand in favor of the preservation of republican law and order, for the defense of property and legality. All its leaders' speeches reiterated the same theme. There was no question of a proletarian revolution in Spain. It was a national and popular struggle against semi-feudal Spain and foreign fascists, as well as an episode in the struggle that pitted the democrats of the world against Germany and Italy. The Communist Party vigorously denounced everything that seemed likely to destroy the united front between the working class and the other strata of the people. It seemed especially anxious to preserve good relations with the Republican leaders, and it tirelessly repeated its slogans of respect for the peasant, the small manufacturer, and the small tradesman. "We are fighting," José Díaz proclaimed, "for a democratic and parliamentary republic of a new type." Such a regime implied the destruction of the material foundation of semi-feudal Spain, the expropriation of the large proprietors, the destruction of the church's economic and political power, the elimination of militarism, and the breakup of the large financial oligarchies. In Díaz's opinion, these results had already been achieved. Therefore, the only immediate task was to fight. "Defeat Franco first," was the communists' main slogan. To succeed in this, it was necessary to consolidate the national and popular bloc and to strengthen the authority of the Popular Front government. The communists were backing the company's government against the Central Committee, Martínez Barrios' junta against the Popular Executive Committee, and the legal authorities against the irresponsible committees. From the start, they defended the need for the establishment of a regular army, supported Giral, and anticipated Largo Caballero on this tack. José Díaz stated on several occasions that plunging into attempts at socialization and collectivization is absurd and amounts to playing the enemy's game. In addition, the Communist Party waged a fierce campaign against all who spoke of pursuing the revolution. "We cannot pursue the revolution if we do not win the war first." Accordingly, in the Republican camp, he aimed all his blows at the left against the revolutionaries. "The enemies of the people are the fascists, the Trotskyists, and the unruly elements," José Díaz said in the same speech, and the Communist Party's propagandists, leaning on the Moscow trials, tirelessly repeated the anti-Trotskyist theme. Trotskyism is not a political party but a gang of counter-revolutionary elements. Fascism, Trotskyism, and the unruly elements are the three enemies of the people that must be eliminated from political life, not only in Spain but in all civilized countries. Franz Borkenau has demonstrated the consequences of a political line that, transcending the organization of the struggle against Franco, drew the Stalinist communist organizations into a struggle overtly aimed at the revolution itself, in the name of expediency. The communists did not merely oppose the tide of socialization, they opposed almost every form of socialization. They did not merely oppose the collectivization of peasant plots, they successfully opposed every policy intended to achieve the distribution of the lands of the large proprietors. They did not merely oppose, and with good reason, childish ideas for the local abolition of money, they opposed state control of the markets. They did not merely try to organize an active police force. They showed a deliberate preference for the old regime's police forces so execrated by the masses. They did not merely destroy the power of the committees. They displayed their hostility to every form of spontaneous, unruly mass movement. They acted, in a word, not with the goal of transforming chaotic enthusiasm into disciplined enthusiasm, but with the aim of substituting disciplined administrative and military action for action by the masses, which they wanted to get rid of altogether. This conservative policy ensured the growth of the Communist Party and the PSUC and broadened their audience. In Catalonia, the decree on compulsory syndicalization had swelled the numbers of the weak UGT controlled by the PSUC. Under its aegis, the GEPSI, Federación Catalana de Gremios y Entidades de Pequeños Comerciantes y Industriales, was formed into a trade union that, under the guise of professional protection for tradesmen, mechanics, and small manufacturers, was the tool used by the middle and petty bourgeoisie to combat the revolutionary gains. On the other hand, in the Levant, where the UGT had a mass basis among the small peasants, the Communist Party, under Matou, organized an independent peasant federation which all the enemies of collectivization, including the caciques, supported. Generally speaking, the supporters of law and order and of property in Republican Spain turned toward the Communist Party and the PSUC, the defenders of these very values. Magistrates, senior civil servants, army officers, and police regarded the party as the instrument of the policy they favored, as well as a means of guaranteeing protection and safety, in case they were needed. Note, of course, members of the right, anxious to provide themselves with a cover, had flocked to the CNT, to name one example. But only the Communist Party offered, along with protection, the prospect of a struggle to achieve law and order. Endnote, at the same time, the Communist Party ceased to be a party made up of proletarians. In Madrid in 1938, according to its own figures, it had only 10,160 trade unionists out of 63,426 militants, which suggests that no more than a small percentage were workers. Note, Bourquenot said that the Communist Party was first of all the party of the military and administrative staff. Then came the petty bourgeois and the well-to-do peasants, the clerks, and, only in last place, the industrial workers. Dalians, quoting the case of Valencia, where the former members of the CETA had joined the Communist Party, said that it drew its recruits from among the most conservative elements in the Republican bloc. The majority of regular officers, some of whom were only Republicans before the war, if they were not of the right, belonged to the Communist Party. Take, for instance, Miaja and Poses, and younger men such as Hidalgo de Cisneros, Galán, Sutat, Cordon, and Barcelo. Endnote, moreover, the Communist Party's propaganda made much of the well-known personalities recruited, some of whom were, however, far from being 100% reliable where the sincerity of their devotion to a workers' cause was concerned. Note, on January 1, 1937, one of President Alcala Zamora's sons, José Alcala Castillo, a few days back from exile, joined the Communist Party. On the 6th, the Communist Party, with Balbontin taking part, addressed a special radio broadcast to the sons of the wealthy bourgeoisie who were fighting in the enemy camp, who were asked to cross over en masse to the side of the Spanish people. José Alcala Castillo was chosen to take part in a delegation of workers sent to the USSR for the May Day celebrations. The Spanish press reprinted an article by him which had appeared in Izvestia on the 6th, containing his thanks to great comrade Stalin. Endnote. Yet it would be a mistake to explain the growth of the Communist Party only by its moderate policy and its Republican loyalism. In the chaos of the early months, in fact, the Communist Party had proved itself a remarkable organizing force, a tremendously effective weapon. As a result of some of its achievements, its appeals for anti-fascist unity met a huge response from all those who, whether Republicans, socialists, trade unionists, or unaffiliated, wanted more than anything to fight Franco. Hernández, La Pagenaria, and even Comarera were only taken seriously in their diatribes against the committees and the unruly elements and in their appeals for discipline and respect for legality because their party had shown that it was able to fight well, because it knew how to build and set an example. The story of the defense of Madrid also showed that in certain circumstances the Communist Party was capable, not only of appealing to revolutionary traditions like those of the October Revolution and the Red Army, but also of using actual revolutionary methods, in a word, of appearing to the masses as an authentically revolutionary party. Many Spanish and international militants had experienced the defense of the capital as a revolutionary epic whose purely anti-fascist emblem was, in their eyes, only provisional. Against the German and Italian mercenaries, they had seen themselves as fighters in the international proletarian revolution. Many of them had opposed the revolution for the moment in the conviction that it was a question of a temporary strategic withdrawal, that in the end the anti-fascist struggle would lead to world communist revolution. From this point of view, one of the most effective means of developing the Communist Party's influence was the 5th Regiment. On July 19th, communist militants in Madrid seized a Salesian convent in Cuatro Caminos and organized a unit that numbered 8,000 men by the end of the month. Even the choice of the title regiment and its number, the 5th, was significant. The Communist Party leadership made the unit the 5th Regiment because there had been 4 regiments in Madrid before the uprising. Enrique Castro Delgado, appointed by the Political Bureau and seconded by Major Carlos, was given the task of setting it up. In each battalion they formed steel companies, largely made up of communist militants who made systematic appeals to officers and NCOs, both reserve and regular. With Russian aid, the 5th Regiment grew with amazing rapidity. It was equipped, trained, and officered. The government smiled on it because it was a model of discipline. It reintroduced all the practices of the regular units, salutes, insignia, and ranks. Regular officers serving in other columns asked to transfer to this unit, where they found service conditions that were to them normal. The 5th Regiment had a band, a choir, and a daily newspaper, the Militia Popular. It soon had its legends. By the end of September, it consisted of 30,000 men. It later became the 5th Corps, comprising more than 100,000 men, and eventually took in the vast majority of the Army of the Center. It was in the 5th Regiment that the title Commissar made its first appearance. In fact, its growth in the view of the communist leaders was not supposed to escape the party apparatus. The commissars maintained the political discipline of a party in these regular units, controlled the technicians, and kept up the morale of the men. And the Communist Party was able to use the experience of the commissariat to spread its influence in the army. It was the only organization that genuinely understood the possibilities that the Corps of Commissars offered to an active party. With the protection of the Commissar General Álvarez del Valle, they literally managed to colonize the commissariat during its first year of existence. Note, La Paginaria in Mundo Obrero on March 19, 1937, quoting a statement about casualties suffered by the Corps of Commissars, revealed, perhaps unintentionally, the communist preponderance. Of 32 commissars killed, 21 belonged to the Communist Party and 7 to the JSU. Of 55 wounded, 35 were from the Communist Party and 1 from the JSU. Even allowing, as she did, that the communists, more heroic by definition than the rest, were therefore more exposed, it is clear that their influence was preponderant. Caballero bluntly accused Del Valle of having expedited their infiltration. Prieto blamed Anton, head of the commissars on the Madrid front and member of the political bureau of the party. It cannot be denied that the Communist Party understood better than the other organizations the importance of the commissars' role, and that the communist candidates were more numerous than the rest. End note, thanks to it, they were able to spread their slogans and the principal themes of their propaganda among the troops: democracy, patriotism, and discipline. While the Red Army's political commissars had been the propagandists of revolution and socialism, these two words were banished from the vocabulary of the Spanish commissars, one of whose reasons for existing, through the wishes of the party, was precisely to combat all those in the army for whom instantaneous revolution was still as important a task as the war. The Stalinist communists, untouchable since the delivery of Russian arms, defenders, consequently, of the anti-fascist program for the restoration of the state as well as organizers of the army, thus became the most dynamic element in the government coalition. Azana, companies, Prieto, and even Largo Caballero showed them the same trust and gave them the same support that they later reproached Del Valle for having granted. Their position gained in strength daily, not only in public opinion, but perhaps still more in the state apparatus. We have just shown the position they occupied in the popular army's political and military cadres. The communists were also in control of the censorship and coding departments. Their men, Burillo in Madrid and Rodriguez Sala in Barcelona, held key posts in the new police force. Henceforth their cohesion and their discipline raised a problem. Did they not already form a state within a state? A few serious incidents showed that they had decided to use their posts for ends not justified by their concern, so often affirmed, for the general interest and a united front, and what was even more serious, that they had adopted this course on the instructions of the Russian government. When the Madrid Defense Junta was formed, in spite of the decision to have all parties represented on it, the Communist Party put an absolute veto on the presence of the POM, which it dubbed Trotskyist and enemy of the Soviet Union. Note: Enrique Rodriguez, POM leader in Madrid, was informed of this decision by the socialist Albar, who told him, "Ambassador Rosenberg has vetoed your presence. It is unfair, of course, but try to understand us. The USSR is powerful. We have chosen between depriving ourselves of the POM nominee and depriving ourselves of the help of the USSR. We prefer to give in and reject the POM." Andrade and Gorkin then went to Madrid, but they too failed. The POM was not represented on the junta. End note, La Battella protested and forced the conflict into the open. What really concerns Stalin, it wrote on November 15th, is not the fate of the Spanish and international proletariat, but the defense of the Soviet government in accordance with the policy of pacts made by certain states against others. On November 28th, in a note to the press, the USSR's Consul General in Barcelona, Anton Ovsienko, was quick to intervene in Republican Spain's internal policies, denouncing La Battella as part of the press that has sold out to international fascism. It was this affair that led to a ministerial crisis in Catalonia and eventually to the exclusion of the POUM from the Generalidad Council. The commentary on this incident in Pravda on December 17, coming after the first Moscow trials, contained an undisguised threat. In Catalonia, the elimination of Trotskyists and anarcho-syndicalists has already begun. It will be carried out with the same energy as in the USSR. Balance sheet of the Restoration. There were also many other disturbing clouds on the horizon. Duality of power had certainly disappeared, but it had in many cases given way to a multiple administration whose organs counteracted or hampered each other. The case of Malaga was no exception. There the phantom powers of the governor, RIs, and the committee existed side by side, whereas the only true authority was held by military men unable to understand or to handle their worker and peasant troops. The disadvantages of having hundreds of village police bodies had disappeared with the reorganization of the police, but Borkenau was surely right when he stated that the village's impassioned concern for the civil war had disappeared with them. The Italian libertarian Bertoni wrote from the Huesca front, "The war in Spain, bereft of any new faith, of any idea of social change, and of any revolutionary grandeur, remains a terrible question of life or death, but is no longer a war in affirmation of a new regime and a new humanity." Yet it was at this point that the Battle of Madrid took place. A modern war in which two organized armies were face to face, in which planes, guns, and tanks were pitted against each other, as well as a revolutionary war in which the morale of the combatants achieved what was technically impossible, and in which people in arms stood up to two of the greatest military powers in Europe. The battles of Madrid and Guadalajara, the only major Republican victories in this war, came at the vital turning point. Organization and discipline had not killed off enthusiasm and faith, and enthusiasm and faith were relying on discipline and organization, and also on arms, without which no cause can triumph, whatever sacrifices it may have been able to inspire. 10. Madrid, no Pazarin. On September 28, 1936, the last flickers of resistance in Toledo died away with the extermination of the groups of CNT militiamen who were holding the hospital. A new chapter opened, that of the battle for the capital. In the view of the nationalist leaders, it had to be the last. The fall of Madrid would be the signal for Republican collapse. None of them envisaged for a moment any serious resistance on the part of the militias. Most foreign observers shared this point of view. Diplomatic circles were preparing for the fall of the capital, which in the eyes of Rome and Berlin was bound to change Spain's legal position and to permit the recognition of the Franco government. The rebel generals calculated that they would be able to enter Madrid for the Feast of the Race on October 12. Note: the Feast of the Race commemorates the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. Endnote: General Varela was in command of the attacking army. 20,000 regular soldiers, Moors and legionaries, warlike, disciplined, and confident, convinced that they would not meet any resistance. At first the offensive went according to plan. The column that was moving up the Tagus Valley linked up on October 10 with Davila's Army Corps coming from the Sierra. The only resistance it had met had been some harassment by militias from the Levant, under Uribari and Bayo, a guerrilla action incapable of halting the advance of a modern army that was not running into any opposition in its frontal attacks. In 3 days, the attackers advanced 17 miles. The pincer movement that was to squeeze Madrid took shape between Chapineria, captured on the 15th, Navalcarnero, which fell on the 18th, and Illescas, which fell on the 21st. A city to capture. By late September, Volkers's report to Berlin was highly optimistic. Madrid could not withstand a siege. It had no food stocks, no anti-aircraft, no line of defense, and not even any trenches. The militiamen who were defending it were badly armed, inexperienced, and above all poorly led. It was true that the first modern arms had just arrived, the first concrete manifestation of Russian aid. The very astonishment that they caused the militiamen proved their inexperience and seemed to invalidate the theory that they could really do anything to reverse the position. On September 28, in a radio statement, Largo Caballero announced, "We possess formidable mechanized armor. We have tanks and a powerful air force." The same day 40 Russian tanks with air support managed to break through. However, the infantry did not follow it up, and the Republican Army's first counterattack ended in failure. Moreover, the military leaders in Madrid were conscious of the gravity of the situation and, it seems, were resigned to the inevitable fall of the capital. General Asensio, in command of the Army of the Center, made no secret of his pessimism, and General Poses, who replaced him on October 24, did not believe defense was possible either. Both advised the government to leave the capital while there was still time. On learning of the aid Madrid was receiving from the Russians, the rebel generals decided to strike before the defenders had time to collect themselves. On November 4th, the airport of Getafe fell into their hands. On the 6th, the Yague column occupied Carabanchel and the stronghold of Cerro de Los Angeles. Mola summoned to his headquarters the future Municipal Council of Madrid, which was to enter the capital on his army's heels. On the 4th, Radio Burgos had begun a program called The Last Hours of Madrid. On the 7th, Franco announced that he would be attending Mass in Madrid the following day. On the 8th, the Segovia and Toledo bridges over the Manzanares were reached. The fall of Madrid was now only a question of hours. In the cabinet, Largo Caballero literally forced the decision for the government to leave for Valencia on the recalcitrant communists and anarchists. In spite of the publicized unanimity, many of the combatants regarded this precautionary measure as a desertion. Note: Caballero invoked the risk of surprise, the danger of the government's falling into the hands of the rebels, and the need for the ministers to devote themselves to the leadership of the whole country, an impossible task in the besieged capital. End note: the tragicomic incident of Tarancon cannot be explained merely by the notorious lack of discipline of the anarchists. The attitude of the CNT militiamen was in line with a spirit that was widespread in Madrid, where more than anywhere else the workers had trusted the government and had accepted its discipline. On November 9th, they saw it in flight, its experts resigned to defeat, although no mass mobilization had been attempted for an all-out defense of the capital. In the early days of September, fewer than 2,000 out of 20,000 volunteers had in fact been employed in fortification works. To the socialist, communist, and anarchist militants, the battle was not yet lost. The temptation to shoot the ministers went hand in hand with the will to fight to the death. The cry of the Madrid CNT, "Viva Madrid sin gobierno," long live Madrid with no government, clearly echoed a very widespread feeling. The defense of Madrid, General Miaja and the junta. On leaving, the Largo Caballero government entrusted the defense of the capital to General Miaja. Writers and eyewitnesses have since frequently argued about the reasons for the appointment of a general until then on the retired list, but who was to become the hero of Madrid. A regular officer, a man about 60, rather stout but remarkably lively. As Simone Terry described him, José Miaja had never been noted for his ardent republicanism. He had even belonged to the Unión Milita Española before the war. Minister of War in Martínez Barrios' short-lived compromise government, a choice in itself significant. He had turned down the same post in the Giral government but had put himself at its disposal. He had led the expedition that had recaptured Albacete. Exiled to Valencia, he had been subjected to the insults of Lieutenant José Benedito. From Valencia he had been sent to command the front in Andalusia. He had been accused of sabotage there by some of his men, and Largo Caballero had transferred him to Madrid on October 24. Note: the appointments introduced on October 24 were as follows. General Asensio became Undersecretary of State for War, General Poses was made leader of the Army of the Center, and General Miaja took command of the Army of Madrid. In Mis Recuerdos, Largo Caballero stated that his concern was to shelter Miaja from threats of Paseo without entrusting him with any but purely honorific functions. However, it is curious that he left control of the defense of Madrid to a staff officer in whom he had no faith. End note: whatever the true motives for this appointment, it is out of the question that he was, as some have claimed, prevailed upon or prompted by the Communist Party, with which Miaja had no special ties at that time. The decree that gave him the command, note: Miaja's biographer Lopez Fernandez, Kaltzoff, and after them Kolodny, claimed that a mistake by General Asensio fortuitously avoided disaster. He had mixed up some envelopes containing top-secret orders not to be opened until the last moment, intended for Generals Miaja and Poses. Miaja, according to them, opened the envelope before the appointed hour and was thus able to discover the mistake in time and to forestall its fatal consequences. End note: also empowered him to represent the government in the defense junta assigned the task of organizing and controlling the defense of the capital, which the Council of Ministers had also decided to set up at the meeting of November 6. Created by government decree, presided over by a government delegate, and made up of representatives from all the parties and unions that supported it, the Madrid Defense Junta was nevertheless neither a simple consultative commission nor an appendage of the government. Placed at the head of the capital at a time when the government's departure in fact left the initiative to those who wanted to fight, the junta became, as a result of its language and its methods, a genuinely revolutionary government. It was revolutionary first of all in its composition. General Miaja had, it seems, at first considered appealing to some of the members of the commissariat, since all parties were represented in it, but most of the well-known names had left Madrid with the government. He therefore appealed to unknowns. By temperament and outlook a professional soldier with a belief in organization, discipline, and efficiency, he naturally came to rely on the 5th Regiment, which Miaja immediately placed at his disposal, and with which Checa, secretary of the Communist Party, established liaison. On the evening of November 7th, the junta was formed. Its members were so young, nearly all were under 30, that they were nicknamed Miaja's Kids. The Communist Party controlled it through the UGT and Socialist Youth representatives as well as through its own, and through the importance of the posts it held. Note: Frade, secretary of the junta, officially a socialist, was dubbed a communist by Beria and Kaltsov. In the November 9th junta, there were 3 communist militants: Miaja for the Communist Party, Carrillo for the JSU, and Yaig for the UGT. Communist militants were placed alongside them in all key posts. The entire general staff of the 5th Regiment surrounded Miaja. Carlos Contreras was chief of staff, Castro Delgado in charge of operations, José Cazorla of organization, Daniel Ortega of the services, and Dr. Planels of health. With Carrillo, the JSU executive moved into positions of command in interior matters. Caballero controlled the radio, Claudin the press, Serrano Poncila security, and Federico Melchor the National Guards and the Asaltos. The Communists, Miguel Martinez, CFN 8, and Francisco Anton La Paginaria's lover, according to Hernandez, Castro, and Campesino, ran the commissariat. When the junta was reorganized on December 4th, a communist, Dieguez, succeeded Miaja, who had been promoted to Commissar General. Cazorla became Carrillo's deputy and replaced him on January 1st, after which he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the JSU. Yaig, after being wounded, was replaced by a communist from the JSU, Luis Nieto. The other members of the junta were the Republican Carreño, Enrique Jimenez, González Marín, Amor Nuno of the CNT, Enrique Garcia of the Libertarian Youth, Caminero of the Syndicalist Party, and Maximo de Dios, socialist, who replaced Frade on December 4th. Endnote: the defense of Madrid became the affair of the Communist Party, the affair of the Communist International, and the affair of Soviet Russia. Their prestige and authority were committed to this battle. Never again, during the whole of the Spanish Civil War, did the Communists join the fight with such ferocity. Never again did the Russians repeat the efforts they made for Madrid in November 1936. Consignments of material supplied by the Russians or bought by their agents in fact converged on Madrid during October, and again in November and December. The defenders of Madrid soon had rifles, grenades, machine guns, tanks, field guns, and ammunition. A modern army, set up during the actual fighting, was strung out in front of the capital. It had leaders, familiar with all the modern techniques, whose abilities far surpassed those of the few loyalist officers. Rosenberg had even brought with him a group of officers who helped with the development of the 5th Regiment. A second group of Russian soldiers, a more substantial one, arrived around October 20th. They were known only by their pseudonyms, but their role was indisputable and plainly more influential than that of Miaja and Rojo. Gori was in charge of the general staff and became the actual organizer of the defense. Pavlov was in command of the armored units, and Douglas led an air force as powerful and effective as André Malraux's heroic squadron. Finally, there was Mikhail Kaltsov, whose military competence was beyond question, and who was at the same time a real political leader, his official function as Pravda's special correspondent enabling him to maintain direct contact with Stalin and Voroshilov. Foreign communists trained in Moscow also played a leading military role. Apart from Carlos Contreras, already mentioned, a special place must be assigned to Miguel Martinez, who was in charge of the Madrid Army Commissariat. Note: Robert Kolodny, The Struggle for Madrid, said that Miguel Martinez was a Soviet officer, indicating Kaltsov as his source. Kaltzoff said that Miguel Martinez was a Mexican communist. Was this Malrose Enrique, who had fought 6 revolutions and called himself a Mexican? Finally, Castro Delgado referred to Miguel, a Bulgarian, who had been a commissar in Madrid and then became director of studies at the Leninist Academy. At any rate, Miguel Martinez, who had an important role, remained in the shadows like the Russian technicians, at a time when the press did not hesitate to give the limelight to foreign communists such as Vidali, Carlos Contreras. End note. It was at the very moment of the decisive assault that the 1st International Brigades appeared at the front. According to Kolodny, these consisted of 8,500 men from the 11th and 12th Brigades, who took part in the fighting around the capital in November and December after the procession by 3,500 soldiers of the 11th in perfect order along the Gran Via, to enthusiastic shouts of "Vivan los Russos." With them came able leaders such as General Kleber, whose popularity eclipsed that of Miaja, Lukács, and Hans. These were shock troops, and on the evening of November 8 their men were in position on the firing line in the Casa de Campo, 1 member of the International Brigade to 5 Spaniards. They were giving practical demonstrations of how to handle weapons and use cover. More important, these foreign volunteers were often men who had known years of harsh militant life with strikes, street brawls, clandestine existence, prison and often torture, convict settlements, and the miseries of emigration. Kolodny referred to the Germans in the Thälmann and Edgar André brigades as indestructible men. Note: Hans Beimler, political commissar and force behind the German volunteers, was the perfect symbol of this type of man. Born in 1895, a socialist militant, he belonged to the Spartacus group, nucleus of the Communist Party during the war, when he was called up into the Navy. He took part in the 1918 Revolution, became a member of the Sailors' Council in Cuxhaven, and joined the 1919 Bavarian Revolution, serving in the Red Guard of the Revolutionary Sailors. His part in the abortive 1921 uprising earned him 2 years in prison. Deputy at the Reichstag in 1930, he was arrested and interned in Dachau, from which he escaped a few weeks later. Having fled to Moscow, he published a pamphlet that was the first denunciation of Hitler's concentration camps. He arrived in Barcelona late in July 1936 and organized the Thälmann Centuria. We shall refer again to his role and the circumstances of his death in Part 2, Chapter 3. End note. At any rate, with their revolutionary fervor, their spirit of sacrifice, and their iron discipline, they made up an irreplaceable and prestigious shock force whose brilliant actions were as valuable in themselves as they were for their exemplary effect on their Spanish comrades. The junta's methods. With the arrival of Russian military advisors and revolutionaries from every country in Europe, Madrid was in an epic atmosphere inspired by propaganda about the October Revolution. Madrid must be defended like Petrograd, the huge Communist Party posters proclaimed. The people of Madrid, who thronged to the sailors of Kronstadt, Chapeve, and Potemkin, which had arrived with Rosenberg and which were being shown in all the cinemas in Madrid, were linked through these films with the tradition of the Russian Revolution which they believed they were resurrecting. La Pagenaria, dressed in black and seeming to incarnate the workers' revolution, organized mass demonstrations of Madrid women who made a deep impression on every observer of the scene, and who chanted short, heroic slogans in Spanish. Better to die on your feet than live on your knees. Better to be a hero's widow than a coward's wife. To defend Madrid, its defenders had to be galvanized into action. The junta realized this. Hence, there were no speeches about the legality of the government or respect for law and order and property. It did not hesitate to appeal to the workers of Madrid to glorify the proletarian revolution they were carrying out. Note: on November 13, Trifon Medrano, commander of the 5th Regiment, secretary of organization in the JSU, and member of the Communist Party Central Committee, broadcast an appeal. We must win freedom and the future. We must follow the wonderful example of the peoples of the USSR, whose solidarity so powerfully reinforces our faith in success, in order to make Spain a progressive country, a country that will ensure the well-being of its people and be a bastion of peace and progress in the world. Combatants of the Popular Army and the militias, youth in arms, the future lies in our hands. Be worthy of those who have fallen. Let us give the stimulus of our victory to the oppressed of the entire world. ABC, transcribed from Quinto Radio, November 14th. End note. In the defense of Madrid, the junta employed methods that the men of the CNT and POUM had advocated elsewhere, in Iron and San Sebastián. arming the people, omnipotence of the committees, action by the masses, and summary revolutionary justice. On November 9, columns of unarmed workers could be seen moving up to the front, detailed by the unions to go to the firing line and recover the weapons of dead and wounded soldiers. The Casas del Pueblo and Libertarian Ateneos became mobilization centers. Barricades were erected in every street in the threatened districts. Women and children, wrote Kolodny, formed a human chain and passed the stones of Madrid to builders who erected symbolic walls, militarily useless but psychologically impregnable, which awaited the offensive by Varela. District committees, house committees, and block committees were set up and took on the immediate tasks of defense, anti-aircraft observation, and surveillance of suspects. The 5th Regiment itself called on the population to set up these committees, which no one in the Madrid Communist Party dreamed of condemning as illegal organizations. Note: the general spread of house commissions as well as elected neighbors' committees was in fact the Second Madrid Revolution, the basis of a genuine commune. While backing this kind of organization, the only one capable of mobilizing all of the proletarian forces, the junta, and through it the Communist Party, tried to control it. Thus it was that the junta only recognized, Memorandum of November 12, neighbors' committees containing at least 3 members of parties or unions represented on it, and placed them under the authority of the Popular Front's sector committees. The junta was opposed to all spontaneous moves by the Federation of Committees and Commissions and, in order to forestall them, provided for the organization of a central committee for house commissions, which never existed except on paper. Finally, it also opposed, Communiqué of November 12, the many demands of members of neighbors' committees for the representation of the committees on the junta, since the appointment of the defense junta was made by political and trade union organizations in agreement with the legitimate government. Thus, at the very moment when it was stirring up this revolutionary movement by the committees from which it drew its strength, the junta was preoccupied with not being outstripped by them, and with retaining control of them by preserving, over their heads, a state authority that did not derive from them but from the government. Because of these precautions, the Second Madrid Revolution did not become a commune. End note: spontaneously, and at the instance of the junta, specialized committees were formed as well: food supply, communications and ammunition committees, and women's committees for preparing collective meals and doing laundry. There was no longer any question of denouncing searches and arrests made by other than the Republican police as being illegal or unauthorized. The asaltos and the civil guards were promptly and brutally purged. More than 100 civil guards were arrested in a few days. Most of the police units formed in the preceding months had been transferred to Valencia. Garcia Adadel and his aides had fled abroad. Note: Garcia Adadel and 2 of his aides had crossed the French frontier with jewels stolen during the course of police operations. Sailing for South America, they were unfortunate enough to drop anchor at Santa Cruz de la Palma. Arrested by the nationalist authorities, they were transferred to Seville, where they were sentenced to death and executed. End note: the security guards of the 5th Regiment under Pedro Checa and the special services of the Ministry of War, run by one of Val's colleagues, the anarchist Salgado, stepped up searches, arrests, and summary executions. According to Kaltsov, Miguel Martinez gave the order on November 6 to evacuate the most important of the rebel prisoners from the model prison. The same day, the 600 inmates evacuated were shot on the Agranda Road. According to Galindez, 400 more met the same fate 2 days later. Executions without trial continued through November and December under the authority of Santiago Carrillo and his aide Cazorla. Scruples about the treatment of foreigners did not prevent the junta authorities in Madrid from arresting refugees and agents of Franco even inside embassies. Note: thus the junta and the government covered the summary execution, by Salgado's special services, of Baron de Borchgrave, who was attached to the Belgian embassy, and who was even thought by Galindez to be working for Franco. Kaltsov gave a vivid account of the attack by forces under Miguel Martinez and the young communist Serrano Poncila, head of the Madrid security police, on the Finnish embassy, where 1,100 Spanish fascists had sought refuge. There was also the incident of the false Siamese embassy, a trap set by the anarchist Verardini on behalf of the Ministry of War Special Services. Castro Delgado, in Hombres Made in Moscow, referred on several occasions to a special group in the Madrid Communist Party, the ITA, and their leader, Tomás. End note: whatever may be thought of such methods, there is no doubt that they achieved their end. The 5th column, note: The origin of the expression derives from the fact that the first rebel plan provided for 4 columns to converge on Madrid, supported by a friendly one within the capital. The phrase, whose fate is well known, was first coined by Mola, in a conversation with some journalists. Endnote, did not play the role that the rebel leaders had expected. The November fighting. The decisive fighting began with a stroke of luck for Miaja's army. On November, some militiamen discovered, on the corpse of an officer killed in a rebel tank, papers that on examination proved to be a copy of Operational Order No. 15. In other words, the attack projected by Varela for November 7th, the plan for the final assault. Lieutenant Colonel Rojo brought off a triumphant gamble. He assumed that the execution of the November 7th plan had been deferred and that the order he had in his hands concerned the operation that had just been launched by the Nationalist Army. In 24 hours, the Republican leaders reshuffled their forces to confront the main assault, which was to be launched against the Casa de Campo and in the University City, whereas they had been expecting it at Vallecas. On November 8th, 2 Moroccan tabors broke through the Republican lines and marched on the model prison. After fierce fighting, the lines were formed again. That evening, the 11th International Brigade took up position, with the Dabrowski Battalion at Villaverde, the Edgar André Battalion in the University City, and the Commune de Paris Battalion in the Casa de Campo. General Kleber took command of the Casa de Campo, University City key area. Varela's advance was halted. That night, Republicans, anarchists, socialists, and communists held a joint meeting to commemorate the Russian Revolution. The crowd acclaimed the slogan popularized by La Pasionaria, No Pasaran. During the night, reinforcements marched on Madrid. But on the morning of November 9th, only the Campesino Battalion from the Sierra had arrived. Varela's troops redoubled their attacks on the Toledo and Princesa bridges. Russian planes destroyed an Italian armored column. The Edgar André Battalion, which had suffered terrible losses, was still holding out in the University City but was threatened from the north by the Moroccans' advance into the Casa de Campo. With a bold stroke, Kleber withdrew the whole of the 11th International Brigade dispersed along the front lines and hurled them, bayonets fixed, at Varela's Moors in a desperate counterattack on the Casa de Campo. After fierce fighting, which lasted all night, the Moors retreated. The international brigades cleaned up the Casa de Campo but lost a third of their strength. The center of the fighting now switched to the lower part of Carabanchel, where the Moors attacked house by house, a district whose defense was organized by El Campesinos guerrilleros. Miaja and Rojo made use of this respite to spread out their troops, about 40,000 men now reinforced by Catalan and Valencian columns, along an unbroken 10-mile front and to create an advanced network of fortifications and trenches. On November 12th, the Republican General Staff launched a counterattack against the Cerro de Los Angeles. It failed but helped somewhat to ease the stranglehold. On November 14th, the 3,500 men of the Durruti column arrived from the Aragon front. The Madrid crowd gave them a triumphal welcome. Durruti asked for the most dangerous sector. He was given the Casa de Campo, opposite the University City. The General Staff allocated him an officer, the Russian Santi, as advisor. The Catalans, at first surprised because the war in Madrid bore no resemblance to the one they had experienced, fought bravely, yet not bravely enough for the tastes of their leader, who on several occasions reproached them for flinching. It was in his sector that, on November 15th, the main attack actually began. The Yague column, supported by field guns and mortars that pounded the Republican entrenchments on the edge of the Manzanares, launched assault after assault, while German bombers from the Condor Legion hammered the University City and West Park. By the end of the afternoon, the Ascencio column had managed to break through and gain a footing in the University City, which the 11th International Brigade immediately disputed. They fought house by house, floor by floor. As Louis Delapre wrote, "They fire at each other point blank, they slaughter each other from landing to landing. In some houses, the attackers occupy the ground floor and the government troops the first floor. In between, they hurl insults at each other up and down the chimneys. In the clinical hospital, the militiamen sent the service elevator, crammed with grenades, up to the Moroccans from the ground floor. The Asturian dynamiteros were everywhere, tossing their lethal little cartridges, blowing things up, and wreaking havoc. Between the 17th and the 20th of November, the attackers made just a little more progress, at the cost of enormous losses. On November 21st, Durruti was killed in the university city. Note: the inquiry opened by the CNT did not achieve any official results. Durruti's comrades challenged this interpretation of his death, but Hugh Thomas also considers it the most likely. However, it should be pointed out that the bullet that killed Durruti struck him in front. Endnote: probably by one of the men in his column who resented the risks he made them run and the discipline he imposed on them during this hell. His funeral was the occasion for huge demonstrations of anti-fascist unity. But it was on the very day he died that the 11th International Brigade under Kleber and Hans made a triumphant counterattack on the university city, where the front remained from then on, scarcely budging an inch. The following day, the 12th Brigade, supported by Carabineros, counterattacked north of the racecourse, recapturing lost ground house by house. When this objective had been achieved, at the end of November, it was relieved. It had lost half its strength. But the miracle had occurred. Madrid had not fallen. Now it was possible to believe what the fanatics and propagandists kept saying, that Madrid would be the graveyard of fascism. Terror by air raid. Faced with Madrid's unexpected resistance, the nationalist command lost patience. It wanted to snatch victory whatever the cost. After announcing that he would never bomb the civilian population, Franco finally decided, in the words of his Air Force chief, to attempt a move to demoralize the population by means of air raids. He reckoned that Madrid's morale, subjected to harsh ordeals from the fighting and the shortages, there were long lines for any sort of foodstuff, would crack under the bombs. The first attacks took place on 23, 24, and October 30th. Yet it was only on November 4th that the first real raid occurred. There were 350 victims after the nights of the 8th and the 9th of November. On 10, 11, and November 12th, houses were set on fire. On November 15th, the Cuatro Caminos hospital was bombed. On November 16th, the methodical slaughter of the civilian population began. The raid that night resulted in 5,000 victims, according to Kolodny. The entire city seemed to be on fire by the end of the alert. For 24 hours, wrote Delapre on November 17th, we have been treading blood and breathing sparks. The raids continued throughout November. Madrid seemed to be in a state of perpetual conflagration. The nationalist planes, skimming the rooftops, completed their work of destruction by machine gunning the firemen. Taking advantage of the chaos and panic, fifth column agents machine-gunned the militiamen and flung grenades, hoping that their actions would be attributed to the planes. In the ruins of Madrid, in the avenues full of gaping holes, 300,000 people were running the streets in search of shelter. 500,000 refugees joined the million people normally living in Madrid. The destruction of hundreds of buildings through the overflow of a tragic, haggard, desperate crowd into the streets. Mothers looking for their children and exhausted old persons cluttering the sidewalks with their pathetic belongings. In the whole of the city, the shelters that provided a minimum of safety had room for no more than 100,000 people. There were 15 times as many human beings in Madrid. The rumor went around that Franco had stated that he would not bomb the Salamanca district. It was already crammed, although it could hardly take in more than 20,000 persons, and its sidewalks had become dormitories. Louis Delapre, Paris-Soir correspondent, was the dispassionate observer who expressed 20th-century man's revulsion at this sight, at that time unprecedented. Death has bred on the trencher. I have said I am only a bailiff. However, let me say what I think. Christ said, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." It seems to me that after the massacre of the innocents in Madrid, we must say, "Do not forgive them, for they know what they do." The daily slaughter that shattered the nerves of the people of Madrid did not succeed in cracking their morale. The Basque Catholic Galindez ended his account with a devastating judgment on the miscalculation of the nationalist strategists, whose contempt for the masses had led them to commit an unspeakable crime. The enemy did not enter. He merely succeeded in arousing the hatred of those who were still indifferent. He merely succeeded in outdoing the massacres of the Checas and in making them seem good by comparison. The turning point, after the heroic chaos of late September. In October, Delapre had found a city sobered, almost silent, keyed up by its fierce determination. The terrible month of November made Madrid, between air attacks, a nightmarish capital. Completely dark after sunset, a gray mass enveloped in shadows, where cars drove through the potholed streets without headlights, their horns, mingled with the sounds of nearby shots or artillery fire, seeming the only signs of life. Death was in constant attendance on a population whose nerves were stretched to the limit, that was forever casting anxious looks at the sky, plunging into shelters at the first alarm, and burying its victims without mourning, that was ready at all times to stand guard at the request of the district or house committee, to track down spies, or to set off for the front by subway. Yet gradually the flames of the heroic epic died away in the murk of an entrenched siege that threatened to linger on. Kolodny, the American writer already quoted, made a remarkable analysis of the situation after December. Led by generals from the Red Army, the war in Madrid changed from a war by revolutionary committees into a war waged by the technicians of the general staff. The city switched from the exaltation of the early weeks to the dismal monotony of a siege, complicated by cold, hunger, and the familiar sight of desolation and death from the sky. The heroic period had passed into legend and history. With the enemy clawing at the fortifications, the mortal danger that had temporarily fused all energy into a single determination to resist seemed to have disappeared. November had been a month of truce between the workers' parties. Representatives of parties and unions collaborated unreservedly on district and house committees. The anarchists hailed communist soldiers from the international brigades with the same enthusiasm that the communists had shown toward the Durruti column. The militias had all been equally employed in the common battle, the POM column receiving, like the rest, arms and ammunition to hold the sector it had been allotted. By the end of the month, these good relations were deteriorating. The junta withdrew by decree all grants made to the popular committees and the committees of the organizations in that decisive period. The secretaries of the Communist Party cells, groups, and districts were working for the dissolution of the committees, which were to yield up their revolutionary initiative and make way for unilateral administration by the junta. Again, there were violent clashes between CNT troops and members of the Communist Party. On December 12th, note, it was also on December 12th that by decision of the junta, the streetcars ceased to be free. Rents were soon reintroduced. On this day began the abandonment of revolutionary defense methods. Endnote. The junta decided on the immediate militarization of all militia units under the authority of Miaja and the communist leaders in the junta. On December 24th, it decreed the transfer of all police, guard, and supervisory duties from the rear militias, which had looked after them since the beginning of the siege. There was a ban on the carrying of rifles in the capital. Police duties were reassigned to specialist departments of security and the asaltos, under the authority of the general staff and the heads of security. On December 26th, the junta's advisor on food supplies, Commissar Pablo Yeg, was seriously wounded by CNT militiamen who claimed to be checking the identities of the occupants of his car. This attack provoked indignant statements from the communist, socialist, and Republican press. The newspaper CNT, which wanted to issue a reply, was censored, but the perpetrators, after being arrested, were acquitted by the popular tribunal. The CNT press accused Communist Party members of shooting 3 of their men in a Madrid suburb by way of reprisal. But it was mainly the POM, comparatively weak in Madrid, that seemed fated to become the junta's target. With militarization, its soldiers were deprived of pay, arms, and ammunition. Baldras and his men had no option but to join the Confederal militias. An offensive was launched against its press. First the weekly POM and then the daily El Combatiente Rojo were suspended. The junta refused permission for the Madrid JCI-OM Youth Weekly La Antorcha to appear. Its secretary, Jesus Blanco, age 21, had just fallen at the front, leading his company. The POM offices, its transmitter, and its headquarters, along with the headquarters of its Red Cross, were closed down, and the party and its youth practically banned. With the immediate danger over, the reckoning began once again. The warnings by Pravda seemed to be coming true. A turning point had been reached. The military situation was also at turning point. It was true that the rebel leaders did not seem to have immediately realized the extent of their failure. Volkers was still of the opinion on November 24th that military circles were underestimating the difficulties of capturing Madrid. Yet Franco continued to direct all his efforts toward this critical sector, which was probably the only one where the Republicans were at that stage in a position to resist effectively. The explanation doubtless lay in the fact that the defense of Madrid had become to the whole world the symbol of Republican resistance. The stakes were enormous. In Franco's own words, to end Madrid's resistance was to bring about the simultaneous capitulation of the whole of Spain. However, both the methods and the numbers employed until then seemed inadequate. The November failure proved that it was almost impossible to succeed in breaking Madrid's resistance frontally. The nationalists' material and strategic superiority lost all its effectiveness in street fighting, in the face of the morale and initiative of the workers' troops. The new objective was therefore to shift the fighting to favorable ground, in open country, where the nationalist army would recover its superiority, and on a sufficiently broad front to allow the deployment of tanks and broad strategic movements. The battles of encirclement. The idea from now on was not to take Madrid by storm but, by mounting a flank attack, to surround it and thus force it to surrender. Italian and German material aid was adequate for carrying out the projected operation. The rebel army on the Madrid front now comprised more than 60,000 well-equipped men. The first attack took place in the northwest sector and was launched at Pozuelo on November 29. Its objective was to reduce the northern salient, to cut off the defenders of Madrid from the Sierra by severing the capital's water and electricity supply. The first day the Republican lines, held by Francisco Galland's 13th Brigade, were breached, but the intervention of Russian tanks and then planes against the Stuka restored the situation. The Nationalist Army then recovered its breath, with Orgaz taking over general command and massing his reserves. The 12th International Brigade successfully resisted the assaults by the Moroccans in Pozuelo, but the counterattack led by Rojo against Mount Garabitas failed under the fire of skillfully camouflaged heavy artillery. The game was adjourned. It began again on December 16th, after a cold spell had slowed down communications. 17,000 men attacked Colonel Barcelo's troops, who collapsed under the shock and had to evacuate Bodilla del Monte. There, 2 Russian tanks and the Dabrowski Battalion from the 11th International Brigade halted the offensive. After 4 days and nights of bitter fighting, in which the international brigades suffered heavy losses, Orgaz called off an offensive which had become too costly for his troops. The fighting in January took place in the same sector, in appalling weather conditions, which prompted Kolodny to term it the Battle in the Mist. The attack launched on January 3rd with reinforcements had been prepared by German generals. It was aimed in the direction of Villanueva del Pardillo, Las Rosas, and Majadahonda. There, too, the offensive initially met with great success. Villanueva del Pardillo fell. Meanwhile, the international brigades were posted at the trouble spots, the Commune de Paris Battalion in the Pozuelo sector opposite the attackers' right flank, and the Edgar André and Thalmann battalions to the east of Las Rosas. On January 5th, the bulk of Orgaz's army broke through the front west of the Manzanares and, exploiting this success, made a deep thrust east, in a series of waves. Planes, tanks, light artillery, and infantry followed by a second tank formation. The Republican General Staff concentrated fresh troops at El Pardo under Major Lister and brought up the 13th and 14th International Brigades. For 48 hours, the Republican troops retreated, foot by foot. On January 10th, the 13th and 14th Brigades were launched against Majadahonda and Las Rosas. Miguel Martinez and Pavlov took over the sector. Attacks and counterattacks followed on each other's heels for 3 days. In the end, Orgaz gave up. He had advanced 12 miles and had lost 15,000 men. Miaja had lost as many, and possibly a third of the international brigades involved. Once again, the offensive was halted, because of the exhaustion of the troops and the lack of reserves. The Battle of the Jarama went on throughout February. The immediate objective of the operation was to reach and cross the river, its long-term objective to open a broad front to the southwest of Madrid and to sever communications with Valencia. Heavy rain delayed it, and it was launched only on February 6th. The capture of the small fort of La Marinosa enabled the Nationalists to hold the line on the Valencia Railroad within range of their field guns. The Republican defense seemed to waver. Torrential rains slowed down the Nationalists' advance, but they managed, on February 10th, to cross the Jarama in spite of desperate resistance by the André Marty Battalion, which was eventually almost completely wiped out between artillery fire from La Marinosa and charges by the Moroccan cavalry. On February 11th, Nationalist troops reached the Valencia Road at Arganda del Rey. The international brigades suffered terrible losses while waiting for the promised Spanish reinforcements. But February 14th was to the rebels the sorrowful day of the Jarama. The 11th and 12th Brigades, the remains of the 15th, the 14th, which had just arrived, the Lister Division, and a battalion of tanks commanded by Pavlov counterattacked. On February 15th, the troops were reorganized by Miaja and Rojo, who formed them into the 3rd Army Corps with the Walter and Gal divisions, including the international brigades with Lister, Guines, and Joubert. On February 17th, they attacked but were forced to retreat in face of massive intervention by the Condor Legion. Note: Castro Delgado, invoking Burillo's testimony, accused the communist heroes, Lister and Modesto, of incompetence. End note: on February 27th, with neither artillery nor armor, General Gal launched an insane attack on Pingaron, and the Americans in the Lincoln Battalion and the anarchists in Sanza's 7th Brigade were decimated by machine gun fire. The front became bogged down. Trenches were dug everywhere. The Madrid-Valencia road had been freed, but the forces involved were exhausted. The battle had without doubt claimed more than 15,000 victims. The defenders of Madrid had avoided the worst but had been unable to reduce the hostile bridgehead over the Jarama, and the southern and southeastern fronts had become dangerously stretched. Franco could still hope that a supreme effort would enable him to achieve the encirclement of Madrid, in the only place that had till then remained calm, the northern sector. For this he could count on the Italian troops who had just taken Malaga and from whom the Duce was hoping for a resounding success. The Italian troops, who arrived at the end of February, had so far played only a subordinate role. Apparently Mussolini had brought pressure to bear on Franco to commit them to a decisive battle. After February, the Nationalist General Staff concentrated a force of 50,000 men for an attack in the direction of Madrid and Guadalajara. The left wing, facing Guadalajara and commanded by General Roata, consisted of 4 Italian divisions, each of 5,200 men, 2 brigades of Italian-German light infantry, 4 companies of motorized machine gunners, 250 tanks, 180 field guns, and considerable equipment. On March 3rd, an order of the day from General Mancini announced to the legionaries the Fascist Grand Council's confidence in victory, which would mean the end of all Bolshevik plans in the West and the beginning of a new era of power and social justice for the Spanish people. On the morning of March 8th, after 3 hours of artillery preparation, General Coppi's tanks went into the attack. On March they took Almadrones, 25 miles from Guadalajara. The situation was critical. Colonel Rojo organized the defense and concentrated, facing Guadalajara, Lister's and Mera's divisions, Cale's 11th International Brigade, and Lucac's 12th, as well as the Garibaldi Battalion and El Campesinos Guerrilleros. The battle took place along 2 lines, along the Madrid-Tarija-Saragossa Road and along the Tarija-Berjega Road. On the evening of March 9th, General Coppi captured Berjega. He kept up his advance from 10 to March 13th, and all the Italian divisions were thrown into the battle. The Garibaldi Battalion marched on Berjega to link up with Coppi's troops. At the commissariat, Gallo, Nenni, Nicoletti, Major Vidali, and the political leaders of the Italian International Brigades had prepared a propaganda scheme aimed at their CTV, Corpo Truppe Voluntari, compatriots. Leaflets dropped by plane and loudspeakers across the lines attacked the morale of Mancini's soldiers. Brothers, why have you come to a foreign land to murder workers? Mussolini has promised you land, but you will only find a grave here. He has promised you glory. You will find only death. To these men, molded by fascist propaganda and exacerbated by nationalist slogans, who had come as arrogant conquerors, the Garibaldi revolutionaries talked of proletarian brotherhood and international solidarity. They asked them to desert, join the Republican ranks, and turn on their leaders, who were the enemies of the Italian and Spanish workers. Bad weather slowed down operations. Snow began to fall. The morale of the Italian troops began to sag. Prisoners and deserters now harangued their comrades in the Italian legions, telling them how they had been welcomed and calling on their friends to join them. The Garibaldi patrols crawled through the woods and, instead of grenades, flung their compatriots leaflets weighted with stones. General Mancini grew anxious and relieved his frontline troops. At this juncture, Lister attacked and took Trijwec. The rearguard of legionaries surrendered en masse. The Garibaldians, led by Lukács, encircled the fortress of Ibarra. For tanks and some dinamiteros went into the attack while loudspeakers broadcast the Italian communist anthem Bandiera Rossa, interspersed with calls for fraternization and surrender. The castle yielded, opening the road to Braga. From 14 to March 16, Mancini managed to contain the attacks mounted by Pavlov's tanks and the Republican infantry. He was concerned for his men's morale, and in an order of the day told the officers to remind the soldiers that their enemies were the same as those the fascio had crushed on the roads of Italy. On the 18th anniversary of the Paris Commune, the 5th Corps attacked, led by Colonel Hidalgo de Cisneros and preceded by a massive bombing raid by 80 planes. Mancini asked for Moroccan reinforcements. Lister and Mera then launched an attack on both flanks. Mera to the west with the 12th International Brigade and Lister to the east behind the Edgar André and Thelman battalions under Cale pierced the Italian lines simultaneously. El Campesino entered Braga. This was the cue for a stampede by the Black Shirts, who fled toward Siguenza, abandoning their arms, ammunition, and equipment. The Republican troops pursued them as far as their inadequate reserves permitted. There were several thousand prisoners, whom the Garibaldians surrounded and catechized, and whom the political commissars harangued. On March 18 these thousands of young men, brought up under the fascist regime, saw their dreams of grandeur fade and give place to new feelings as their astonished eyes beheld the Reds, from whom they had feared the worst, sharing their meager rations with them and saying, "Now we are going to talk to you, not in response to the aggression we have endured, but to show you our feelings of brotherhood toward the whole world." The implications of Guadalajara. Herbert Matthews, the American correspondent, wrote, "In my opinion, nothing more important has happened in the world since the European war than the defeat of the Italians on the Guadalajara front. What Berlin was for Napoleonic imperialism, Braga was to fascism, whatever may be the outcome of the Civil War. The victory at Guadalajara, which the popular army won by fighting like a modern army and using the revolutionary method of spreading defeatism in the enemy ranks, over an army that was better trained and equipped, confirmed the wild predictions of those who, for some months, had been asserting that Madrid would be the graveyard of fascism. It was the first victory by the proletarians over the fascist armies. In the eyes of the troops, both international brigades and Spanish, the flight of the Black Shirts and the disintegration of the Italian legions had heralded the fate that lay in store for all fascist regimes. It was, since the triumphs of Mussolini and Hitler in their countries, the international proletariat's first act of revenge. It was a strategic victory but also a political victory, achieved by overcoming the troops of the class enemy. It seemed to be the triumph of international anti-fascism acclaimed by Koltsov in his dispatches. Yet this was its last victory. After the actual revolution, the Revolutionary War was to be engulfed by the war, raised up as an end in itself against the revolution that had given it all its ardor. 11. The break-up of the anti-fascist coalition. To all those who in good faith think that the necessities of the war alone dictated the political evolution of Republican Spain, it is not easy to explain how the Largo Caballero government, under which such important military successes as the resistance of Madrid and the victory of Guadalajara had been achieved, could have fallen so soon afterward. This was because the strictly political problems eventually took priority over the rest, in accordance with Clausewitz's oft-quoted principle by which war is the continuation of diplomacy by other means. The alteration in the military situation between September 1936 and April 1937 now became a secondary factor compared with the modifications in the political context, with the circumstances in which it took place, and with its consequences. In taking over the leadership of the government, Largo Caballero had believed that his presence on its own would guarantee it against any risk of a swing to the right and that, whatever happened, Spain would remain a workers' republic. Note: statement by Largo Caballero to the Cortes on October 1, 1936. Le Temps for October 3 saw it as the announcement of the reorganization of the state in the direction of a profound proletarian and socialist revolution. End note, but in so doing, he had restricted himself to a framework that was no longer revolutionary. The policies of France, England, and the USSR, which he had chosen not to offend for fear of isolating his country, had become primary factors in his domestic policies and controlled even the conception of his war policies. Similarly, the restoration of the state had opened the way to the revival of forces that had seemed definitively crushed after the July days. Expropriated shareholders and proprietors, old and new officials and representatives of political parties whose authority in the new popular state tended to grow at the expense of that of the unions. Carlos Rama wrote on this subject, "These three linked forces, state officials, proprietors, and politicians, found the solution to their problems in the reconstruction of the state, in the restoration of the legal apparatus, and in its political, judicial, and social prestige. The reconstruction of the state, in Largo Caballero's view a means of winning the war, disrupted the status quo and the balance of power. For the broad strata, the petty bourgeoisie, and the bureaucracy, it became an objective in itself. Caballero's authority over the workers had made it possible to achieve it under the guise of a compromise with the revolution. But the restored state tended more and more to break with the revolution and to combat it. The political forces that were at work in it linked up with those operating under pressure from the forces of the Western powers and the USSR. There was an urge to push on from halting the revolution to struggling against it, and Largo Caballero was henceforth an obstacle on this path. External pressures, the problem of Morocco. No example better illustrates the consequences for the war of its anti-fascist policy than the position of Largo Caballero's government in relation to Morocco. Before the revolution, the views of the old man, as expressed in the program of the Madrid Socialist Group, were unequivocally for the recognition of the rights of political self-determination, including independence. Participation by Moroccans in Franco's army during the Civil War made this problem still more acute. It is in fact easy to grasp that the proclamation of Morocco's independence by the Republican government would have had incalculable consequences on the morale of the native troops serving in the rebel army. All the Republican political groups, the Moroccan nationalists, and Franco himself were alive to it. Note: Santillán referred to negotiations held by the Central Committee with the Moroccan nationalists. La Badala waged a campaign for the independence of Morocco and the alliance of the Republicans with Abd el-Krim. Kaltzoff was astonished by the passivity of the Republican rulers toward Morocco, whereas Franco stated, "We Spanish nationalists understand very well the nationalism of other peoples, and we respect it." End note. However, in 1936 to 1937, the question of an alliance between the Spanish Republicans and the Moroccan nationalists went far beyond the confines of Spain. France and England, from whom the Spanish Popular Front was expecting help, were colonial powers. Revolutionary unrest in Morocco would constitute a direct threat to the French position. Note: when the French Popular Front government pronounced the dissolution of the revolutionary nationalist movement L'Étoile Nord-Africaine, later reformed as the PPA, then as the MTLD, militants of this party, like Bastiani, were fighting in the ranks of the international brigades. End note, in Morocco and Algeria, and would disquiet the English, who were grappling with Egyptian and Palestinian Arab agitation. Certain revolutionary elements suggested triggering off revolt in the Arab world. The Caballero government chose the opposite policy. The delegations of Moroccan nationalists who came to Valencia for money and material left empty-handed. Note: G. Muniz referred in particular to a delegation to Spain led by a French Trotskyist militant. Was it David Rousset, as some of his former friends claimed? End note: nothing was to be done that might constitute a threat to English and French interests. Franco had an easy time authorizing newspapers and meetings banned in French Morocco by the Léon Blum government, potential ally of the Spanish Popular Front, in order to secure his rear in Spanish Morocco. The Caballero government went further and suggested territorial concessions in Morocco to London and Paris. Note: it was the Times on March 18 that, in announcing its rejection by the Foreign Office, was first to mention this proposal, never denied, which Moro claimed was made in a note dated February 9. The Spanish government, said the conservative newspaper, was in a mood to consider a modification of the situation in Spanish Morocco, a territorial agreement. Largo Caballero, silent on this point, claimed in Mis Recuerdos that he was negotiating with the Moroccan nationalists when he was overthrown. End note: its desire not to offend the Western powers now led it deliberately to renounce not only the principle of self-determination for colonial peoples, but also a real chance to strike at the heart of Franco's power. The halting of the revolution thus had a direct influence on the conduct of the war. The determination to respect international agreements after the Treaty of Algeciras, behind which Álvarez del Valle, the foreign minister, took refuge, deprived the popular army of the revolutionary weapon of spreading defeatism in the enemy army, which would have provided it with an alliance between the Spanish Revolution and North African nationalism, and which it had employed so successfully against Italian intervention. Relations with the USSR. The isolation of the Republic and the material aid sent by the USSR lent a special flavor to the activities of the Russian diplomats in Spain. Rosenberg and Antonovsky immediately overstepped the role traditionally ascribed to ambassadors and consuls. They had daily contact and discussions with Spanish politicians and military leaders, intervened in the press, and made speeches at public meetings in order to defend their government's policy and to lend support to Spain's. Note: Rosenberg spoke at the Monumental Cinema in Madrid on the 1st and the 9th of November. Antonov, at an open-air meeting, had companies acclaimed by 400,000 persons. Endnote: The government of the USSR regarded its alliance with Spain in an entirely new light, free of any formalist concern. Luis Araquistin had been the first to make public a letter from Stalin, Voroshilov, and Molotov handed to Largo Caballero by Rosenberg in December 1936. The Russian leaders asked the head of the Spanish government if he was satisfied with the activities of the military advisor comrades. Were anxious to know whether they overstepped the mark as advisors, and asked him to give them his direct and unreserved opinion of Comrade Rosenberg. The interest of the document lies mainly in the friendly advice given to the Spanish government by the Russian government, which said that it must pay attention to the peasants and gain their loyalty by a few decrees, dealing with agricultural question and taxes, obtain the support or at least the benevolent neutrality of the petty and middle bourgeoisie by protecting them against confiscation and by guaranteeing them, as far as possible, freedom of trade, win over Azana's friends to prevent Spain's enemies from regarding her as a communist republic, which was exceedingly dangerous for Spain, and finally make a solemn declaration that the government will not tolerate attacks on the property and legitimate interests of foreigners settled in Spain and citizens of countries that do not support the rebels. On January 12, Largo Caballero made a brief reply, singling out a phrase in the Russian note about parliamentary action perhaps more effective in Spain than in Russia. He stated bluntly that the parliamentary institution does not have enthusiastic supporters, even among ordinary Republicans. He affirmed, moreover, that the Russian advisors were carrying out their mission with genuine enthusiasm and extraordinary courage. As for Rosenberg, everyone likes him. Largo Caballero thanked the Russian leaders for their advice and emphasized that the policy they were proposing to him was in fact his own. It is true that there was, at this stage, no basic divergence on general policy between Moscow and Valencia. However, the tone of Largo Caballero's reply betrayed a certain displeasure. Stalin's advice was perhaps fair, but the fact that it could be given indicated a certain lack of information on Stalin's part, as well as a condescension that ruffled the Spanish leader's susceptibilities. Here, without doubt, was the root of a misunderstanding that was to increase. In a few months, the Spanish Lenin was denounced by the communists as a bureaucrat, a cacique, and a saboteur of unity. In fact, real disagreements sprang from this basic mistrust. One of the initial factors in the worsening of relations seems to have been Caballero's resistance to the proposals made by the USSR for an alliance between the socialists and communists in Spain. According to Araquistin, Caballero wanted to answer with a curt refusal to receive such a proposal, made in yet another letter from Stalin, brought this time by Pascua, the Spanish ambassador in Moscow. Yet the old UGT leader had always been the paladin of unity. But it must be admitted that the growth of the JSU and the adherence of the former socialist youth leadership to the Communist Party did not, in his view, lend encouragement to such a policy. Above all, he seemed highly displeased with the attitude of the Madrid junta, whose leading spirits were, as we saw, members of the Communist Party and the JSU. He devoted several pages of mis recuerdos to what he called the overt opposition of the junta and Miaja and their determination to reduce the government to a subordinate role. The omnipotence of the Communist Party in Madrid and the control that it exercised over the capital's army through the triple agency of the 5th Regiment, the political commissars, and the body of Russian advisors gave him great cause for concern. He had the impression that Alvarez del Valle, until then his faithful lieutenant, was under Russian orders, and he reproached him bitterly. In his view, the Russian advisors and the communists were a hindrance to his authority. Finally, he complained of Rosenberg's meddling in Spanish affairs and dismissed him, as he himself put it, in somewhat undiplomatic terms. On February 21, 1937, Rosenberg was recalled to Moscow. Note: according to Garcia Pradas, Largo Caballero had informed Moscow that he thought that Rosenberg, who was sick, needed a change of air. End note, and replaced by Leo Gakins. The crisis, until then latent, burst into the open. It had been fostered by many incidents and political developments concerning the whole of the groups in Republican Spain. Right-wing opposition makes headway. Indispensable to the reconstruction of the state in 1936, Largo Caballero had by 1937 become an obstacle to those who did not want a social revolution and were anxious to remove all revolutionary traces of the popular state. The breaking off of the alliance between Largo Caballero and the Russians provided them with an opportunity. The French government's caution and the pursuance of non-intervention provided them with an argument. There was a reshuffling of alliances within the Socialist Party. As Largo Caballero's supporters veered away from the Communists, Prieto's drew closer. The executive, under González Peña and Lamanita, became the champion of unity, and in February signed an agreement for the generalization of liaison committees on all levels, making the two workers' parties a single bloc within the Popular Front. Prieto at that period went still further and came out for an immediate alliance with the Communist Party. The very grounds that alienated Caballero from the Communist Party merely served to reconcile Prieto with it. The right-wing communists and socialists were in fact agreed about the restoration of the state. They were for the organization of a regular army against collectivization, for the defense of the middle classes against intervention by unions, and for halting the revolution. Neither regarded the conflict on the level of a class war but on an international scale, as a conflict between democracy and fascism. The growth of the JSU, disturbing to Largo Caballero, reassured Prieto. At its Congress in Valencia in January 1937, Santiago Carrillo emerged as the champion of national unity and preached the relinquishment of all immediate socialist objectives. The coalition he proposed against the three enemies, Franco, the Trotskyists, and the unruly elements, echoed the desire of the moderates to combat extremists in the Republic. The Republicans, too, were delighted at this development. The Bolshevik Revolution was now merely a bogey of the past, and the Communists had won their spurs as a respectable organization. In Madrid, the Republican youth formed a permanent alliance with the JSU. The Republicans were hoping for mediation by the great powers with a return to normality. Carlos Espla and other leaders were ready to make the journey to France, and Azana was to send Bastero to London. Note: 4 Espli's travel plans. See Le Temps, March 23. Azana stated to Fisher that he had sent Bastero to the king's coronation in order to ask for British mediation, with a view to a ceasefire followed by a withdrawal of foreign troops and a conference of powers for a democratic settlement. A note from the Largo Caballero government on December 15 had rejected the Anglo-French plan providing for an armistice followed by a plebiscite. In February, Cordell Hull, the American Secretary of State, made fresh proposals. End note: Martínez Barrios' plan for reconciliation was readopted and brought up to date. There was talk of a military junta under General Miaja that would obtain support from London for a compromise peace. Note: the CNT National Committee in particular took umbrage, in a note on April 26, at information provided by the Daily Express on moves aimed at bringing a Miaja government to power for an honorable peace between the military leaders. End note: none of this was very coherent or organized. The anti-fascist coalition was cracking on all sides, but many incidents would have to occur before there was any sign of a realignment of forces. The fall of Malaga, general coalition against Largo Caballero. The first public battle was not fought against Largo Caballero, who was still too popular to be attacked head-on. Since the Battle of Madrid, the government's opponents had concentrated their attacks on his right-hand man, General José Asensio. Tall and strong, youthful-looking, intelligent, a good soldier, a demagogue, and a bit of an intriguer, bold, adventurous, and ambitious, this Republican regular officer, who had donned the militia mano and fought first at Malaga and then at Somosierra, had come to know Caballero in the summer of 1936 on the Sierra front. He had become his Undersecretary of State for War. In this capacity, he had played a leading role after December 1936 in the organization of the Popular Army and the conduct of military operations, and on several occasions had already clashed with the Communists, who had waged a systematic, discreet, but efficient smear campaign against him, in which they were joined by the CNT. Note: according to Gorkin, Ibid, page 218, Asensio explained the communists' hatred for him by two incidents. He had refused to endorse the 5th Regiment's accounts, and he had threatened to have Margarita Nelken shot for her propaganda among the Asaltos on behalf of the Communist Party. End note: the dramatic fall of Malaga on February 8th was the cue for a public attack on him. Under siege since the summer of 1936, the Andalusian city had never received the reinforcements nor, more important, the arms and material it had requested. Communists and anarchists confronting each other there, weapons in hand. On the disembarkation of the Italian troops who later captured it, the Republican fleet at anchor in Cartagena did not move. When danger loomed, Valencia did nothing about it. Surely they had the means to save Malaga at that point without divesting Madrid? This was the most likely theory. In any case, in Malaga, neglected, divided, fiercely bombed and half-heartedly defended by officers with no control over their troops, morale sagged. The militiamen, seized with panic, fled along the refugee-encumbered roads, often in their leaders' footsteps. Note: Lieutenant Colonel Villalba, military commander of Malaga, accused of having deserted his headquarters and of having abandoned his troops, was court-martialed. But the Cortes refused to waive the parliamentary immunity of Commissar Bolivar, a communist deputy, who had remained by his side. It is difficult in affairs of this kind to distinguish treason, impotence, and incompetence from justified repression and political vengeance. End note: the fall of the town, the last-minute rallying of units of civil guards and asaltos to the enemy, and the fierce repression that followed the victor's entry left a deep impression. On the 14th, in Valencia, a huge joint CNT-UGT procession attracted hundreds of thousands of demonstrators, clamoring for general mobilization, the purging of the officer corps, and the effective application of a unilateral command. Largo Caballero approved the slogans shouted and introduced mobilization. However, the communist press denounced Asensio as responsible for the defeat. The Republicans, the right-wing socialists, and the CNT joined the campaign. All the parties in the anti-fascist coalition called for the departure of the Undersecretary of State. Largo Caballero, who believed in him implicitly, fought to the end to keep him by his side and wept tears of rage when he was defeated. On February 21st, Asensio handed in his resignation. Note: accused of high treason after the fall of Gijón under the Negrin government, Asensio was acquitted and received new commands. His co-defendant, his chief of staff, Martínez Cabrera, acquitted with him, was finally shot, but by Franco. End note: it was a personal defeat for the premier. Caballero replaced his colleague with another of his disciples, Carlos de Baraibar. Note: Carlos de Baraibar, seriously ill after the July Revolution, had been kept away from all activities for several months. According to his account, the communists had offered him their support for the Ministry of War. His refusal to take part in this move directed against Largo Caballero won him, from then on, their enmity. End note: when the leftist Republican newspaper Politica criticized this appointment, the premier answered personally and then, in a long article, attacked the foreign spies and agents who were swarming in political circles without mentioning any names and hinted that the Republicans were contemplating a compromise with Franco imposed by Western mediation. Carlos Espla canceled his journey. Largo Caballero's counterattack intimidated his opponents but succeeded in alienating what sympathy he still aroused. Republicans, right-wing socialists, and communists were looking for a successor to him. There was talk of Prieto, Martínez Barrio, and Negrin. On March 23, Lutemps wrote, "A ministry under, for instance, M. Negrin, the present finance minister, with M. Prieto, moving spirit of this scheme, remaining discreetly in the background, could perhaps yield to mediation and offer Republican Spain a way out preferable to a hopeless struggle. The conflict between the CNT and the Communist Party. The fall of Malaga also led to renewed hostility between the Communist Party and the CNT. Having agreed to denounce the betrayal and make Asensio scapegoat for the defeat, anarchists and communists accused each other in turn of having been the instruments of the betrayal. To the communists, the Malaga anarchists had played at revolution and had produced too many committees, leading to lack of discipline and irresponsibility. According to the anarchists, the Communist Party's proselytism had sown dissension in the anti-fascist front and had countenanced the release of disloyal officers. The arrest of Francisco Maroto, a known CNT militant and a column leader, on orders from the governor of Almeria lit the fuse. At the same time, the socialists, in a thunderous manifesto, denounced the activities of anarchist Checas, publishing an impressive list of socialist militants murdered in the center region. The CNT press retaliated by exposing the murders of several of its militants in Castile by communist troops. The government tried to calm them down and suspended the CNT and FAI newspapers that had published these attacks, but released Maroto provisionally. Note: accused of high treason under Negrin, sentenced to death and then pardoned, Maroto too was ultimately shot by Franco. End note. However, the affair of the Checas had only just begun. The newspaper CNT published detailed accusations by Melchor Rodriguez, delegate from the prisons, against José Cazorla, the Madrid junta's commissar for public order. According to him, the Communist Party still maintained private prisons in Madrid in which CNT militants, arrested without proper warrants by communist police, were interrogated, tortured, and sometimes shot, not to mention former inmates of state prisons acquitted by the popular tribunals but immediately taken away by the police on Cazorla's orders. The inquiry opened by the security police led to the discovery, in Cazorla's entourage, of an actual gang making a fortune out of releasing regularly hounded prisoners. On April 14, the CNT headline stated that Cazorla is an agent provocateur in the pay of fascism, and demanded his dismissal. The junta, pressed on all sides, also announced an inquiry. There was a huge scandal. Caballero seized the opportunity to get rid of the junta, which he dissolved on April 23. From then on, Madrid had a municipal council. Note: the municipal council was provided for by a decree on the 18th, published in the Gaceta on the 21st. On the 24th, during a press conference, Miaja announced the dissolution of the junta, which the Communist Party later approved publicly. In the Cazorla affair, the Communists and the JSU alone defended the young commissar for public order. In a February 23 editorial headed Public Order in Madrid, with censored blanks, the Republican newspaper ABC, though often pro-communist, advised Cazorla to respect the law. On April 24, the junta, already dissolved, stated in a note that it was calling off the inquiry into the affair. On the 26th, Cazorla protested in a note to the press, objecting to the accusatory silence and threatening to defend himself if the other members of the junta took no interest in his fate. A few days later, in a report appearing in ABC, he merely insisted on the difficulties of the struggle against the fifth column, camouflaged in anti-fascist organizations. The affair remained inconclusive. End note: Caballero versus the Communist Party. The dissolution of the junta was a victory for the restored state and a revenge for Largo Caballero. It gave him back the initiative. The same day, the Madrid El Socialista and Castilla Libre denounced the Murcia scandal. Socialist militants were being detained and tortured in private prisons by the Communist Party. The government dismissed the civil governor, accomplice of this clandestine activity, and had 4 communist policemen involved arrested and tried. Then it turned on the Communist Party's other bastion, the army. Largo Caballero restricted the powers of its political commissars and retained the right to appoint them himself. Many commissars were forced to give up their jobs. It was a virtual declaration of war on the Communist Party, and the communists regarded it as such. They then opened a campaign against Caballero, no more than a distorted echo of which ever appeared in the press. They held him responsible for all the military failures. To them, he was acting like a boss and a cacique, wanting to run everything even though he was incompetent. In his criminal pride, he distrusted the advice of the Russian specialists, intended to exercise sole command all by himself, and wanted to play at being a little Napoleon. Protector of the traitor Asensio, he had refused to purge the army and in his jealousy would not make Miaja the chief of staff that the popular army needed. Note: we are here summarizing the indictment drawn up by Hernandez after the fall of Largo Caballero, in his speech on May 29. End note: Largo Caballero did not have the best of it in this jockeying for power. After Guadalajara, he put forward a plan for an offensive that had been worked out by Asensio. The idea was to attack in the direction of Extremadura and Andalusia in such a way as to split nationalist Spain along a line between Mérida and Badajoz. The numerical weakness of the nationalists in this area, The sympathy and even the backing of the guerrilleros whom the Republican offensive would encounter were arguments put forward to support this plan, the first result of which would be to relieve the northern front. But it ran into opposition from Miaja, who refused to divest Madrid, and from the Russian advisors, who did not believe such an operation possible with the troops available on that front. Premier and war minister though he was, Largo Caballero did not succeed in putting his offensive plan into action. The Russians only offered him 10 planes, and Miaja refused to transfer the necessary troops from the Madrid front. It was clear that Largo Caballero no longer had sufficient authority over the restored state. Note: men who were as wide apart in 1936 as Casado, Hernandez, and Araquistan, but who were drawn together after the war by a common hostility to the Communist Party, confirmed Caballero's accusations on this point about the Extremadura offensive. But it is difficult to go as far as Hernandez, who saw this affair as a decisive factor in the government's fall. Largo Caballero stated that the communist ministers backed him in order to obey Miaja and that the offensive was ready for May 16th. If this is true, nothing had leaked out about it. And note: the rise of the revolutionary opposition. At this point, the government had to face new economic and social difficulties, which heroic, flag-waving propaganda was no longer able to conceal. The factories were barely producing or only very slowly. The supply system was poor. The position was catastrophic where food was concerned. The cost of living had doubled between July 1936 and March 1937, whereas wages had risen an average of 15%. The minimum promised by the ration cards was by no means always guaranteed. There were endless lines at bakers' shops. On the other hand, the black market was flourishing. Everywhere, even in Barcelona, restaurants and eating places were open again, but at prohibitive prices. The scores of offices that had replaced the committees were often dens of corruption. The POUM and the CNT-FAI newspapers were full of letters from readers raising questions about the cost of living and calling for an end to privilege and inequality. On April 14th, some women demonstrated in Barcelona against the price of food. Yet both the trade union organizations and the parties never stopped asking the workers for ever-increasing sacrifices to contribute to military victory. They were greeted with skepticism and bitterness. Thus, in the early months of 1937, conditions existed that favored the growth of revolutionary opposition in the heart of the very organizations that had, in the autumn, accepted collaboration. It was the POUM, the first to be excluded from the anti-fascist coalition, that seemed to take this course from the beginning. For several weeks, La Batalla waged a campaign for the reintegration of the POUM with the Generalidad government, and it denounced the counter-revolutionary orientation, whose beginnings it saw in the exclusion of the POUM. However, resistance to this line was vigorous. It had taken Nin as well as companies to obtain the submission of the POUM in Lerida. The Socialist Youth newspaper openly deplored the party's participation in the government. Later events seemed to confirm the supporters of the theory of non-participation. On April 13, 1937, Juan Andrade wrote in La Batalla that this participation had been negative and harmful. Nin's theoretical plan for the POUM conference had nothing to say on this crucial point. The same uncertainty and the same contradictions were apparent in political strategy and tactics. In December, the Central Committee called for the election of a constituent assembly on the basis of workers, peasants, and soldiers' committees. On April 1, Nin explained this as a conference of unions, peasants' organizations, and combatants' organizations. On the 4th, Andrade proposed, instead of unions, committees elected at the grassroots level and, in a series of articles in La Batalla during April, adopted the slogan of committees and councils, which he regarded as the Spanish version of Soviets. Moreover, the attacks on the POUM by the Communist Party and the PSUC, its persecution by many local parties, and the effects of censorship did not leave it very much choice. It was definitively rejected by the coalition. It was moving more and more clearly toward a policy of revolutionary opposition, denouncing the results of an anti-fascist coalition that was being transformed into a holy alliance, the halting and the retreat of the revolution, and the counter-revolutionary activities of the Communist Party and the PSUC. The POUM, always concerned, above all else, not to isolate itself from the leadership like the CNT militants, tried to persuade them to join it in organizing against the moderate bloc, a revolutionary united front for the defense of the labor movement and the gains of the revolution. The activities of its youth organization, the Juventud Comunista Ibérica, were free from such indecisions and equivocations. In a systematic campaign, the JCI came out openly for the dissolution of Parliament and for a constituent assembly elected on the basis of factory committees and peasants' and soldiers' assemblies. Unlike Neen, it declared that the revolutionaries ought to devote themselves to the organization of committees of the Soviet variety. It proposed the organization of a revolutionary youth front for victory in the war and the revolution. A current of revolutionary opposition developed in the CNT, independently of the POUM. In Barcelona, a group of militants hostile to the militarization of the militias was organized under the label Friends of Durruti, who issued the newspaper El Amigo del Pueblo. In a pamphlet distributed in March 1937, they drew up what they regarded as a balance sheet. 8 months of war and revolution have elapsed. We note with deep regret the deviations that have occurred in the trajectory of the revolution. An anti-fascist committee, local committees, and control patrols were set up, and 8 months later nothing remains of them. Their position on the war and the revolution was similar to that of the POUM and the JCI. The war and the revolution are two aspects which cannot be divorced. In any case, we cannot accept that the revolution should be put off until the end of the military conflict. In spring 1937, many local CNT and FAI organizations echoed these ideas, which appeared more or less everywhere in their newspapers, even in La Noche, the Barcelona CNT's evening paper, signed by Belias, moving spirit of the Friends of Durruti. Note: among the anarchist newspapers won over to the revolutionary opposition was Bajo Llobregat's ideas. Carlos Rama drew a clear-cut distinction between the pure anarchist line it represented and that of the Friends of Durruti, whose phraseology betrayed Marxist influences. Moreover, Belias had been part of the Bloque Obrero y Campesino. On the other hand, foreign Trotskyists such as Moulin and Franz Heller collaborated with his group. Endnote: the great weakness of this opposition was in not having a prominent Spanish leader on its side. Santillán kept silent. A foreigner, the Italian Berneri, note: born in 1897, militant in the socialist youth and then an anarchist during the war, Camillo Berneri, professor of philosophy at the University of Florence, emigrated after Mussolini's victory. Enlisting in the CNT ranks as a volunteer in July 1936, he enjoyed great prestige in the international liberation movement and a certain authority in that of Spain. Endnote: emerged as the theoretician and inspiration of the revolutionary viewpoint. On November 5, 1936, in his Italian-language weekly newspaper Guerra di Classe, he argued against the supporters of defeat Franco first. Winning the war is necessary, however, the war will not be won by confining the question to the purely military conditions of victory, but by linking them with the political and social conditions of victory. An old émigré with a broader outlook and culture than his Spanish comrades, he had denounced the Moscow trials and established a relation between Stalin's general policy and the attitude of the Communist Party, Foreign Legion of Spanish democracy and liberalism. Yet he asked his friends of the CNT-FAI, whose political naivete he reproached, to take care. The shadow of Noski, note: Noski, German socialist attached to the General Staff, who defeated the German Revolution of the Councils in 1919, and whose officers murdered Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Endnote: is looming. Monarchist Catholic traditionalist fascism is only one branch of the counter-revolution. The only dilemma is as follows: either victory over Franco through revolutionary war, or defeat. Yet this leaderless opposition attracted an increasing number of troops. In September, the Catalan Libertarian Youth signed a pact for unity of action with the JSU. But in their newspaper, Ruta, they took up revolutionary positions. On January 1st, a manifesto framed a positive indictment of the Caballero government. Note: the central government is boycotting the Catalan economy in order to make us renounce all revolutionary gains. Sacrifices are being asked of the people, and the workers and militiamen are giving up a large proportion of their pay. But the government is hanging on to its gold, guarantee of the new bourgeois and parliamentary republic. The jewels and fortunes of the capitalists are respected, and fantastic salaries are maintained and sometimes tripled, while the people are suffering privations. Businessmen are permitted shameful and criminal speculation. Arms are denied the Aragon front because it is staunchly revolutionary, in order to sully the columns operating there. The children of the people are sent to the front, but uniformed troops are kept in the rear for counter-revolutionary ends. Endnote: the Catalan libertarian youth denounced the coalition between the communists and the Republicans as a reflection in Spain of the USSR's alliance with France and England with the object of strangling the revolution. It is understandable that the JCI's slogans were favorably echoed in their ranks. On February 14, more than 14,000 young people attended a meeting in Barcelona for the formation of a revolutionary youth front in Catalonia. The movement rapidly spread to other provinces. In Madrid, note: on March 2, at the Congress of Libertarian Youth in Madrid, the speech by Enrique Rodriguez, secretary of the JCI and member of the POUM, was acclaimed. Garcia Pradas, who was regarded as a revolutionary opposition leader in the capital, made a violent attack on the Communist Party and the JSU. He stated that revolutionary youth should unite for a social revolution, and that it would never accept the democratic and parliamentary republic's watchword. Endnote: and in the Levant, libertarian youth and JCI organized joint meetings and campaigns. The young workers were split into two camps. On one side, through an appeal by the JSU, the Alliance of Anti-Fascist Youth was formed, which Santiago Carrillo meant to represent unity with young Republicans, with young anarchists, and with young Catholics who are fighting for freedom, for democracy and against fascism, and for the independence of the fatherland against foreign invasion, but which boiled down to an alliance between the JSU and the youth of the Republican parties. On the other side, the revolutionaries of the JSI and the libertarian youth were grouped in the Revolutionary Youth Front. Young men had been in the vanguard of the revolutionary movement and the armed struggle, and they played an important role, if not in the parties and unions, at least in the armed forces. Outside Catalonia, it was the JSU that had collected and enlisted the bulk of the militant young guard behind the Communist Party. Many of its militants, especially veterans of the socialist youth, refused to take part in the alliance, which they regarded as moderatist, and affirmed their revolutionary objectives. Immediately after the Valencia Congress, there were protests in the JSU against the new line, the policy of absorption and confusionism, and the neglect of Marxist principles. Note: Santiago Carrillo had stated in Valencia on January 15, 1937, "We are not fighting for a social revolution. Our organization is neither socialist nor communist. The JSU is not a Marxist youth group." Endnote: on March 30, the secretary of the Asturian Federation, Rafael Fernandez, resigned from the JSU National Committee. The Federation rejected Carrillo's line, denounced the lack of democratic spirit in the organization, and signed a pact with the Asturian Libertarian Youth for the establishment of a revolutionary youth front. Note: it was probably as a result of the opposition by the Asturian JSU Federation that a journey to the north by a delegation from the JSU executive had been organized. Two of the JSU leaders, Rodriguez Cesta and Trifon Medrano, died after a bomb explosion in a Bilbao office where they were holding a meeting on February 18. Endnote: a few days later, the secretary of the powerful Levant Federation, José Gregori, resigned from the National Committee, also with the backing of his group. Santiago Carrillo, in Ahora, accused his opponents of being inspired by the Trotskyists Franco and Hitler. Yet the movement went on, and even in Catalonia local groups joined the Revolutionary Front. The crisis thus revealed in the JSU threatened to challenge the influence gained by the Communist Party over an important section of the youth. An explosive situation. Thus, in spring 1937, the conditions for a revolutionary upsurge were joined once again. Theories of revolutionary opposition met, at least in Catalonia, with a growing response from the workers who followed the CNT and saw their gains threatened. In the UGT, the army, and the administration Largo Caballero's supporters reacted against the communists. Economic difficulties and the Checas scandals were fertile soil for unrest. The government coalition's moderate wing grew anxious. To the external pressure for the halting of the revolution, there had been added, in recent months, that of the petty bourgeoisie, which was recovering from the shock of the initial terror and wanted to see every vestige of the revolution effaced altogether. In the Levant and in Catalonia, the peasants sometimes reacted violently against the supporters of collectivization and vented their wrath on the unions or workers' militias who had forced them into it. In Catalonia, the JEPSI, a branch of the UGT, was the mass organization that typified the anti-revolutionary hostility of the urban petty bourgeoisie. The Basque government had firmly taken the offensive. Its police forces had occupied the printing office of the CNT del Norte, seized in Bilbao at the time of the July days, and the communist newspaper Euskadi Roja took over its premises. The CNT militants fought back, weapons in hand, and the Aguirre government had the Federation's regional leadership arrested. A few days later, on March 24th, the Basque government announced huge celebrations throughout Euskadi, for Easter, and the closing of all theaters on Good Friday. The revolutionaries were furious and made plans to regroup. Republicans, Prieto socialists, and communists were alive to the danger of the threatened revolutionary regroupment and felt that it was necessary to dispense beforehand with the POUM, the CNT, and the FAI and to stabilize the republic once and for all. Largo Caballero was aware of his isolation. Around him there was increasing talk of a trade union government. Note: the Communist Party leaders were however those who talked most about this government, whose proposal they fought energetically. The idea of trade union government seems to have been the read option, in an even milder form, of the old slogan, workers' government, abandoned by Caballero's friends in September. Endnote: CNT-UGT unity was praised to the skies, and there was a reversion to the plans of September 1936. On May 1st, a joint CNT-UGT meeting was held in Valencia, at which Carlos de Baraibar attacked, albeit in veiled terms, the Communist Party and the USSR and praised the alliance between the CNT and the UGT, which together represented the whole of Spain. But what was possible shortly after the revolution was no longer so. Neither the CNT nor the UGT were homogeneous forces anymore. The ruling circles were divided, and the mass of supporters ranged itself more openly each day behind one of the two camps that were emerging. Largo Caballero remained in the center. He wished to be arbiter in the name of the state, taking issue on the right with those who disputed his control and on the left with those who denied his authority. He did not want to relaunch the revolution for fear of losing the war, nor did he wish to deprive the workers of their reasons for winning the war by coming out openly against the revolution. However, although he was the workers' representative at the head of the state, he had ceased to be master of either. Since the conflict would mean his resignation, he sought to avoid it but only succeeded temporarily, as Rabespierre put it, by sheltering behind the fossilized state, and in the long run by doing nothing. Rabespierre summed it up thus: he intrigued, he made arrangements with the forces that had come to the surface, and, while hoping to dominate them, he fabricated small private coteries. Routine dominated the government more than ever, for the simple reason that he had intended to reconcile forces that could not be contained by any other means. He wanted neither the militia nor the regular army. He wanted neither the old bureaucracy nor the new revolutionary structure. He wanted neither guerrilla warfare nor trench warfare. He promised the communists general mobilization and a fortification plan, and the anarchists revolutionary war. In the event, he did neither. The Barcelona May days. It was in Catalonia that the revolutionary gains and the arming of the workers essentially survived. It was the bastion of revolutionary opposition, too. It also had the organization most resolutely determined to put an end to the revolution, the PSUC. Note: Benavides, spokesman for Comarera and the PSUC, wrote, "The Communist Party has been credited with this phrase. Before taking Saragossa, we must take Barcelona." It accurately reflected the situation and faithfully expressed the aspirations of the country, which was calling for the devolution of the power held by the anarchists to the Generalidad. Endnote: firmly supported by companies' Republican state and the petty bourgeoisie, impatient to shake off the anarchist yoke. Catalonia became the scene of the events that ignited the powder barrel. First of all, there was the arrival, on April 17th, in Puigcerda and then in Figueres and the whole frontier region of Negrins Carabineros, come to recover from the CNT militiamen control of customs, which they had held since July 1936. Faced with resistance by the militiamen, the Catalan CNT's regional committee hurried to the spot to negotiate a compromise. On April 25th, Roldan Cortada, UGT leader and member of the PSUC, was murdered at Mollies de Llobregat. The PSUC reacted violently and denounced unruly elements and hidden fascist agents. The CNT formally condemned the murder and called for an inquiry which would, in its own view, have vindicated its militants. But Roldan Cortada's murder reawakened memories of the time of the Paisios and the reckoning that followed the revolution. The PSUC pressed home its advantage. The funeral of the UGT leader was the occasion for a powerful demonstration. Armed police and soldiers, from troops under PSUC control, marched past for 3.5 hours. Note, La Battela wrote on this matter. A counter-revolutionary demonstration, by those whose object it is to create, within the petty bourgeois masses and the backward strata of the working class, an atmosphere of pogrom against the avant-garde of the Catalan proletariat, the CNT, the FAI, and the POUM. End note. Delegates from the POUM and the CNT who had come to the funeral realized that the situation was graver than they had thought. It was a show of strength that the PSUC had organized against them. The following day, the Generalidad police made a punitive expedition to Mali's de Llobregat. It arrested the local anarchist leaders, under suspicion of having taken part in the murder, and brought them, handcuffed, to Barcelona. In Puigcerdà, carabineros and anarchists exchanged shots. 8 anarchist militants were killed, among them the heart and soul of collectivization in the area, Antonio Martín. Antonio Martín, a former smuggler, was, after July 1936, an effective chief customs officer. According to Santillán, this was what earned him such powerful antagonism. However, Republicans, Socialists, and Communists regarded him as the butcher of Puigcerdà and responsible for a long reign of terror. Benavides, in Guerra y Revolución en Catalunya, drew up a long indictment against the man he called the Malaga cripple. At this point, a rumor was going around in Barcelona of the arrival of a memorandum from the Minister of the Interior calling for the disarming of all workers' groups not part of the state police. The workers reacted immediately. For several days, according to the balance of power, workers and police disarmed each other. Barcelona appeared to be on the verge of street fighting. The government banned all demonstrations and meetings for May 1st. Solidaridad Obrera denounced what it called the crusade against the CNT and called on the workers to avoid all provocation. La Battela called for vigilance with arms at the ready. On Monday, May 3rd, the battle that had been threatening erupted, with the incident of the Telefonica. The building had been recaptured in July from the insurgents by members of the CNT. Since then, the telephone exchange, which belonged to the American Telegraph and Telephone Company, had been taken over and was operating under a UGT-CNT committee and a government delegate. Guarded by CNT militiamen, it was an excellent example of what duality of power was and of what had survived of it, because the Catalan CNT was thus in a position to control or interrupt at will, not only the communications and orders of the Catalan government, but also communications between Valencia and its representatives abroad. Arthur Kessler described how, for secret communications between Valencia and the embassy in Paris, the minister Del Valle and the ambassador Araquistan used their wives, 2 sisters of Swiss-German origin whose conversations, in their native dialect, could not be monitored. According to Benavides, Azana's conversations were often tapped by the CNT Control Committee. That day, Rodriguez Sala, Commissar for Public Order and member of the PSUC, went to the Telefonica with 3 truckloads of guards and entered it. He disarmed the militiamen on the ground floor but was halted by the threat of a machine gun in position upstairs. Later measures taken by the government seemed to prove that Rodriguez Sala had acted in agreement with the minister, the Republican Aiguade. On the other hand, it is interesting to note the variety of motives invoked by the communist press to justify Rodriguez Sala's move: to ensure the functioning of the Union, to relate the Union from the POM and the unruly elements, which had seized it the previous day, or simply to install a government delegate, Rodriguez Sala, to the press. Immediately informed, the anarchist leaders of the police, Asens and Errol's, hurried to the scene where, according to Solidaridad Obrera on May 4th, they intervened just in time for our comrades, who had resisted the operation by the guards in the building, to give up their correct attitude. But, at the same time, the majority of the workers went on strike. Barcelona was bristling with barricades, though no organization had given the least word of command. That evening, in the city now on a war footing, there was a joint meeting of the regional committees of the CNT, the FAI, the Libertarian Youth, and the Executive Committee of the POUM. The POUM representatives stated that the movement was the Barcelona workers' spontaneous reply to provocation, and that the decisive moment had come. Either we place ourselves at the head of the movement to destroy the enemy within, or the movement fails, and that will be the end of us. But the CNT and FAI leaders did not follow them and decided to work for appeasement. The following day, May 4th, the workers, whose initiative had been approved by the POUM, the Libertarian Youth, and the Friends of Durruti, were in control of the Catalan capital, which they gradually surrounded. After an interview with the CNT leaders, companies spoke over the radio, repudiated Rodríguez Sala's move on the Telefonica, and made an appeal for calm. The CNT Regional Committee supported him. "Lay down your arms. It is fascism we must destroy." Solidaridad Obrera only mentioned the events of the previous day on page 8 and did not say a word about the barricades that covered the city. At 5 p.m., Hernández Zancajo, a UGT leader and personal friend of Largo Caballero, arrived by plane from Valencia with two anarchist ministers, Garcia Oliver and Federica Montseny. They took turns on the air, adding their efforts to those of companies and the CNT regional leaders. "A wave of madness has passed through the town," exclaimed Garcia Oliver. "We must put an immediate stop to this fratricidal struggle. Let each man stay where he is. The government will take the necessary steps." After this speech, a rumor circulated among the workers on the barricades that Garcia Oliver and his friends, prisoners of the Generalidad police, were forced under threats to launch such appeals for calm. On the PSUC side, it was claimed that Garcia Oliver had warned his friends not to take notice of any message he sent unless it was preceded by a password. On Wednesday, May 5th, the workers were still manning the barricades. The radio broadcast the text of the agreement made between the CNT and the Generalidad government. Ceasefire and military status quo, simultaneous withdrawal by police and armed civilians. No mention was made of control over the Telefonica. However, the movement was receding. CNT elements from the 23rd Division and POUM elements from the 29th, which had concentrated at Barbastro to march on Barcelona at the news of the events, did not proceed beyond Binafar. Delegates from the CNT Regional Committee also managed to persuade the commander of the 26th Division, Gregorio Jover, that any aggressive move should be avoided. After some hesitation, another CNT leader, Juan Manuel Molina, Undersecretary for Defense in the Generalidad, managed to persuade the anarchist officer Maximo Franco to halt his men at Binafar. Yet, on several occasions, everything threatened to rebound. PSUC elements attacked Federica Montseny's car, and Antonio Sisi, secretary of the Catalan UGT, whose entry into the government had just been announced over the radio, was killed, probably by CNT militiamen. The Friends of Durruti called for the struggle to continue. The CNT FAI repudiated them with great vigor. By Thursday, May 6th, order had nearly been restored. Corn Pannies announced that there were neither winners nor losers. The mass of workers in Barcelona had heard the appeals for calm, and the poem backed down. "The proletariat," it announced, "has won a partial victory over the counter-revolution. Workers, return to work." The new government, made up provisionally of a Republican, Valerio Mas, from the CNT, and Vidiella, from the UGT, no longer included either Comarera or Rodríguez Sala. Companies' interpretation would have seemed right but for intervention at this point from Valencia. Empowered with a government mission of appeasement, Garcia Oliver and Montseny came to Barcelona with, if they are to be believed, an express promise that no military intervention would occur unless they themselves asked for it. Yet on May 5th, warships had arrived off the coast, on Prieto's orders. A few hours later, at companies' express request and on pressure from the ministers, Largo Caballero decided to take control of public order and defense in Catalonia. General Poses, former head of the Civil Guard, now with the Communist Party, was given command of the troops in Catalonia. To ensure law and order, the government sent a motorized column of 5,000 guards from the Jarama front. Yet, and this is a good illustration of the ambiguity and uncertainty of the time, these police forces, who had just restored order in Catalonia and from whom it seemed, at first glance, that the anarchists had everything to fear, were commanded by the former head of the anarchist column Tierra y Libertad, Lieutenant Colonel Torres Iglesias. Some of the guards entered Barcelona with shouts of Viva la FAI. With their arrival, the fighting came to a complete stop. The official casualty list was 500 dead and 1,000 wounded. Among the dead on the government side, apart from Antonio Sisi, was a communist officer, Captain Alcaide. On the revolutionary side, Domingo Esqueso, Francisco's brother, and Kiko Ferrer, grandson of the well-known professor, all killed in the streets. But other victims were soon discovered. On the evening of the 6th, the corpses of Camillo Berneri and his friend and collaborator Barbieri were found. The two men, taken from their homes in the daytime by UGT militiamen, had been shot at point-blank range. At the same time, it was noted that Alfredo Martinez, secretary of the Revolutionary Youth Front, had disappeared, and his corpse was found a few days later. Both had denounced the Moscow trials and had branded the attitude of the Communist Party, the PSUC, and their allies as counter-revolutionary. Both had emerged as leaders of the revolutionary opposition. Although an inquiry was not possible at this time of chaos, and what was more, its findings could scarcely have been published, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that Berneri and Martinez had perished as victims of a political reckoning. Many believed that it was as a result of the Pravda warning and the first brutal intervention by the Russian Secret Service. Significance of the May Days. The origin of the May Days has been the cause of many discussions and polemics. Was it provocation by fascist agents at work in the ranks of the POUM, as the PSUC claimed? In a note on May 11th, the German ambassador stated that Franco had informed him in person that the May Days had been the work of his agents. He pointed out that Barcelona contained 13 nationalist agents. But there was nothing to show that these agents were in the ranks of the POUM rather than the PSUC or in any other union or political organization. Was it provocation by the Catalan bourgeoisie backed by the Western governments and designed to wipe out the revolutionary positions in Catalonia, as some anarchists believed? Note: Santillán described how the Argentine writer González Pacheco, coming from Brussels, had heard Ambassador Osorio Y. Gallardo say that it was known there what was afoot in Barcelona. This, and the presence of British and French warships off the coast, led him to think of a provocation of international origin, in which the communists were on the receiving end, as was shown by the presence in Barcelona, on the day of the disturbances, of José del Barrio, commander of the 27th Division, and of his chief of staff. End note: or was it provocation by the PSUC with the same aim as others believed? It would seem that such a discussion is a complete waste of time. Provocation by 1, 2, or even 10 agents is only effective if the situation lends itself to it. As we have seen, it did lend itself to it. We do not believe that the communists in the PSUC, who were moreover not operating independently of the Republican forces and of the Catalan government, wanted the May 3rd trial of strength. The attack on the Telefonica was one more stage in the restoration of the state. We even think that the reaction surprised them and that, if they had hoped to get rid of the Catalan anarchists by force, they would not have waited until that day, which does not however preclude their having done their utmost, in the days that followed, to exploit the situation and to seize an advantage as the revolutionary movement proceeded to crumble. In the tension that prevailed at the beginning of May, the attack on the Telefonica was clearly felt by the Catalan workers as a provocation. On the workers' side, in fact, the reaction was spontaneous, if by this it is understood that the CNT-FAI district defense committees played the leading part in the absence of any instructions. The discipline of the workers in laying down their arms on instructions from the CNT would prove this, were it necessary. George Orwell, who spent the May Days in the ranks of the POUM, wrote, "The workers went out into the streets in a spontaneous gesture of defense, and there were only two things which they were wholly conscious of wanting: the handing back of the Telefonica and the disarming of the assaltos whom they hated." Robert Luzin, in his study of the May Days, stated that he was struck by the overwhelming superiority of the armed workers, masters of 9/10 of the city almost without a struggle. But he pointed out that this strength was used only for defensive purposes. Throughout the whole of the disturbances, 6 tanks remained behind the CNT offices without joining the fight. The 75mm guns were never aimed. Montjuiches, in the hands of CNT militiamen, never opened fire. Note: Santillán told how, before going to companies, he had had the guns of the coastal batteries leveled at the building with orders to the commander to telephone him at regular intervals in companies' office and to open fire if he did not answer in person. End note. He stated, "From the first shot to the last, the CNT and FAI regional committees gave but one order, which they issued continuously, over the radio, through the press, and by every means, the order to cease fire." In his view, the CNT leaders were afraid above all of a power they could not handle and were prepared for every kind of abandonment, renunciation, and defeat. In their private conversations, they invoked the threat of foreign warships in the harbor in order to justify their caution. For them, in fact, the matter had been settled ever since the previous autumn. They had chosen to collaborate, not to seize power. To Santillán, who was very quick to criticize an attitude that he had at first approved, Garcia Oliver and Vasquez replied, "All we can do is wait on events and adapt to them as best we can." The PUM leaders had long feared, according to Victor Serge, that the indecision, feebleness, and political inability of the anarchist leaders would result in a spontaneous uprising that, lacking leadership and launched, moreover, after provocation, would provide the counter-revolutionaries with the opportunity to inflict a bloody wound on the proletariat. Knowing themselves to be in a clear minority, they had to risk isolating themselves by trying to outflank the CNT. The orders, which came directly from the PUM leadership, Orwell pointed out, enjoined us to support the CNT but not to fire unless we were fired on first or if our buildings were attacked. It is of course arguable, note, as claimed by Felix Moro, the Trotskyist, and, to some extent, Santillán, who very soon regretted the role he had played in the establishment of an unconditional ceasefire. End note, that the spontaneous reaction of the Barcelona workers could have opened the road to a new revolutionary impetus, and that it was an opportunity to steam in reverse. Historians can merely state that the anarchist leaders did not wish to do so, and that those of the POUM did not believe that they could. The draw announced by companies was no such thing. In fact, the May Days sounded the knell of the revolution and heralded political defeat for all and death for some of the revolutionary leaders. Immediate consequences of the May Days. The first visible consequence was, at any rate, the end of Catalan autonomy, the seizure by the state and the Madrid government of the essential machinery of the country's political and economic life. But this did not seem to mean the launching of the pogrom feared by the CNT and the POUM. Of course, arms were confiscated and newspapers and radio stations placed under the control of the censorship. But the delegate for public order solemnly affirmed that his forces would not regard any union or anti-fascist organization as enemies. This was the position dictated by Caballero and his Minister of the Interior, Galarza. On May 4th, their official mouthpiece in Valencia, Adelante, wrote that the events in Barcelona were an inopportune and ill-prepared collusion between organizations with different orientations and contradictory trade union and political interests, both of them within the general Catalan anti-fascist front. In this light and in this context must be seen the many appeals for calm by the CNT and the statement by the Casa CNT on the last day of the barricades. The CNT and the FAI are continuing to collaborate loyally as in the past with all political and syndicalist sections of the anti-fascist front. The best proof of this is that the CNT is continuing to collaborate with the central government, the Generalidad government, and all the municipalities. The CNT leaders believed that, in order to contain the fire, it was enough not to mention it, and a communiqué on May 6 stated, "As soon as we knew the scope of what had happened, we gave orders to all organizations to preserve calm and to avoid broadcasting facts that could have fatal consequences for everyone." Unfortunately for the CNT, just as it was trying to conceal the magnitude of the events in Barcelona, the communist press waged a vigorous campaign against the uprising planned by PUM Trotskyists, in which it saw the hand of the German and Italian secret police. The campaign was so well managed and the CNT so cautious that even Frente Libertario, mouthpiece of the Confederal militias in Madrid, adopted the Communist Party's thesis and wrote, "Those who rebel against the government elected by the people are accomplices of Hitler, Mussolini, and Franco, who must be dealt with mercilessly." Apparently a draw for the time being, the May Days were, in the weeks to come, to be won by those of the protagonists who had their own clear political line along with boldness and determination. The fall of Largo Caballero. The Communist Party did its utmost to call for the punishment of the Trotskyists and of those disguised fascists who talk of revolution in order to sow confusion. On May 9th, in a speech at Valencia, José Díaz called on the Minister of the Interior either to punish the unruly elements or to resign. "The fifth column has been unmasked," he exclaimed. "What we need is to destroy it." On the 11th, Adelante replied, "If the government were to apply the repressive measures to which the foreign section of the Comintern is inciting it, it would be acting like a Gil Robles or a Larix government. It would destroy working-class unity and expose us to the danger of losing the war and undermining the revolution. A government consisting mainly of representatives of the labor movement cannot use methods that are the prerogative of reactionary governments and fascist tendencies. From now on, the government's days were numbered." Note: Jesus Hernandez described the session of the Communist Party Political Bureau, at which, according to him, Caballero's fall was decided. According to his version, he and José Diaz had argued against a move that amounted to destroying the fighting front. On the 15th, Uribe, the Communist Minister of Agriculture, made a speech in the cabinet calling for the dissolution and the outlawing of the POUM and the arrest of its leaders. Largo Caballero replied that, as a militant of workers' organizations long persecuted by reactionaries, he refused to dissolve any workers' organization whatsoever. The CNT ministers supported him. Federica Montseny, opening a file, undertook to show that the May Days were a provocation in which the PSUC had played the leading role. Uribe and Hernandez then got up and left the cabinet room. "The government will carry on," declared Caballero. But the Republican ministers and Prieto's friends did not accept this. Largo Caballero resigned. Hernandez, having written that Prieto had followed the communist ministers and had called for the resignation of the government after their departure, Prieto stated that he had merely warned Caballero, who wanted to continue, pointing out to him that he could not do so without giving an account of himself to President Azana. Prieto's concern, after his expulsion from the Negrin government, to disassociate himself from the communists in the past, explains this interpretation, admittedly a pretty unconvincing one. The development of the ministerial crisis and its outcome gave proof in fact of the agreement, tacit at least, between Prieto and the communist ministers on the need to overthrow Largo Caballero. 12. The Negrin government and the liquidation of the opposition. The crisis that broke after the cabinet meeting on May 15 was the second ministerial crisis since July 1936. The very circumstances in which it was settled indicated how profoundly things had changed in the interim. In fact, it fell to President Azana, consigned to the background since September, to solve it by consultations in the purest parliamentary tradition. The first solution envisaged, the reshuffling of the government by replacing the communist ministers. Note: according to Largo Caballero, it was the only solution that would allow the preservation of a government for May 16. The date fixed for the opening of the Extremadura offensive endnote came to grief before the socialist executive, which decided on the resignation of its ministers. The crisis officially in the open, Azana entrusted Largo Caballero with the first lap. In fact, the CNT and the UGT on the one hand and the socialists and communist parties on the other declared themselves ready to support a government with the same constitution as the previous one, the CNT and the UGT stating further that they would not take part in a government that was not led by Largo Caballero. The latter immediately proposed a new distribution of ministries. The UGT would have 3 ministries: the Ministry of War along with the Premiership, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Foreign Ministry, and all the other formations would have 2, the Socialist Party the Ministries of Finance and Agriculture, Industry and Commerce, the Communist Party the Ministries of Education and Labor, the Republican Union the Ministries of Communications, and the Merchant Marine, the Republican Left the Ministries of Public Works and Propaganda, and the CNT the Ministries of Justice and Health. Did Largo Caballero hope that his plan would be accepted by the parties? Naturally, the CNT representation was cut by half, but the UGT held the key posts. Moreover, Prieto and Alvarez del Valle had disappeared from the combination. In any case, Largo Caballero was not proposing the trade union government that his friends were bandying about. The highly diplomatic statements by the representatives of the parliamentary groups clearly indicated their reserves about the new government. For the Republican left, Quamades insisted on the maintenance of public order and economic reconstruction. Araujo said that the Basques wanted a government of national concentration, led by a socialist with the confidence of the Republicans, in order to firmly suppress the causes of chaos and insurrection. This was the same course adopted by the socialist Lamanita, who wanted a radical change in the policy of the Minister of the Interior. Meanwhile, the Communist Party did not name any specific appointment but called for handing over the Ministries of the Interior and War to persons enjoying the support of all parties and organizations composing the government. But at that juncture Azana already knew that the socialists wanted Prieto at the Ministry of War and, through José Diaz, that the communists were against Largo Caballero still combining the war ministry with the premiership. During the night, Azana called together Largo Caballero, Prieto, Lamanita, José Diaz, Martínez Barrio, and Quamades. Largo Caballero refused to give up the war ministry. The Communist Party refused to take part under such conditions. The Socialist Party and the Republican left made communist participation the condition of their own. The new Largo Caballero combination was therefore an impasse. Azana begged José Diaz to make an attempt to alter his party's position and then called on Negrin, whom the communists, socialists, and Republicans were ready to support and whose candidature seemed to have been prepared months in advance. According to Largo Caballero, it was the only solution that would allow the preservation of a government for May 16th, the date fixed for the opening of the Extremadura offensive. On the 17th, the formation of the Negrin government was announced. 3 Prieto socialists held key posts, Negrin taking the Ministry of Finance and the Premiership, Prieto the War Ministry, and Zagazagoitia the Ministry of the Interior. Jesus Hernandez and Uribe retained the Ministries of Education and Agriculture. The Catalan Aiguade, from the Esquerra, whom the CNT denounced as one of those responsible for the May Days, became Minister of Labor. Araujo was Minister of Justice and Dr. Giral Foreign Minister. The CNT and the UGT, true to their initial stand in support of Largo Caballero, did not take part. Juan Negrin, the new premier, was little known. He was a man of 46 in his prime. He was endowed with uncommon vitality, who, until the Civil War, had merely been a brilliant dilettante in politics. Child beloved of fortune, as Ramos Oliveira, his admirer, said, born of a rich family in the Canaries, he had wandered the world at will and at Leipzig University had won the medical diplomas that had earned him the chair of physiology at the University of Madrid in 1931. Married to a Russian woman, he had many connections with the West. He had joined the Socialist Party in 1929, had become a deputy in 1931, and had been constantly reelected ever since. He did not regard himself either as a Marxist or as a representative of the working class. A Western-style socialist, he was a man of the upper bourgeoisie and a distinguished academic, far more of a Prieto than a Largo Caballero. But he had only taken part in the Socialist Party's internal struggle from a distance and had no ambition or taste for political struggle, to which he seemed to prefer the good things of life. Also, he had been practically unknown when, on Prieto's suggestion, he had become Minister of Finance in the Largo Caballero government. He had only accepted, he said, out of duty, convinced that the international aspect of the war was crucial to its outcome and that, because of this, a Largo Caballero cabinet with representatives of the extreme left of the socialists and of communism was a gross error, worse than the entry of the fascists into Getafe. The same preoccupations had inspired him once in office at the Ministry of Finance. He had been the uncompromising defender of capitalist property, the determined enemy of collectivization, and a hindrance to the CNT ministers in all their proposals. He had reorganized the Carabineros on a sound footing. He had also supervised the dispatch of the Republic's gold reserves to the USSR. He enjoyed the confidence of the moderates and his name had been put forward during the crisis, first by Araujo. He was regarded as a Prieto man. He was on excellent terms with the communists, who had guaranteed him their support in advance and who, through Jesus Hernandez, had made him their candidate for the coalition government that they were advocating. With him, it was their policy, the policy of Prieto, for the time being they were one and the same, that prevailed. While the FAI, in a secretly distributed manifesto, denounced the victory, not only of the bourgeois communist bloc, but also of France, England, and Russia, Western reactions were favorable. Le Temps, on May 17th, called on the new government to choose between democracy and proletarian dictatorship, between law and order and anarchy. The New York Times announced on the 19th that Negrin intended to use an iron hand at home and pointed out, by acting thus, the government hopes to win the sympathies of the two democracies which mean most to Spain, Great Britain, and France, and to retain the support of the nation which has helped it most, Russia. The government's chief problem today is pacifying or crushing the anarchist opposition. The semi-official French review Affaires étrangères pointed out the profound significance of the choice of the new premier and the new foreign minister, the departure of the extremists and the growing importance of the Basques, and the new government's reasonable character and the hopes that it now permitted for a conciliatory solution. At any rate, the coalition party's press hailed the new government as the government of victory, the suppression of the POUM. Before Caballero's fall, the Communist Party and the PSUC press had launched a virtual witch hunt against the POUM. It was stepped up after what the communists called the fascist uprising in Barcelona. Largo Caballero had vetoed the repression of the POUM. Negrin could only agree to it. On 28 May, Lane Battela was suppressed. Julian Gorkin was indicted for his May 1st editorial calling on the workers to be on guard, arms at the ready, and proposing a revolutionary united front to the CNT. During the night of June 16, all the members of the POUM Executive Committee were arrested, Neen in his office, some at home, and others at the front. The police, unable to find Andrade or Gorkin for the time being, arrested their wives. On June 11th, an initial charge against the POUM appeared. It stated, "The main trend in this party's propaganda was the suppression of the Republic and its democratic government through violence and the installation of a dictatorship of the proletariat. There was nothing extraordinary about this accusation, normal enough against revolutionaries who invoked the ideas of Lenin. Yet what followed the charge implied another state of mind. The POUM was accused of having slandered a friendly country whose moral and material support had enabled the Spanish people to defend its independence, of having a reference to the Moscow trials attacked Soviet justice, and of having been in touch with organizations known under the general heading of Trotskyists, and whose activities within the borders of a friendly power show that they are in the pay of European fascism." The content and even the tone of the charge recalled the threat by Pravda. The same hand that, in Moscow, had struck the old Bolsheviks was preparing to strike in Spain. The same services were fabricating the same evidence against the accused, clumsy forgeries intended merely to back up confessions. In the POUM affair, this was Map N, a map of Madrid on graph paper discovered on the Phalangist Golfin, on which the police had deciphered a message in invisible ink referring to N as a reliable agent. N was of course Neen. Jesus Hernandez stated that the Communist Party leaders were infuriated by the crudeness of this worthless forgery. Miravittles declared publicly that the document was so obviously false that no one would dare to use it. Yet this evidence served to justify the arrest. On July 29, a note from Araujo, the Minister of Justice, announced the appearance in the courts for spying and high treason of Gorkin, Andrade, Broué, and 7 other POUM leaders, as well as the Phalangist Golfin. The technique of association, tested in the Moscow trials, was still in favor. The note specified that numerous documents found on POUM premises are involved. Keys, telegraphic codes, documents concerning arms traffic and the smuggling of money and valuables, different periodicals originating from various capitals, communications from foreign elements referring to interviews having taken place inside and outside loyal territory, and participation by foreign elements in the preliminaries of spying and in the subversive movement in May. But, in response to questions from the Maxton Commission, Araujo stated that there was no evidence of spying against any POUM leader, and that document N was worthless. In his view, the POUM would answer to the courts for its revolutionary action against the Republic. Prieto agreed with the idea of a political trial. The Republic must defend itself against all those who want revolution at any cost, whereas the time for it is not ripe in Spain. Only the Communist Party, which could not accept recognizing that revolutionaries were being persecuted, went on referring to spies and fascists. The examining magistrate was of the same mind because his report stated, "The accused, having thrown in their lot with members of the German Gestapo who, up to now, have not yet been presented sick, carried out in Barcelona, in May, hostile acts of a secret nature, as well as a military-type uprising with the aim of harassing the government." On November 13th, before the Communist Party Central Committee, José Diaz demanded, since the POUM treachery had been proved, that the firing squad do its work and make an end of the traitors and terrorists. It is not without interest to note that a great deal of this report was devoted to the infiltration of Trotskyist elements into the party's ranks. However, at the trial in October 1938, the charge of spying was dropped. Andrade, Gorkin, Broué, and Gironella were sentenced to 15 years imprisonment for having tried to overthrow the established order. Note: Arguer was sentenced to 11 years, Escuder and Ribol acquitted. Largo Caballero and Federica Montseny had given evidence in favor of the accused. End note: the POUM and the JCI were dissolved. In fact, even before this date, the arrest of the members of the Executive Committee in June and then of their successors Rhodes, Faré, Solano, and Pellegrin in the autumn had lopped off the head of the POUM, potential leader of the revolutionary opposition. In short, the objective aimed at had been attained. The murder of Andrés Nin. The POUM trial was not, however, a follow-up to the Moscow trials. The matter had been set up along the same lines, with a phony police officer, association with a genuine fascist, and an accusation of spying. But there was a vital piece missing from the works: confessions, an essential element for the success of operations of this kind. It would seem that it was Andrés Nin's resistance that caused the eventual failure of the venture, meant to show that, in Spain as well as in Russia, the Trotskyists, enemies of the Stalinist regime, were in the pay of Hitler, Mussolini, and Franco. Andrés Nin had been arrested, as we said, on June 16, at the same time as his comrades. But his name had not appeared on the list of POUM leaders sent to the court on July 29. For some time already, the rumor had been going around that he had, after his arrest, been handed over to the communist police, transferred to a detention center in the Madrid area, and there murdered. Federica Montseny was the first to ask the question. "What have you done with Nin?" The government replied, "Win has been arrested. He is in detention." But, by word of mouth, ministers let slip the truth and confessed their impotence. Zagazagoysha told Jordi Arguer, the POUM column leader, that Nin was in a private communist prison. He advised him not to try and find him because, in that case, no official safe-conduct could protect him. There were violent incidents in the cabinet. Negrin summoned the communist minister and stated that he was ready to cover up what must be covered up, but that he insisted on being kept informed. Soon, on August 4th, faced with a growing scandal. Note: in the eyes of those who denounced it, the scandal had two main aspects. From a simple democratic point of view, it was scandalous that, under a government that prided itself on having restored legality and put an end to violence, a prisoner could be handed over to killers by the police and that the authorities tried to conceal the truth. In addition, even after weeks of paisios and settlings of old scores, the Nin affair, because of the deliberately organized nature of his kidnapping and the stage management and orchestration that accompanied it, revealed the omnipotence of the NKVD and the determination of the communists to stop at nothing in order to get rid of an enemy. Other leaders of the anti-fascist coalition began to fear Nin's fate for themselves. Finally, in the eyes of many communist sympathizers, the kidnapping and murder of a communist dissident marked a real change in the nature of Stalinist communism, whose death blows had only been delivered at revolutionaries. Endnote: part of the truth had to be recognized. On August 4th, the government published a note stating, "From information received, it appears that Nin was arrested by the General Security Police at the same time as the other POUM leaders, that he was transferred to Madrid to a detention center converted for that purpose, and that he has disappeared from there." The Nin affair had immense repercussions. Former secretary of the CNT and former secretary of the Red Trade Union International, the POUM leader was world famous in the working class movement. Inside and outside Spain, committees, commissions of inquiry, letters, and telegrams appeared by the hundreds. On the walls of towns, the same question was constantly repeated. Where is Nin? The Communist Party militants, who were good at rhymes, found the answer: in Salamanca or in Berlin. Besieged with questions, the ministers contradicted each other. Araujo stated that Nin had never been detained in a government prison, whereas Zagazagoysha, Minister of the Interior, said that he had been but that he had left it, transferred elsewhere. The Minister of Justice appointed an examining magistrate to inquire into Nin's disappearance. Several police officials, implicated and threatened with arrest, disappeared, and some took refuge in the Soviet embassy. Finally, the examining magistrate only just escaped an attempt by government police in Valencia to kidnap him. Araujo threatened to resign from the cabinet. He was supported by Zagazagoysha, who denounced the activities of the Director General of the Security Police, the communist Ortega. In the end, Ortega was dismissed, but Nin was not discovered. On August 8, 1937, the Madrid correspondent of the New York Times could write, "Although everything is being done here to hush up the affair, everyone now knows that he was found dead in the suburbs of Madrid, murdered." The theory of Nin's friends, that he was kidnapped by the Soviet secret police, the NKVD, has now been confirmed by the revelations of Jesus Hernandez. It was already known that, among the police who arrested the POUM leaders was a Russian soldier, Leo Narvich. Note: Captain Narvich was murdered in Barcelona and Muniz accused of the murder. Muniz's friends maintained that Narvich was murdered by the NKVD because he knew too much. It seems that he was in fact murdered by the men of the POUM. Endnote, who a few weeks earlier had got in touch with Nin and Andrade by posing as a member of the Russian opposition serving as a technician in Spain. Jesus Hernandez completed the story. Nin, handed over to Orlov, head of the NKVD in Spain, by the communist police who had arrested him, was imprisoned in a detention center, a villa in Alcalá de Henares. The idea was to wring from him confessions that would permit a public trial similar to the one in Moscow and that would endorse Stalin's theory by once again affirming their opposition and Trotskyist enemies' links with the fascists. But Nin, though suffering from very poor health, resisted torture and refused to confess. After that, it was impossible for him to reappear. Nin alive would have become a formidable accuser. But it was also impossible to announce his death in a detention center. According to Hernandez, it was Major Carlos who, at the point when it had become necessary to conclude matters, had the idea of a scenario that would lend credit to the theory of Nin's escape through the intervention of members of the Gestapo, disguised as soldiers from the international brigades. This would be the theory propounded by those in charge of the detention center to the official investigators. It is still not known, however, if Nin's corpse was eventually found or identified. These official explanations deceived no one. After the murders of Berneri and Alfredo Martinez during the May Days, it was clear that a similar police were hounding Stalin's most feared enemies, both Spanish and foreign. The NKVD had its network in Spain, and though its leaders and its prisons were eventually known, it enjoyed complete freedom of action. The restoration of the state had done away with the cheques of the parties, unions, and committees, but the new legality put up with the existence of this all-powerful secret police force. Dispersed after the dissolution of the POUM columns, isolated, jobless, the anti-Stalinist foreign revolutionaries were easy prey for Pedro's and Orlov's services, which implacably carried out the purge announced by Pravda. According to Georges Kopp, a Belgian socialist whom the communist press featured for a while as a top spy but whom a campaign by the foreign socialist press later released. Note: Georges Kopp, who became a lieutenant colonel in Spain, had left Belgium after being sentenced to a long term of imprisonment for buying and dispatching arms to Spain. Endnote: it had many victims. Bob Smiley, delegate of the ILP Youth, died in a Valencia prison of suspected appendicitis. Others disappeared without trace. Kurt Landau, Austrian militant, former secretary of the International Left Opposition, in alliance with the POUM against Trotsky, the young Russian socialist Mark Rhine. Note: Mark Rhine was the son of the Russian Menshevik leader Abramovich. Correspondent for a Swedish social democratic newspaper, he was fairly sympathetic to anti-fascist theories. Endnote: the Polish Trotskyist Freund, known as Moulin, the Czech Trotskyist Erwin Wolf, Trotsky's former secretary. Note: Erwin Wolf, in company with Leon Sedov, Trotsky's son, had contributed to the demolition of the prosecutor Vyshinsky's theory about Piatikov's famous journey to Copenhagen after the Moscow trials. The Hotel Bristol, where Piatikov claimed to have met Leon Sedov, no longer existed. Endnote: and José Robles, former professor at Johns Hopkins University and General Garev's former secretary. Note: Fisher wrote at length about the disappearance of Robles, whose son, shortly afterward, was sentenced to death by Franco. The writer John Dos Passos investigated his disappearance. Endnote: as well as the private prisons, the state prisons were also filled with anti-fascists, mainly foreigners. In November 1937, the Commission of Investigation under Felicien Chalet and the Englishman McGovern was astonished to find itself welcomed at the model prison in Barcelona by the Internationale, sung by 500 prisoners. It took a personal effort by Manuel de Arujo and an improvement in the prison system to end the hunger strike in Barcelona by anti-fascist prisoners urged on by Landau's wife. The dissolution of the Aragon Defense Council. The POUM and the anti-Stalinist communists were not the only ones under fire from the government of victory. It very soon became clear that the Aragon Defense Council could not retain the quasi-autonomy that it had enjoyed under the Largo Caballero government and that had made it a bastion for CNT and FAI extremists. Its president, Joaquin Esqueso, was accused of having prompted the activities of certain unruly elements during the May Days. Its liquidation, along with that of the Aragonese collectives, became a necessity for a government anxious to prove that it was ensuring law and order and respecting property. It was a guarantee made to all moderate Republicans as well as a blow struck against the CNT revolutionaries. The campaign was skillfully handled. On July 19, in a broadcast address, Joaquín Esqueso accused the government of deliberately neglecting the Aragon Front and of refusing any help to the council, though it was made up of representatives of all parties and unions, including the Communist Party, the JSU, and the UGT. The fact was that socialists, communists, and Republicans had never yet managed to organize, from within, serious opposition to the CNT leadership, which completely dominated the council. But with the formation of the Negrin government, conditions changed, and it became possible for them to rely on outside help. On July 31st, the communist newspaper Frente Rojo launched the first accusations against the extremists of certain organizations, hand in glove with the fifth column. A few days later, a meeting was held in Barbastro for the representatives of the Aragonese parties and unions hostile to domination by the CNT through the council. The Republican Party, the Communist Party, and the UGT, in the name of the Popular Front, called for the dissolution of the council because of its policy, equivocal and contrary to the interests of the region's economy, and asked the government to send a federal governor to represent it. On August 10th, the decree for the dissolution of the council was issued. Aragon, it said in explaining its reasons, has remained aloof from the centralizing tendency to which we largely owe the victory promised us. The council's authority was replaced by that of a civil governor, the Republican Manticon. Immediately, the communist Major Lister's 11th Division, dispatched to the outskirts of Gaspe by Prieto, went into action against the committees, whose dissolution was unanimously called for by the Popular Front press. The council's newspaper, Nuevo Aragon, was suppressed and replaced by the communist El Dia. The local committees were replaced by municipal councils set up by Lister's troops. The offices of the CNT and the libertarian organizations were occupied by troops and then closed. Endnote. On September 18th, thanks to the dismissal of the charge, he was released. By that date, the objective was attained, the remaining revolutionary power having been disposed of once and for all. At the same time, the die-hard wing of the FAI and the CNT had been struck a decisive blow. After the May Days, Santillan had tried to convince his friends Garcia Oliver and Vasquez that the CNT and the FAI had been wrong in ceasing fire in Barcelona, without settling the unresolved questions, and that there was still time to recover lost ground by counterattacking. In the ensuing months, he held aloof from all confederal responsibility. The FAI, which shared his views, was powerless without the CNT, whose leadership, for want of another viewpoint, had been completely won over in favor of Negrin. At the height of the libertarian movement in October 1938, Mariano Vasquez took issue with the unruly elements by condemning the activities of the control patrols, the quixotic stand of the Aragon Council, and Joaquín Esqueso's trickery. On September 21, 1937, guns and tanks, on government orders, took part in the attack on Los Escalapios, seat of the CNT-FAI Defense Committee, which was seized by the forces of order after several hours fighting. In December, the Libertarian Youth entered the Alliance of Anti-Fascist Youth in company with the JSU. Fidel Moreau, Alfredo Martinez's companion murdered in May, sat alongside Carrillo, moving spirit of the alliance. From then on, the Revolutionary Youth Front was a thing of the past. The liquidation of the loyal opposition. Only one obstacle remained in the path of government authority, the opposition of Largo Caballero, still secretary of the UGT, whose influence in the party and the JSU was still considerable and was evident from the newspapers that his friends controlled, Claridad, the Valencian Adelante, and La Correspondencia de Valencia. The old man resisted and tried to hold out against the combined forces of Prieto and the state in this struggle for the apparatus. But he avoided splitting the anti-fascist front in public. By the time he had decided to, it was too late. The JSU minority was the first to be crushed. After the rebellion by Fernandez and Gregori in the name of the Federations of Asturias and the Levant, and strengthened by the appointment of the former JSU leaders, Leoncio Perez, Martinez Desai, and Tundador Lopez, it seemed at first to be developing along a twin line of opposition to the Communist Party, on the one hand, and to the policy of Holy Alliance and struggle for internal power on the other. In June, it was fully on the offensive, anticipating the appearance of a weekly paper, Renovación, and calling for a conference that would elect a leadership comprising representatives of all points of view. But the fall of Asturias was soon to deprive them of their bastion. Largo Caballero's silence left them reduced to their own forces, facing the government, which forbade them any public demonstrations. The JSU rebellion died out for lack of support from outside. Within the Socialist Party, the battle was fought around the newspapers controlled by Largo Caballero and his friends. By May, Hernández Zancajo had ceased to be the director of Claridad. Carlos de Baraibar and Araquistin were soon removed from the editorial committee. In July, the UGT Secretariat gave notice that Claridad, as well as the Barcelona Las Noticias, no longer represented the opinion of Union headquarters. In mid-July, the provincial plenum of the Valencia Socialist Federation announced the dissolution of all liaison committees with the Communist Party, as long as Jesus Hernández and La Pasionaria did not withdraw their accusations against Largo Caballero. On the 26th, through a decision by the National Executive Commission, the socialist organization in Valencia seized the offices of the provincial federation. A commission, accompanied by the socialist governor Molina Canegero, tried to seize the offices of the newspaper Adelante, mouthpiece of the provincial federation, loyal to Largo Caballero. The militants resisted. The newspaper was seized by force, on the orders of the socialist minister of the Interior, Zagazagoitia, by a detachment of assaltos. An extraordinary plenum of the Socialist Party approved the seizure. On the 27th, the editorship of Adelante was given to Prieto's former secretary, Cruz Salido, member of the executive. Caballero now only had La Correspondencia de Valencia, the UGT evening newspaper. He was soon to lose it. Shortly after the formation of the Negrin government, in fact, the offensive against the leadership had begun within the UGT. On May 28, the National Committee, by 24 votes to 14, disapproved the executive's attitude during the crisis and its refusal to support a government without Largo Caballero as premier. The communists exploited this vote, hostile to the leadership, in a very skillfully managed campaign for the reorganization of the controlling bodies through proportional representation of communist, socialist, and non-party views. The executive resigned but reversed its decision, because the majority, which included not only the communists but a large number of socialists merely hostile to non-participation, was not ready to replace it. Yet on August 1st, the large federations of industry controlled by communists and pro-communists demanded a new meeting of the National Committee. The Caballero executive refused and hit back by expelling, for non-payment of dues, such federations of industry as were at fault, 200,000 workers in all, including the miners, the leather workers, the gas and electricity workers, the teachers, and the bank employees. On September 28, the minority demanded the convocation, within 48 hours, of a national committee to discuss the expulsion of a third of the UGT federations. Adelante, the Socialist Party newspaper, announced the meeting of the National Committee for October 1st. On September 30th, Caballero and the executive denounced this convocation, which was an act of indiscipline. On October 1st, the delegates of 31 federations out of 42, of which 13 were suspended, met on the stairs in the executive offices with Felipe Pretel, treasurer of the executive and secretary-general of the commissariat, and Alvarez del Vayo's collaborator as chairman. The assembly called itself the National Committee, canceled the expulsions, elected a new executive under González Peña's chairmanship. Note: Edmundo Dominguez was vice president, Rodriguez Vega secretary, and Pretel treasurer. They were all socialists of the Del Vayo shade of opinion. End note. And declared its unconditional loyalty to the Negrin government. The Minister of the Interior suspended La Correspondencia de Valencia. Workers demonstrated and protested in Valencia. On the 6th, the Caballero executive announced in a manifesto that it was preparing a national congress. It denounced the collusion between the secessionists and the government. The minister Giner de los Rios gave the postman orders to redirect all the UGT's mail and to pay checks to the González Peña executive. The banks received similar orders. The Socialist Party Communist Party Liaison Committee meanwhile denounced the secessionist and dictatorial conduct of the Caballero executive and saluted the UGT National Committee, which was ending the situation of violence and uncertainty by rallying to the government. Henceforth the conflict was in the open. Largo Caballero announced that he was going to appeal to public opinion by means of a series of congresses to be held in the larger cities in Republican Spain. The government let it pass, hoping for failure in Madrid, where it was generally thought that the popularity of the old man had slumped. On October 17, when he spoke at the Pardinas Cinema, The 5 larger rooms where his speech was being transmitted were crammed with people, and the crowd built up on the pavement around the loudspeakers. He described his dealings with the communists, the way in which they had brought down his government, and denounced the coalition between the right-wing socialists and the communists and the use of state authority to dislodge him from control over the UGT. He fiercely criticized the Negrin government's policy, without however putting forward an alternative one and without launching any slogan. His speech was that of a loyal opponent who did not pose any threat to the regime. Note: he fully justified the Times commentator who wrote on October 8 that he represented a kind of opposition within the Popular Front that is ready to take over the government should fate so decree. End note. Yet he made an enormous impression, judging from the response that he received. The government, alarmed, decided to stop him from carrying on. On the 21st, on his way to Alicante, he was arrested and taken to Valencia, where he was kept under guard at his home. His only protest was an open letter to the president of the Cortes. He was giving up the fight. The government now pressed home its advantage. On November 28 it recognized the dissident executive committee under González Peña as the sole legitimate authority. On the 30th it had La Correspondencia de Valencia seized. The Caballero executive, which was preparing to convene a congress, was practically outlawed. All that now remained was to have the new situation ratified by the International Federation of Trade Unions. In early January, Léon Jouot, Secretary-General of the French CGT, came to Valencia in the name of the Federation to try and find a compromise solution. On January 2nd he succeeded. 4 caballerists, Díaz-Alor, Zabalza, Tomás, and Hernández Zancajo joined the executive under González Peña. The UGT secession was over. There would be no Congress. Largo Caballero was conclusively defeated and took no further part in Spanish political life. It is interesting to note on this point the total agreement of the socialist and communist leaders of the French CGT with Negrin against Caballero, whose defeat, inflicted through the state's intervention, was endorsed by Jouot's arbitration. A few months later, Vincent Auriol tried in vain to persuade Largo Caballero to accept a reconciliation with Negrin, the establishment of an apparatus for repression. The Negrin government, however, was busy setting up the machinery necessary to make an eventual repression effective. The Minister of Justice, Araujo, began by reorganizing the popular tribunals, reserving by decree the right to present jurymen only for the legal organizations from February 16 onward. The FAI was illegal and so found itself excluded from the popular tribunals. But the latter were still showing too much independence and were inclined to leniency when trying anti-fascist prisoners. The total liquidation of the opposition demanded a more willing instrument. A decree on June 23, 1937 therefore established special tribunals for repressing crimes of spying and high treason. They were made up of 3 civilian and 2 military judges, all appointed by the government. The definition offense of spying and high treason was sufficiently elastic to permit the use of this fearsome weapon against any opponent, even a non-fascist one. In fact, among those regarded as such offenses were committing acts hostile to the Republic inside or outside national territory, defending or propagating news or making judgments prejudicial to the conduct of war operations or to the credit and authority of the Republic, and acts or demonstrations tending to weaken public morale, demoralize the army, or diminish collective discipline. The penalties varied from 6 days' detention to the death penalty. To make matters worse, they were the same for an actual offense as for an attempt and an abortive attempt, conspiracy and proposal, as well as complicity and protection. The decree favored every kind of provocation and gave the police discretionary powers, because it provided that those who, after having agreed to commit one of these offenses, denounced it to the authorities before it was carried out, would be exempt from any penalty. This amounted to a ban on all opposition demonstrations and all criticism. It gave the government the chance to sentence for high treason anyone who expressed disagreement with all or part of its policy. It was by virtue of this decree that the POUM leaders were tried for acts committed before it had been promulgated. This policy of repression did not, however, come out into the open. As before the revolution, trade union meetings had to be authorized by the delegate for public order, after a request made at least 3 days in advance. As before the revolution, censorship, justified at the outset by military necessity, was now imposed on political attitudes. On May 18, Adelante appeared with its first page blank, under the headline Viva Largo Caballero. On June 18, the government established a monopoly of radio broadcasts and seized transmitters from the various headquarters. On August 7, Solidaridad Obrera was given 5 days suspension for committing a breach of the censorship's directives by appearing with blanks to indicate censored passages. The censorship was working and demanded that no trace should remain of its activities. On August 14, a circular banned all criticism of the Russian government. With an insistence suggesting a plan specifically designed to offend an exceptionally friendly nation, thus creating difficulties for the government, various newspapers have treated the USSR in a way that cannot be allowed. This utterly reprehensible license ought not to be permitted by the Council of Censors. Any newspaper that does not conform will be suspended indefinitely, even if it has been censored, in which case the censor will be summoned before the special tribunal dealing with crimes of sabotage. The censorship, like the police and the radio, played an active part in the secession of the UGT, systematically cutting statements by the Caballero executive or articles by the CNT devoted to this question. The SIM. A special role in this apparatus of repression was played by the SIM, Servicio de Investigación Militar, created on Indalecio Prieto's initiative by a decree on August 15, 1937. Initially a counter-espionage service, it very soon became an all-powerful political police force, able to make arrests and grant releases without trial or investigation other than its own. After the Republican SAEGs, it was run by the socialist Uribarri, a former officer in the Civil Guard, who worked closely with the Russians in the special services, and then, after his escape to France, note. See Prieto's pamphlet, Como y por qué salí del Ministerio de Defensa Nacional, Mexico City. Impresos y Papeles de RL 1940. Uribarri began by complaining about pressure from the Russian specialists. Then he gave in and dealt with them directly, over the head of the minister. In early May 1938, he fled to France with a small fortune in jewels and gold stolen during the course of police activities. The Spanish government asked in vain for his extradition. Endnote. By Santiago Garces, who was regarded as one of the authors of Nin's murder. Prieto, creator of the SIM, has described at great length how the service came to fall from his clutches. Major Duran, a communist and head of the Madrid SIM, appointed militant communists to all the important posts, and the Russian technicians protested when Prieto wanted to send them to the army. A few months after its formation, the SIM, which was completely immune from the authority of the Minister of War, had more than 6,000 agents and was in control of prisons and concentration camps. After the Second World War, many writers compared the events in Eastern Europe, the grip of the Communist Party and the USSR on the state, with what had happened in Republican Spain under the Negrin government. Julian Gorkin entitled an unpublished essay La Spain, Premier Essai de Démocratie Populaire. This comparison is equivocal in the sense that the genesis of the popular democracies is ill-known and is too often presented tendentiously, either as the result of a movement by the masses, a kind of revolution managed by the Communist Party, or as the result of a direct conquest by the Red Army. The resemblances are striking, but only if one confines oneself to indisputable facts, usually left in the shadows. 1. The countries of Eastern Europe first experienced a revolutionary upsurge in 1945. In Germany and Czechoslovakia, it came about through the formation of workers' councils. 2. Then the Communist Party, allied in a national front with the Social Democrats and with the Democratic Republicans whom it often revitalized, busied itself in destroying the councils and restoring the state, in which it retained absolute control of the political police and, as far as possible, of the army. 3. The third stage, the only one that is well known, was the salami tactic described by Rákosi. The Communist Party disposed of its recent allies in successive stages. Its apparatus controlled the Unified Party, formed by the Socialist Communist Alliance, German SED, Polish POUP, Hungarian Workers' Party, etc. It controlled its allies through personalities that it managed to win over and finally carried the day. In Spain, it used Prieto against Largo Caballero in this way, and then Negrin against Prieto. The strong state. This was how the democratic state, built by Largo Caballero, became a strong state under Negrin. It still called itself democratic and parliamentary, but the depleted Cortes was now a mere collection of walk-ons, and there was no question of elections, either in the Cortes or in the municipal councils. Note: at the end of 1937, the Communist Party fought a campaign at the general election. At this stage, it was a question of hitting back and a means of pressure on Prieto's attempts to reduce its influence. End note. No genuine opposition could declare itself openly, and criticism was synonymous with treason. There was still talk of popular revolution, but the reality was a continual reassessment of the revolutionary gains. The Negrin government came out in favor of freedom of worship and, at Araujo's patient instigation, managed to relax the pressure on the priests and the Catholic Church. Many proprietors reported missing returned. Others were released from prison. All reclaimed their lands, seized in 1936. They had right and the law on their side, as well as government support. Note: the Levant UGT Federation of Landworkers nicknamed Uribe, Minister of Agriculture, public enemy number 1. End note. In Catalonia, the application of the collectivization decree was suspended because it was contrary to the spirit of the Constitution. The decree of August 28, 1937 enabled the government, through intervention, to take over any metallurgical or mining concern. Soon afterward, on February 26, 1938, The Economist wrote, "Intervention by the state in industry, as opposed to collectivization and workers' control, is re-establishing the principle of private property." Note: the Labor Council, created by the Catalanist Aiguade, consisted of 31 members, including 7 representatives of the state, 12 of the employers, and 12 of the unions. End note. Managers and directors recovered their posts. The state received into its coffers dividends on shares seized from the factionists and paid out those of foreign capitalists. Centralization was so great that the Catalan autonomists and the Basque nationalists finally quit the government. Note: Aiguade and Araujo resigned on August 11, 1938 because they were in basic disagreement with the government's policy on Catalonia. A Catalan and a Basque, Moix of the PSUC and Tomás Bilbao of the tiny Acción Nacionalista Vasca, took their place, but their presence had next to no significance. End note. The Popular Army changed definitively into a regular army of the traditional kind. The new military code of justice envisaged by Largo Caballero never saw the light of day, and the old one remained in force. The Negrin government re-established a hierarchy with regard to pay. Note: an ordinary soldier's pay went from 7 to 10 pesetas a day, a second lieutenant's to 25, a captain's to 50, and a lieutenant colonel's to 100. End note. Prieto forbade the workers' officers from rising above the rank of major. He restricted the powers and cut down on the numbers of the political commissars. Note: an ordinary soldier's pay went from 7 to 10 pesetas a day, a second lieutenant's to 25, a captain's to 50, and a lieutenant colonel's to 100. End note, and forbade soldiers from taking part in political demonstrations. October 5, 1937. The spirit of the officer caste was thus reborn, and Winston Churchill could write, "During the past year, a marked advance towards an ordered system of government and war has simultaneously produced itself in the character of the Spanish Republican government. The anarchists have been quelled by fire and steel. An army which has a coherent entity, a strict organization, and a hierarchy of command has been formed. When in any country the whole structure of civilized and social life is destroyed by atavistic hatreds, the state can only be reconstituted upon a military framework. In its new army, the Spanish Republic has an instrument not only of military but of political significance." The British conservative leader concluded, "Both sides have progressed steadily towards a coherent expression of the Spanish mind. Is not this the time when every effort should be made by all true friends of Spain to bring about a pacification?" In a far-reaching article that made an assessment of Negrin's action on November 8, 1937, The Times wrote, "Two new factors are gaining in importance. One concerns the character of the revolution, the other the character of the war. The first consists of a strong reaction against violence from below. The second consists of the deep and broad working of that aspiration to independence which is one of the strongest latent feelings of the Spanish national character. The first, if it goes far enough, will change the character of the revolution. The second, if it reaches its logical conclusion, must end by closely soldering together the parties at odds in government Spain at the present moment. Was it a government of victory, as the Communist Party named it, or a government of national reconciliation, as the English conservatives hoped? At any rate, a new page had been turned. When the Cortes met again on October 1, 1937, Caballero was not there, and naturally there was not a single anarchist leader. In February 1938, they had no candidates or elected members. But the conservative Miguel Mora was there, and so was Portela Valladares, back from France where he had sought refuge, who expressed his joy at seeing Spain moving towards profound and serious reconstruction. When, a week later, the nationalist press, in order to discredit him, exposed his offers of help to the national cause, there was not much that could be answered from the Republican side. Respectability was paying off. The attacks by the CNT press on Mora and Valladares were censored, as was the speech by the aging Pestana denouncing communist ascendancy and the ebbing of the revolution. The latter was in fact over. The state had been restored. A soldier who had abused a superior officer now risked the death penalty. The workers in the factories were working under the strict discipline of militarization. 2.5 galleries out of 6 in the Barcelona model prison were set aside for POUM and CNT prisoners. Would those who had defeated the revolution win the war? Only on this condition would the sacrifices and sufferings of the Spanish people have a meaning, and their own acts a justification. The men who had begun this war in chaos and enthusiasm, or at least those of them who remained, continued to fight. Henceforth they did so in orderly and disciplined fashion, under a government that earned the praise of Winston Churchill and the Times. But, as for fighting against Franco and his allies, the democratic and respectable Spain of 1937 was as isolated as the revolutionary Spain of 1936 had been.